that if only your faith will not tarry in Christ Jesus, you shall certainly get to your full potential someday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Okwain way anamefa so na mama akwaba aba ene ewia jumedi so. It is always nice that we change the tempo. And how's today? Yankwe akwaba.
That our commitment to the people of the Savannah region will never shake. Despite the work we have done in stabilizing the economy, Ghana is not immune from the shocks of global events. Recent events in the Middle East, which involve an exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran, have started to escalate crude oil prices dramatically. I've asked our Minister of Finance and Minister of Energy to keep a close eye on the development and model the possible impacts on our petroleum prices and prepare measures to protect the recent gains that we have made. Education remains
Snell. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, and my fellow countrymen and women, having concluded our investigations, we'll be filing charges against 12 suspects who worked as directors and staff of the NSA. I've already listed them, but for the abundance of doubt, let me mention them again. These are Mustafa Yusuf, a former executive director, Osea Sibe Entry, former director general, Gifty Owari Mensah, former deputy executive director, Kweku Ohinijan, former deputy executive director for operations, Abraham Bismarck Gezi, former internal auditor, Kweku Dechi Eje, an accounts officer, Idrusu Ibn Abubakar, former head of accounts, Stephen Kobina Jemfi, we have asked that he should be rearrested because we've discovered some new accounts that contain some deposits, and so he was picked up this morning. So he is currently
was MPPs for the pocket. We say human beings are in charge, and the standard is supposed to be high. Very well. We say issues-based analysis with accurate information. We free Kofi Amene. Kofi, thank you. Emmanuel Akosan, and I'm watching you live from a Kumfi Srakrododo. Okay, so a Kumfi Srafa Kokodo. Central region. Did I get that right? We say, and this is the future for Ghanaians and people never again. Ghana, oh Ghana, Latililai says, this one says, good afternoon, Nana Utudako and the team. About friend Posse, more fire watching you from Broadcasting Castle Road. James K. Ability said, more fire. The go Papa, I said, what for the World Cup? James K. Ability. Listen, are you loud and clear inside Tema? Thank you. It's me about to joining on Facebook Live on Accra FM 100.5. Who do Honomu and Washamai? Yeah, baby, you maybe. But me one penny phobia, you mutia said you made you pa. And anyway, Mr. and Mrs. Akulmoga. Mr. and Mrs. Akumolga. Moti in Sakina, Mokwa Soro Evangelical Church of Ghana. In fact, I sorry no A in Sakina branch, the Biamuti Citizen Show, Ikam Crusade Navy. Sansuna Efo, Mr. Ohene, or Furniture Shop. Amasama Stadium Road, Evie, what but him, Utie, thank you. And Yepus, I swear, yes, Shamunyana Mutie. Me free jubilee bedru yenche me ba omu tie Accra100.5FM nti obi bia owo the presidency Jubilee House Flagstaff House say am friend bi amofa Thank you for doing the listening. Military base ahodoɔ camps ahodoɔ to say Burma camp all the other military camps are most wuti emusia dem say port and harbors, all government agencies. Na program way and a different stations edu mamudi no met untie we beti dey way. Ghana nyigba abedwafo nso beye krado na ye no mo nso edi nkomo enchekra. What feel at home, relax, I feel grand ebeke play no. Kai give it to. And then so my name is someone suspended Chief Justice Maami Tukunu say on the Ghana for wasemka. Ini masemo maami person here ka. Enti you be picking the life. Lizzy say you be for the life. You be picking the life wa. Enti me ba cho obi anya krado. Wenti anu a unya obabi a. Suspended Chief Justice Maami Iraba Tukunu say on the Ghana for wasemka. Ebi say Maami be resign and I'm say oh sir. What be resign say? Some go do investigations. Ebi say there be Maami wasem wa wo pese wo chire mu. Eti for now we cannot preempt. Yenimini Chief suspended Chief Justice. I pese waka. And I'm adding suspended Chief Justice because you're acting Chief Justice. Irabafo. Aha, eti Chief Justice akonya na de. For now, Nkosi say committee Beka Semami who song all right. I'm told to say yeah mami asase enti you work it out na you picking it live na you TV na you din komo ofianom of course yeah minority say omo approve yeah basun atemwafo no you nominate woman and it's so funny. I'm sure see a bit and home come, but I want us to pick the Chief Justice one. If we are not a fee, ye decent common. Aye, my honya ha na yam pick it. We pick every no what can ye pass it in every. Into ye say you bet me. I pick it because look, how you see minority in Parliament and Kasano. Minimum says ye be a school from Omwa. And Ora Sam George Kasimbi was it they must take a year freshest orientation on your new MPs, no? They must take it serious. In your time, her judges are nominate here. Accept one our parliament. Pussy one call Supreme Court. MPP, non-justices. To say Justice Jewumpo, one who Supreme Court. Non-MPP judge to say Justice Jewu, what the local Supreme Court? Nan campesa hotel for way mo. I can jagum na yere temria ma dia dia na so why slow san.
Commissioners and heads of independent constitutional bodies set up to protect the freedom and justice of Ghanaian citizens as guaranteed under the 1992 Constitution. In building Ghana's democracy in the Fourth Republic, the framers of the Constitution identified public officials who must directly serve the citizens of Ghana without being afraid of unjustified punishment or reprisals from influential people or members of the executive or legislature. The framers of the Constitution identified that it is only when these public officials we can work without fear, control, or at the pleasure of influential people that freedom and justice will reign in Ghana. The law did not provide for the termination of their appointments by any authority. The Constitution set up grounds and processes for removing them from office under Article 146. And these grounds must reach the standard of, quote, inability to perform the functions of their office. The officials include, apart from Superior Court justices, commissioners of Traj, commissioners of NCCE, commissioners of the Auditor General, and the chairman and the vice chairman and members of the Public Service Commission. The third reason for this statement is that in order to address the troubling violations of the Constitution and illegality of the proceedings that have become obvious to me, that became obvious to me from the beginning of the process. I started an action in the Supreme Court. I applied for the proceedings of the committee set up by His Excellency the President to be held in public, so that in the interest of transparency and for the truth in the matters being raised to be made known to the people of Ghana. I did so because I knew that the secrecy of the proceedings for removing justices was not created in the Constitution as a cover-up for any agenda. The Constitution expects that only reasons for removing the Chief Justice and public officials as set out in Article 146 will be the reason for doing so. And especially, such reasons must affect public sensitive national interest or public order or safety. I realize that in my case, should the public be made aware of the allegations in the petition, they would realize that none of the allegations made border even remotely on matters of national interest or matters of public order or safety, or anything that indicates that I'm unable to perform the functions of my office. An example is an allegation that I failed to retire accountable interest of $14,000 when I traveled. When I did retire that accountable interest 2 days after I returned from my journey, I was given $14,000. I could only spend $4,400, and I returned $9,600 2 days after I returned from Ghana, from my journey. And so I knew that it was necessary that the issues being thrown around as petitions against me needed to get into the public space. I swore to a supplementary affidavit alerting the Supreme Court also of human rights violations that I had started encountering when I went to the Article 146 hearings. However, the members of the Supreme Court that heard the action for the hearing in open, and they also struck out the supplementary affidavit at the request of the Attorney General. I have decided to make this statement today because the violations have not stopped. Indeed, they have escalated beyond anything I could have imagined as possible in justice delivery. These violations include the committee's refusal, in breach of the rules of natural justice, to recognize my lawyer on the first day of proceedings, simply because I was not personally present with him. And they went ahead to make arrangements for the hearing without involving my lawyer while he was sitting in front of them. The committee has also failed to indicate the specific charges that I'm supposed to be defending myself against in order to allow me to adequately prepare a defense to the charges. The committee has gone on to permit two of the petitioners, Mr. Daniel Ofori and Shining Stars, not to testify at all or present what case they brought to them at the hearing. The committee has refused to allow me to go into the hearing with any family member. Before you enter, there's a thorough search of my body and my handbag in violation of protocols and courtesies extended to any Chief Justice, which protocols and courtesies are honored in the name of the nation, both in Ghana and outside of Ghana. And then the work of the committee is being conducted in a cordoned high security zone on Castle Drive, Osu, when all Article 146 proceedings since 1993 have been held in facilities of the Judicial Service. It is hard not to reach the conclusion that the choice of venue against the backdrop of secrecy of proceedings is intended to intimidate me and to prevent any citizen of Ghana from knowing how the proceedings are being conducted. The Edu Lodge facility that the hearings are being conducted in featured very prominently in the planning of the murder of judges on June 30th, 1981. And this can be read about in the special investigative report on that terrible event in our nation's history. It will be recalled that there was a Major Samakwa, a military officer who was killed with the 3 High Court justices, who was the Director of Human Resource of GIHOC. He was my uncle and my guardian when I entered the University of Ghana in September 1980. I was also living with him at the time he was abducted and murdered. Was Edu Lodge chosen for my inquiry to make me feel insecure? I think so. And I continue to hold the view that there's no reason why a judicial hearing is being conducted behind the high walls of Edu Lodge. At this Article 146 hearing, no rules provided by law to regulate the fairness of hearings and trials in this country are being followed. As we all know, when a citizen is summoned before a court or any administrative or disciplinary committee, it is the duty of the committee or court to give the citizen a copy of the complaint that they are presiding over. You cannot be summoned without a writ, a petition, or a complaint. It is also the duty of that committee or court or tribunal to give copies of all documents that have been filed with them before the hearing is started. How does anyone defend themselves without a copy of the complaint that they have been summoned to come and answer to? This Article 146 committee has refused to give me copies of the petitions that His Excellency the President gave to them. They refused to give me copies, a copy of the prima facie determination that His Excellency the President is supposed to have given to them. They claim that they know that the President sent me copies on 27th March of the petition on 27th March 2025. And so they do not need to show me what the President gave to them. They also claim to have copies of the responses that I gave to the President, but they will not provide the petitioners with copies of my responses. The difficulty with this is, because they are the independent body charged with the duty to conduct the hearing, what I have in my hand from the President could be different from what they have. And I cannot assume that the two copies are the same. Indeed, no tribunal does that. No tribunal will tell you that before you came here, we know that your landlord wrote to you, so we are looking into what your landlord wrote to you about, and so that is what we will be inquiring into. They will give you what the charges are that they are supposed to be inquiring into. Second, the petition itself has not been admitted into evidence and subjected to cross-examination by me or my lawyers. In this case, because they have permitted the petitioner who has so far given evidence of whose petition we are supposed to be dealing with, Mr. Daniel Ofori, they have permitted him not to testify and confirm on oath what his petition is. There is no petition on the table. There is no evidence given by him on oath. He has not authorized anyone to testify on his behalf. So what are we inquiring into? Even though there is no constitutional instrument passed to regulate the proceedings of an Article 146 committee, Ghana has a constitutional instrument regulating the work of all commissions or committees of inquiry. This is the Commissions of Inquiry Practice and Procedure Rules 2010, CI 65. And in Article 1467 of our Constitution, if a committee is set up for the removal of a Chief Justice, the committee is supposed to, quote-unquote, inquire into the petition, the answer, and the prima facie case. Therefore, we are dealing with a committee of inquiry. In spite of this, on 15th May, the committee decided, without listening to my lawyer, that it will conduct the hearing not as an inquiry, but as litigation. So they rejected the use of CI 65, which was created for the regulation of inquiries, and said they will use the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, CI 47. Then they decided that each petitioner can conduct his case as he sees fit. So they don't need to present the petition to them. Then they decided that the petitioners can call public officials to confirm what they themselves have not testified to. So, ladies and gentlemen, because the proceedings are being conducted as if it is a normal litigation between the petitioners and myself, their lawyers now choose and pick which parts of the evidence that public officials present to put on the table. This is also in violation of known rules regarding proceedings of a committee of inquiry, because a committee of inquiry must have its own lawyer, and when it starts the proceedings, the petitioner becomes no more than a witness for the committee to prove the allegations that led to the setting up of the committee of inquiry. So the public officials who have been summoned supposedly on subpoenas without the issue of subpoenas just come and swear oaths and present documents to the committee as exhibits. The witnesses themselves do not have the petition. They do not know the allegations in the petition, and so they cannot answer questions on the petition. And when they finish submitting their documents, my lawyers are called on to cross-examine them. Since 23rd May 2025, this strange process has been followed up, and witness after witness has been called, like Nebuchadnezzar's situation, in which he demanded that the magicians in his court should tell him his dream and also interpret it. My lawyers are left to guess which allegations in the petitions that I received on 27th March are supposed to be the subject matter of the testimonies that the witnesses have referred to. Anyone who has been to the Circuit Court or the High Court and made subject to the rules CI 47 will know that those rules never conceived that a hearing can be conducted without the claims, the defenses, and the issues being carefully laid out before the parties and accepted by all of them before a hearing starts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is this total absence of compliance with all known rules of fair hearing that has caused my lawyers to file applications for judicial review in the High Court to declare all the proceedings void. Because the clear danger is that through this flagrant violation of CI 47 and the darkness of the current proceedings being held in camera behind the walls of a Edu Lodge, my lawyers and I can come to the end of the proceedings. The evidence will show that every one of those allegations in the petitions that were given to me on 27th March is unfounded and untrue. And yet, the committee can dig up some allegation from whatever documents they claim to be having from the president, which they have not shown to me, and purport to enter a recommendation for my removal on that basis. Allow me to say that this is totally unknown in the rule of law in this country. If it was lawful, I would have no reason to alert the nation of the dangers they represent. It is the violations of law that have forced me to bring these matters out in the light of day. The final and fourth reason for this statement is that I have heard on several occasions from loved ones, persons who care, persons who may not know me beyond my public duties, and many who think that since these proceedings seem to be carefully staged to result in my removal as Chief Justice, it would be best if I just retired or resigned rather than subject myself to an ill-motivated process. I have also received threats and veiled threats to the effect that if I fail to resign or retire voluntarily, I will be made to suffer some harm or the other. I've also heard commentaries in the media about how this process was born out of a stated political agenda to remove me and control the judiciary, and that it is a political effort that can only result in an outcome that was decided long before it started. I thank everyone who has engaged in this conversation out of concern for my safety and well-being. Let me assure everybody that I am not seeking to cling to a title or a position. However, as a lawyer of 38 years standing, a judge of 21 years standing, and Chief Justice who has served the rule of law all my working life, in fact since I was 25, it is my onerous duty and obligation to speak up concerning anything that is extremely wrong with the administration of justice in this country. This is what I do every day. The situation I have been confronted with has shown me a model of injustice that I would never have thought possible if I had not been exposed to it. This is why, despite great personal discomfort, I have decided to marshal every effort in law and leadership to answer to the situation. Again, resigning or retiring while Article 146 proceedings are being conducted to remove a judge is not an option any judge or public official can even have. There is a decided case on the matter by the Supreme Court. The suit number is J6 1-02/2019. Again, no one has the authority to walk away from proceedings started by the state. Judgment can be entered against you because you failed to defend yourself. And a judge who resigns or retires will still lose all entitlements that they have worked for because they failed to defend the claims and resigned or retired while the proceedings were still going on. Therefore, if false claims are made against a judge or commissioner or other public office holder subject to Article 146 proceedings, just to achieve a political agenda, the solution cannot be to resign or voluntarily retire out of frustration, pressure, or fear. You would only subject yourself to two cruelties: a judgment based on false claims and loss of everything you have worked for. It may well be that the efforts being made are intended to frustrate me so that I resign, so that the architects of the scheme can go back into the media and say that the wild and unfounded allegations were not defended because they were true and I had no defense to them. As Chief Justice of the nation, who has been given the privilege and obligation to lead administration of justice, I should not turn tail and run when I know the implications of not defending false and unwarranted charges. If I resign under these circumstances, I will be saying that this flawed, unknown, and opaque process is acceptable. It is not. Finally, let me respectfully say that the current bizarre proceedings I have brought to your attention present a twist to our nation's democratic journey that we all ignore at our own cost. My humble view is that Ghana has come too far in the 33 years of the Fourth Republic not to be concerned about the unconstitutionalities that have been designed not to affect just me personally as Chief Justice, but all judges and public officers subject to removal processes of Article 146, if this one is successfully carried out without being questioned. Behind me is every judge in the country. Behind me is every commissioner or head of an independent constitutional body in the country. If this is successful, it will be tried on anyone. I am not countering these processes for myself, but on account of the leadership burden that I carry. If the nation is willing to accept these developments in its democratic journey, it must be understood that I sounded the warning and the nation took the decision to be passive about it. I cannot share the burden of those involved in designing and implementing this enterprise of pretending to use Article 146 proceedings to remove a Chief Justice through unknown and unlawful means, by keeping quiet about the violations of law and due process. Neither can I make anyone's burden lighter by resigning or retiring, instead of proving that not even one of these wild claims in a collection of petitions is even remotely true or meets the standard required for removing a judge. Now, allow me to take you a bit of your time to walk through these petitions. They have been in the public domain for some months now. They are actually available on the internet, so I'm not addressing anything that is not known in the public space. Many negative things have been said about me through public commentary on the petitions, although the petitions were responded to 7 days after I received them. And so anyone who cared to acknowledge my side of the story would have had no need to keep repeating the petitions without discussing them with the answers. And when I provided these answers, I also added with evidence to prove that each allegation was either a lie, a wrong opinion about how work is conducted in the judicial service, a wrong opinion on the work of judges, or a wrong opinion on the duties of a Chief Justice. I'll start with Mr. Daniel Ofori's petition. It is a petition with the most claims. Only 2 out of the several allegations he's making involve him personally as a court user. In one of those allegations, Mr. Daniel Ofori is urging that I should be removed as Chief Justice because I transferred a case in which he's a party from one judge in the High Court to another. That is a crime. What Mr. Ofori did not seem to know, which I stated in my answer to that allegation, is that the judge his case was transferred from had a family crisis and had to leave Ghana suddenly for an extended period. This is the only reason why cases she was handling, including Mr. Ofori's cases, were distributed to other judges to handle. In the second allegation, Mr. Ofori accuses me of transferring a case related to the first one so that to the new judge who took over his case, after a petition had been sent to me to have the 2 cases heard together. Any lawyer or registrar could have informed him that it is a policy written into the rules of court to have cases between the same parties involving the same issue to be heard by one judge, so that we don't have different decisions from 2 judges on the same matter. So there is no basis or truth to the allegation that I transferred his cases to a new judge because I had an interest in his cases. Indeed, in the year 2020, I wrote a dissenting opinion in one of Mr. Ofori's cases in the Supreme Court. He won that application because my dissenting opinion was a minority opinion of 3 judges. The other 4 judges supported his application. After this, his lawyers applied that I should not sit on his cases again because I had presided over a different case involving him in the High Court when I was in the High Court in, I think, 2010, which he had also lost. Since then, I have not sat on any matter involving the gentleman. But what is disturbing about the current Article 146 proceedings is the fact that the cases that he is complaining about in the High Court, the ones that were transferred to one judge, started from a judgment in the Supreme Court written by His Lordship Justice Kwaman in favor of Daniel Ofori. How can Justice Kwaman, who gave judgment in favor of Daniel Ofori as part of a panel of Supreme Court and whose opinion I dissented with, which has made me a target of Mr. Ofori's anger, preside over processes to remove me as Chief Justice because of complaints that Mr. Ofori has? I have already protested that there is a conflict of interest for Justice Kwaman to chair the committee trying me or hearing me on Daniel Ofori's petitions. What Mr. Ofori's allegations seem to suggest is that a court user can attack the Chief Justice and ask for the removal of the Chief Justice if the Chief Justice does not agree with his case while sitting as a judge, or if his preferred judge is unable to hear his case. And now the judge who supports his case gets to preside over the removal process. Apart from these 2 allegations, Mr. Ofori has no personal interest in all the other allegations he's making. And he should not have been allowed to conduct a litigation against me under the disguise of an Article 146 proceeding. In 2 allegations, he is complaining that I misappropriated public funds to buy a ticket for my husband and my daughter to travel with me. In answer to this, I handed over my letter of appointment to prove that in my conditions of appointment as Chief Justice, Ghana graciously gave me 2 vacations in a year. In the Judicial Service travel policy, since 2010, the Chief Justice can never travel alone for security reasons, and the Chief Justice is always allowed to travel with a spouse or another person of their choice. So traveling on my officially given vacations with my husband on one occasion and my daughter for the second vacation is part of the official conditions of my appointment as Chief Justice. I was also not responsible for buying the tickets in question, such that I could be said to have misappropriated the value of the tickets. Indeed, if the Judicial Service was not allowed to buy the tickets for my vacation, the remedy was for the Auditor General to surcharge me to refund the money. Anyone can check out the 2023 accounts of Judicial Service and know for themselves that there is no surcharge against me or anyone for the tickets that were purchased for my vacations. Mr. Ofori seems to be alleging that I should have traveled with my police escort alone on vacation and not a family member. And this is why he wants me removed from office. And I'm being tried or held behind the walls of Edu Lodge. Ladies and gentlemen, the question to be asked is, why would anyone demand that I go on vacation given to me as Chief Justice with my police security, instead of going with my husband or my daughter? And how can this be a reason for subjecting a Chief Justice to a committee of inquiry? In the petition I received, Mr. Ofori also complains that my family members should not have been given per diem when they traveled with me, and I have misappropriated the per diem they were given. But anyone reading the Judicial Service travel policy will find that it provides that when the Chief Justice travels with anyone, whether police escort, another judge, secretary, or a spouse, that person is given per diem. And the rate of per diem is not set or administered by me as Chief Justice. It is regulated and administered by the Finance Directorate and the Judicial Secretary. I've already told you about the retirement of the imprest. In an arm of government where there are almost 8,000 staff that I oversee, Mr. Daniel Ofori's petition contains allegation that I transferred one member of staff to work on a different schedule, and that is why I should be removed as Chief Justice. He also alleges that I have refused to reinstate 2 members of staff whose appointments were terminated around 2015, 10 years ago, when I was nowhere near being Chief Justice, and whose issues are still being heard in court. He goes on to allege that I should be removed for terminating the appointments of 2 staff members who went through disciplinary proceedings that were initiated by reports against them before I became Chief Justice. Though it is not clear to me why Mr. Ofori should demand that the Chief Justice should be removed for transferring a member of staff or being the final authority to sign any termination letter, I handed over to His Excellency the President records covering every administrative step on these matters, supported by the due process administered by the right officers. And yet, without issuing a prima facie determination, a warrant of suspension was signed, and now I'm defending myself where there is no petition on the table. Another allegation of Mr. Ofori is that I appointed the former Judicial Secretary as Judicial Secretary when she was a judge and so I have made her inefficient. Now, anybody who cares to know the records which I handed over to His Excellency the President was that she became Judicial Secretary in 2018. She became a judge in 2019. I was nowhere near being Chief Justice. I was appointed in June 2023. Ms. Ofori also alleges that I have appointed judges as registrars, and this has introduced inefficiency into the management of courts. Again, the records will show that the Judicial Council decided in May 2023, before I was appointed Chief Justice, that lower court judges should be appointed as registrars of the Supreme Court. So what I did was just to implement the Judicial Council's decisions. Then, Ms. Ofori alleges that a certain gentleman, not himself, but someone, who had a case in the Supreme Court in January 2024, met a different panel in May 2024, 5 months later. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. He also claims that I refused to fix an application in a case that did not involve him in Accra, which case was pending in Koforidua. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. He complains that I supervised the Judicial Secretary to administer a decision of the General Legal Council, which was taken before I became Chief Justice. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. If you read all my responses, you'll find that I provided all the records behind these decisions. Then he complains that I recommended judges to be appointed to the Supreme Court. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. Now, anyone who knows how appointments are made with recommendations from the Ghana Bar Association, the Attorney General, and the Chief Justice will know that this last complaint only shows ignorance of a very long-standing tradition. It has been the settled practice for decades that in the recommendation of justices for the superior courts, it is the Chief Justice, the Ghana Bar Association, and the Attorney General who have the privilege of making recommendations for those who are to be nominated. The recommendations can be refused or accepted by the President. I encourage anyone to read the judgment of the Supreme Court in the case of Ghana Bar Association and others versus the Attorney General, 2015-2016, to Supreme Court of Ghana Law Reports 872, when this matter was even discussed, and other academic works that discuss this practice that has been around for decades. How has it suddenly become unconstitutional or wrong conduct or incompetence for the Chief Justice to recommend to the President to consider for nomination judges who, in her view, satisfy the constitutional standard of high moral integrity? Yet, despite all the evidence provided, there is a hearing being conducted at Edu Lodge. I have taken this walk through Mr. Ofori's petition to show that the allegations have no bearing whatsoever on any sensitive national issues or public safety or order, or my inability to perform my functions as Chief Justice. They also do not have any basis in law or truth. They are just an attempt to gather a lot of complaints together, regardless of whether they are true or not, whether they are justified or not, just to have an excuse for the conduct of this inquiry that breaks all the rules of fair hearing. I'll be done soon, don't worry. There's also a petition from a gentleman called Mr. Ayamga Akogo. His complaint is that on 14th November 2024, after the Supreme Court had given a ruling which went against him, I, as presiding judge in the Supreme Court, ordered his arrest without any reason. He attached an exhibit to his petition, which was a media report from a group called the Law Platform. This media report says that after the Supreme Court panel had ruled against Mr. Akogo, he started to shout in the courtroom, and that is why he was taken out of the courtroom. Essentially, therefore, his own exhibits contradict his claims. Mr. Akogo goes on to claim that when he applied for a copy of the case proceedings, which were signed by all the judges that presided on his case, he did not see a record that he had been arrested. So I should be removed as Chief Justice. What is significant about this petition is that Justice Puaman sat with me as one of the judges who heard Mr. Akogo's case and was named as a witness that Mr. Akogo will call. But His Excellency the President has appointed him to chair and inquire into this petition, and he has accepted to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, Article 1273 of the Constitution indemnifies any judge against any action or suit for any act or omission by him while exercising judicial power. This provision was just last week cited as a reason for declaring a petition against a Supreme Court nominee frivolous. And yet, I'm supposed to be defending myself on the petition of Mr. Akogo for work done in the Supreme Court with 4 other judges. The last petition is from a group called Shining Stars. Searches have shown that no such group is registered in Ghana. Yet, it has petitioned against me, and they claim that during the hearing of the case of Afenyo-Markin versus Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament, when I sat as a judge, I failed to hear the side of the Speaker of Parliament before the Supreme Court made an order, so I should be removed as Chief Justice. Again, I can only point to the fact that no judge sits alone in the Supreme Court, and the court's decisions are the decisions of all the judges who sit together. So you will see that every decision I took that is complained about by Mr. Ofori, Mr. Akogo, and the group calling itself Shining Stars was done as a part of a panel of at least 5 judges that made up the Supreme Court. And all judges in the panel are indemnified by Article 1273. How tenable, if I can respectfully ask, can it be that a petition to remove the Chief Justice from office can be entertained on these grounds? Every administrative decision is supported by my constitutional obligations, and I have shown with exhibits, or I showed to His Excellency the President with exhibits, that each decision that was listed was taken after the due process. And yet, a warrant of suspension was issued against me without giving reasons. Interestingly, there have been some recent suggestions about rules being made to safeguard judges from frivolous attempts to remove them from office. It sounds that means have been used to remove me. Conditions will be made safer for those who help with it, or those who may be afraid by the current occurrences. Despite the interesting new discussion of rules for removing judges, to experience the bitter harvest of what I am reporting. And if this nation descends into the kind of proceedings behind closed doors that break all the rules of adjudication and inquiry as we know them, after all the progress that we have made in the rule of law, will be safe from compromise created by fear, intimidation, threats, or a desire to please. A new standard would have been set where judges comply with what influential persons want or stand the risk of losing everything, including their career, that can accompany the process. Any petition would be enough to invoke the danger of being removed by proceedings that are not supported by law and which can be shrouded behind high security walls. As a judge, and now as Chief Justice, there is no one person in this country who can look at me in the eye and accuse me of taking a bribe to decide the case. This is the personal treasure of integrity that I live with. So what if these current proceedings are being carefully staged to result in my removal as Chief Justice, even if there's no lawful justification? All I have stated shows that any such action would have been done on the basis of lies and violations of law and due process. As a career judge who has served under 4 precedents, from High Court through Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, I could never have imagined such irregularities possible if I had not personally encountered them. I am also a mother, and I am a grandmother who must hope for better than this for our country, its rule of law and its democracy. On my part, I chose to respect His Excellency the President's warrant of suspension, even though it was clear to me that it was not supported by a prima facie determination that is required by the Constitution and decisions of the Supreme Court. I have chosen to honor the process set in place to hear the petitions, but I do not choose to hide from the nation that perversion of law, rules, and due process, as we all know, are driving the proceedings, and this renders the proceedings unconstitutional. I choose to trust that such darkness will not totally engulf this nation. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
Tokuno, I didn't come up on Abavi. I'm sure, sir, they will be opening up for certain questions, but you answer your feelings, so you answer your questions. Answer your questions. Answer your baby, sir. Ninkai a telephone every for sir. Nepoku list also Abe joining, but in just 2 minutes before Nepoku Bebamuno, I just want to say, sir, on mine we have to be serious. Chief Justice on Semi. Chief Justice on Semi. The difference in the creation of law, but on your gun and in Semi. Onti min popuna ni mame sunchira Ghana for ya traho ya chire wo school ya friend appeal to pity. Uhunu ne ba no ashada keka wani meso anyi bia Ghana for ebesu bia boa obi anim nyansa sese ya enti mame se na wadwen ye wo se wo be kan borofo asu a chire yen na Ghana for abeka bia ma wa list over onye committee member Otu Darko, minya committee member. But you see, the story always favors the narrator. In Tipotoka, someone say, until the day the lions learn to tell their own side of the story of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. It is semi walking, and a committee no, jumane Canada, and can you understand? I want to state here and now. Say, Mami, Mama who said she's always carried away by emotions. Wow, to baby. Asamwa young ye. Asamwa committee teso. What gave you the power? Sabra Bontain. I me offer. I didn't want to make a man from who can we say being a judge in your own, you know, what cannot pay or they cannot pay. Nemo Judas in Cosa Sua. engineer of a kind. Say me repeat the obwa. But meet my trust. Nene say you can't be a judge on your own case. What she did now, she's been a judge on her own case. As you actually crampo for contempt, and I know I've had the committee. How can you preempt the committee? Say near Quadia, Osha, what for preempt the committee? No, me na me yanka. Yes, be the contempt of BB. Et me saying Kukuroka say only a chief justice of the nation. We are suspended chief justice of the nation. You were acting chief justice of the nation. Yeah, over a fancy bonnie. Of house when you're doing
impersonation.
Impersonation.
Yeah, she's not a chief justice.
But also she's the chief justice.
She's impersonating. It's a criminal offense to impersonate.
It's my crime. We must charge her on criminality.
Yes.
We must charge her on criminality. Over Odie, me na me can be say. Yemfa brofu yo keni nyina nto nchen. Enu nto no fa wo ha. Ona bet ma cheche mu. No mind the cardinal sense of tokunu. But yed ni nyina to nchen a. Article 146 no. Ehefa na Mahama, Council of States, and that committee na form. The Article 146 is clear. Some petition kosa when it involves a normal justice, the petition will come to you as a chief justice. Now I'm panel. When it involves a chief justice, committee no call, I can't say petition no call president who in consultation with the Council of States. Later a committee will be formed. Under provision 10 of that very article was it the president may, which is discretionary, suspend you, and in line with Article 146, when who hears a law school, common sense. Actually, the president has what the Emrana Juma. And over how can she say, like, Ninkoba winning na, yes, you know, preempting the position of the committee. Committee, why not obey you? Assembly and ye. It will confirm by your demeanor. Say indeed, what the bonny be? It will be you. It ye you are Ghana for who say and same be saying to me ye war because committee will be anchor say ye be you. Been pa committee never support you and you be reinstated. It won hot grounds na mami to kuno. Ujini say be you. A dear na winning my enemy. Oh, in kutireti no nesu so adaya. Oh, akukutre.
Really a kukutre no worry.
Anyways, live on Accra100.5FM. Mami joining Nama of an epochal tour. Na umyebim. But what I can say, following your mami can say, me pass a bit to be a fundamental human rights. So, anyways, but to say yes, today. Me say now the tuition who I bet you. Say we chief justice say they say like how? Now me say to me. Are you more Ghanaian than me? Madam Chief Justice. Well go many Syria. Please do your small corner. My committee in Yenejuma Messiah before. You can cry blood. The law is the law. Ava, Kejegu.
Mami emfa kwenya we so na menchia tifo na menchia ahwefo nso menchia ya dofo ni atamfo nyina na ohene ba na otuda akọ memo aba so nso ne dwuma so a wodi ebo a my Ghana
afa bebre nim se me ohene ba
o ye ohene ba na sabi enye se ohene ba se wo papa ti ase enko
abi
o ye ohene eba
kwa me wate
se wo papa ye ohene a
I am a prince
onye ohin ketwa sabi onye dikro
dabi
we man hene ti
yanko fa
ma me mo abaso so ne adwuma so a wo ye
that's it
na otu lukwenya me animu ni say I'm very happy the way Ghanaians decided to reason, at least if not for the first time, in this very dispensation, Ghanaians have shown, say, they know between the two, power and law, and they have chosen to follow a partner, a bit timia boama ya reset your my way, na enioma dada na etwa mu no me team biem na enioma dada na etwa mu no ebi ensi biem kopim se reset na ura mahama de asi na ni so no ebe wie peye amagana ya fa ye ntoma papa a sebio eye kente ntoma no efra na I'm one person. I don't respect those who think they have power. No, I respect persons that abide by the laws of the land. Persons that abide by the dictates of the law. No, many omo ena sebi ekon nakrana. Obi a ofi say okura tumi bi the year adwuma no. If you have watched me carefully, most often than not, I make sure say obi a ofi say okura position bi. It is our position no. Man tumi bi mane the year adwuma bi no. I make them look like fools in my submissions, because power has always resided in the hands of the people, and you may be one of the people, but it does not reside with you. Oh, sometimes people misconstrue authority to mean power. What I say? Yes, there is power in authority, but authority is not power.
So you can have power, but you may not have authority.
Yes. And there are people who have authority. They must deny themselves having power, because the power always resides with the people.
The people.
What do I say? And until Oman Penny, Sebi, ye to abani we no. Na ko betimi aba be kas won na Ghana man penny by default of the fact that he has won an election. What do I say? Okay. But he had to hold a sword and swear to the people of this country and pronounce, say, he would abide by the dictates of the constitution. And baby, I know Jinano, one would say the Speaker of Parliament had convened Parliament and members of Parliament, and to the extent that they are our representatives, they were representing the masses, the 32 million population of this country. You know, they were there in our state. What I say? Because yen timi nka se Ghana fo nyina mu mehia na mo mampani enso afena mu no nso ankyere. Even though we could use technology to do that, we still wanted people to represent us so that they will put their signatures to his swearing in, no, to make him now hold that, your friend is saying, sacred office, no, and hold that authority, no, and not the power.
Okay.
What do I say? Okay. So there be a me catch nipa say.
Oh, so there's a power and the way they unyada.
No, you don't have the power. Nobody has the power.
Maybe not. Yeah, what power? And Yama authority.
We give you the authority.
Very well.
To act in our state. So, for example, law. Emma Obi. She kasano. And Emma. And Chiremuno. Eye to say eye pe.
Okay.
Say me ma to me.
Yeah.
Say yade mami. Into to me no. Authority any power nyina no.
Ye friend to me.
Ye friend to me nti no. And ama for adwen ye omo say.
Yeah.
To me ni authority no. But authority no say wo dey ba the verb a year authorize. So it means say enya wo pe o obi na ma wo.
And now you better make say power ne eya hoden.
Yes.
Anna the other one authority ne to me.
Okay.
And power ne to me.
Na me na mentimi ntitwi kasa ne ye dia. Wotumi say power no. Because as a twi kasa no
it's not developed as
it's not as very well. So but not, I mean if you are very technical enti no amanfo adwene ye omo say ebi a omampani kura no okura tumi bi a ebro omanfo tumi so debi omampani ni mpo na ono no ye ekura the executive your friend is saying authority no in some instances no crampo no your friend power no
okay
due to how akwai say your CD to him say I feel ono na mfam to nneoma no. But you see, so we are very technical, we are very technical. Nipa bi no mu a omo di tumi yeah eye authority yeah eye de omanfo de afem wo mo
yeah
omadwe ye omo say omo momu no ebetimi akyere omanfo sebre tio na omo re fi say sebre na all kyere mu amana kwa wie say wasese omanfo sebre no ono ni re fi say wo ka ho enu tira mpanifo tabu baby say owe ofo nsa e ahwewo de ni nsa num ehia sekan wonso wonsa num ehia sekan enti se wokọ na sese bi ukokum aboafo na owe ni namo a ni aka che se hwewo de. Now to the substantive case edayenim, who is talking in the first place ade a me observe ye ewo ne poster or the bar bontin say ena wie obeye press conference no
any that to say
sa poster no by any stretch of imagination no she is impersonating say oye chief justice
enti mbachonia ye reka wa say ye dia to or say chief justice Gertrude Tokunu speaks.
Onye chief justice Ghana nye chief justice no
onye chief justice
David say wo ye posini na ye ma interdiction say kotena fie wabra ye hwehwe wo nsemu a untimi nkwa bontin koka say wo ye posini still untimi wabra ye hwehwe wo nsemu
David wo waka ni bi answer
ye wo ade bi abroni frɛ no adjective so by describing who you are no ebi abekisima ka say may ye suspended chief justice because that is what you are
because you nyi wedi
you are not sacked
but you are suspended.
Yes, you may be thinking say whatever wakeka medru ho
yeah
but ade wo say show trim say who you are as defined in the public space no must be the reason why I was say oh yeah entino quickly no
I am confused here when a year one no year now na year
we me na me year
and the enchire musa say we a list to because already no waka say one what trust say we chief justice we be hwe we obeka say
na me
the way there
we here me na epoku me hu say
me je ho fa
ma me no aye ade aye niamo ho no
okay
ena me tro to sro kakraka say
o correct no boa
ontimi ma me deceive public say
we chief justice
or your chief justice
okay
chief justice Gertrude Tokunu speaks onye chief justice where you suspended chief justice
yeah
where you suspended until she cannot be holding herself as though ono na chief justice wo Ghana ha wabra ye wo an acting chief justice in a very high personality of Paul Justice Paul Bafuboni
nti ye wo chief justice
the most competent Ghana wo chief justice are all acting
okay
ono mpono onko about to throw his weight about to say ono na chief justice tio we use a very descriptive word all through we have documents as I say ukokota ye de biba ba nyina na wa kire mu say me acting chief justice and this enko so pa ko betime the civil public say just because omanpani man to me say onyina Ghana for nyina name as chief justice nimpo wabra or acting no ko betime aka say me chief justice
yeah betime aka say chief justice
legally so and ko betime a defend say after all me yeah adwuma no as chief justice as me ka say chief justice so as like
yeah but yes yeah
enu tina oya na atro age acting
yeah
now who na ye we ya to asen no te say obi okọ Pentecost ya born asen ayi de dey was say ba so
no one no
no she is misbehaving in public
of an enemy.
Total misbehavior.
Misdemeanor.
It's a highly intolerable behavior. And that can even account for her sack.
Oh, the money I can in
The behaviors she has put out today. It's a total misbehavior that must be punished. It's punishable by law. Because one, everything that is governed around her removal or otherwise, and are governed by the laws of the land. The law is superior to any individual. That is why I began my description of power and law, where power is being misconstrued with another adjective of authority. What must I say? Now, that said, to the substantive and Samuel Walker.
Before you go to substantive, let's recognize yes. Solomon
Senior.
Akwaba.
Senior Kwane ni chi. Emo du. What you say ya kronto.
And the senior church him.
To the very substantive. And dear Sam Naba. When you are ewiase da bia wonamwa obi a wutie me so ye pani so ye akwala se sebi uni nyansa na sebi wadwiri mu ha obi a wutie me bia e wo so de hye utirimu se entatia ne kumso no ntatia
ne kumso
ne ba me kura me nka wono amu ne ba ne kumso no na obia wakan wosono ne ntatia story a sabi o ye de aye literature manfo de aye poetry ne nyoma no enya de kese ne kum ade kese na nka sabi o ewiase yase dadie bi twadadie won saw blade da hacksaw blade
yes
won say hacksaw blade no ene de na mafo de aba eye electronic
de ba ko ni bi na
fadada no eno any iron rods de hin neso
say hacksaw no so ba iron rods etre
hacksaw no iron rods no wo hwe ne kese sei na wo hwe hacksaw blade no ne kese a ano no
of all kind of tetre na
there be hacksaw blade na no na ye di twa no ano na saw no side no any iron rods or the iron rods no crampo ketu ewo mu no any hacksaw blade no ano no the hin na
iron rod no so
enso so when we say iron rods be atwa hacksaw blade mu da
there be
nyansa ne di tire so enya jimi meka jimi I try to let people know say don't think yourself a butterfly when you are a bird when you are a butterfly. What do I say? Manyansa ni nye adwuma abribia.
Yes, body na bebre.
Body na bre say mami we ogina we to say body na bre pa because nyansa ni nye adwuma.
Emotions.
Emra ne yeka. Osono na ono no na adwene ya ne se oye no. Ya de emra na ye adwuma yo. Emra no na eye entatia no.
So no so acheche ne mrem.
Emra na o chechire mu no. Like you said, yes, a superior argument that forms the basis say one kasa wuntimi nye otemuafo wa one kasa wa asemu mu because seba se one kasa wu bu wa wasem ho atan a
be fiwa
wo mfamra no nye adwuma
de atenka
wo de wo watenka ana afei wo de abegina mra na mu they will be anywhere one because who appeal to the sympathies of the general public. Now, yeah, sympathy, yeah, one ma wo ewu ye no. E ye fie p.
Achepa.
As I say, Abda Ubedi, Chief Justice Nandi Musa wo fam ran nyaduma. And as useless as that, we didn't want to give you any listening ear. Converting me better studio ha and me be two fo na me catch you say e ku for do only certificate o ye lawyer ni fine means me nka so anya lawyer ni na emma wo ho kwan emma
or your lawyer need as well certificate
there be only certificate pacho your lawyer for a omuko here understudy e wa lawyer for fufuro bi ho ono ni papa wo certificate but oni bi
o intention
emaye nko bi emaye nko oni bi
o dem nko
now Ghana Bar Association pe and be legalize and now be license obi dey say Kufuor do Ghana they say Kofi Asante be there too ubusa ne say okọ university the first degree onyan we oni bi enso a lawyer ni we oni bi o enya say me kadi agro oni bi he has no first degree only undergrad certificate biada but a lawyer. It's only Ghana Bar Association, that useless association that have always made it look in the eyes of the public, you know. And they bet me alliances will be way. So
Ghana Bar Association useless.
It's a very useless association. Now, me too ne phone. I didn't know, sir. Already know her mind was made up. Sir, or no, or babe yet the bidding of the elephant. Na onim say entatia ne kum so no on say charges here ya kan ho asemi nyina no enka entatia ma
okay normal
eyade a
so do obi etu
ade na waye odi ukura tu kwan we kanya asem bia o but a sense we so ban boni ni woni ye boni a uda na die e wo Ghana abra nka wo ye e ka ketwa bi nka ma me we ya ma wo ye na ba o ma we mu
ade na ye
hwede odi ye speaker no asa kwotro say your friend is saying your vacuum you can say cry
a constitutional crisis sorry
obi a ono no obi a ono no ni certificate a ono wansua mra no wo na papa no maame wo papa no o kofodu as a tech boni a okodi ya ye pam ni free school mu ho because of wo
papa
tokonu
boni be no kodi
the friend Abraham Saki
okodi boni krono ben
oh openi na me mpese me ko
da bi openi aya onso ntimi nso nka ne se nya ne ho
oh mi nya ne ho sa
da bi ntimi ka se ne papa ko bokrono
enya ono nkwa na ye ne ba
da bi
enya ono nkwa na ye
ne ba
so be
ka se obokrono wi no eni o ntimi ka so ko bokrono kwa
da bi eni okowi a school ni oma eni e pam no
ne papa
ono ne papa Abraham Saki
ebia atesem
oh atesem bia so no
bia atesem
bibi wo ho se nya nipa ntimi mo ni sire mu nka asema me kan se busuan me se omo se me boa omo fa me nko court
ya court unsuru court to mo
dia yo unim adwuma unsuru broni o no da bi me timi ka ho asa no aka tro se court masama ma kira kwan ne se court no wahu enti mami o papa ni di na matro wa no he Abraham Kofi Saki on tina e friend Saba
yeah
ni papa din de Abraham Kofi Saki
so no your ban no de Saba
nse matro wa
yani din be he
de tokonu no ye ni kunu no
oh ka tokonu asem ne papa be
ni papa no me kse o papa wu nti wakwa bokro no am ya pam na free school ama
what is not proven
fine what they say platform media
yeah
eso what ha we be fraw because papa no your headmaster no na nyamwa and na or your headmaster over them it is school for no and e bo manie school for no your headmaster over them no
and every fraw
and omo no e bo amanie so omo bo a me so me ye den me bo
anyway
enti no so papa timi ya pitini mo rem abomu kro no nyina me yi na di ya hwe wo school na ma betra studio high too for say jai se wo ma wo ho kwan ya ma political party bia ne kind for wo no woni certificate school ya wo ko bi wa ko bi enti jai ma wo ho kwan e ma ne yusu wa bra ne ho asem sabi asem a e koso yi e ya asem bi ho ya wo now e di asem no wo ka Abrantie Daniel Ofori asemi a ode ye petition wa waje atum se wode oman sika etwa ticket ma ukunu ene wo ba ana wo ka tse Ghana fo se ewo wo krata ye de ma wo se fa bedi dwuma ma o man no mu se wo betimi anya 2 vacations krata na ye troma wo no ene o man ne mra no de na mu odu nipa na adwini awuo no se Akufo-Addo atro krata ma wo Akufo-Addo wo so temra Akufo-Addo ye ameka wono wo ye obi a wabon a one call law school nti no nimu mra but oye lawyer ni mitimi nyin free ni sem so onye lawyer ni and what your krata ma say wo betimi akọ 2 legal vacations na so 2 legal vacations no so what throw wo mpo say
in a year, right?
In a year no wo betimi akra de o man sika akọ akọgro medam asia and na wo ye judge ni na wo ko school na wo ma me no papa boni a wo papa di ye kra po ye na die no won tra wo na won nwe wo ho awisi aba dwen wo ho say untimi mfa o health insurance enkonko ye registration enkoto aba because o man mra ne so chen de parliament impo a ono se mra no aka se ye betimi de o health insurance akwa ye registration parliament na yes amra no
You even use birth certificate.
Me bi na ma birth certificate wo
Very well.
sabre no na Charlotte say ena ye electoral commissioner obe inheriting mra bi a afarijan na de call mra se bedwam ma mra no ye gi tu mu se wo man se wo betimi de health insurance card akọ register esa se health insurance card ne so no ya tro se we citizen na se we resident ya tro wo so anya Ghana fo nkwa na health insurance omo amunya Ghana fo a omo no sabio wa mabetena omamu as residents obi anu wo tu kwan ofi se me ye transit to Ghana ha ana se bi kro ye tourist obetima ye health insurance ni bi because health insurance no ya anya ma Ghana fo nkwa keke ye ma obi a because ye health insurance levy a ono so to nsu a otua levy ni bi okodi di restaurant a otua bi oto bibia VAT no NHIL ewo so national health insurance levy ewo so entini ya anya ma obi a sebi oye Ghana ni nko a ye ma obi a oye non resident but not citizen ana you say on the face of health insurance card no ubetimi di akọ registration se uduru ho na ya tro so say onye Ghanaian na emom uye resident Ghanaian na je say onye citizen enti ye ntimi register meboa enti afarijan mu hu sade ni nyina sade ni kodu Supreme Court no omo say ye mongu na ye spanji omo a omo di national health insurance card e register ye free register nim ansa na Akufo-Addo be man pani 2016 asem na making okay sabre no na the discussion was that who is a citizen and the course trajectory ye kwa ko busa say o birth certificate betimi ama wa ye citizen ana eno so tokonu we ya ni papa aboka wo school fees sa tokonu we o say o birth certificate entimi ndedi say we a citizen
A work decision.
na sa nipa we e ye chief justice a e dey na chese me list o me nkojina ba bi nka so chief injustice I was making because there's nothing justicial about the decisions.
And offer yet the same birth certificate near the copy passport.
What they compare passport?
No, the
other Ghana. Wait, I didn't wait the
national ID card.
I didn't wait the Osno Ebetri.
Ghana card, the passport. The
better than Osno ba madam.
As we two about seeing again.
A better than Osno mami or madam.
I mean how?
And the ne commentary ne no running in Nana. I can only see one word.
And only a day.
Frustration.
I mean I frustrated.
Or you're frustrated. Adwene ni nye
ba hwe na dim kura na se
utim se adwene no ohia oyarehwefo because me hwe the way our kasa kura to say Parkinson disease ne eyi de
ho agi kan yi kasa we psychologically indisposed
no your friend is schizophrenia
no de
schizo
doctor be improve
e de ne ho agim da bi the way all kono say wanya obi obehwe na adwene mu aboa no a why am I betima boda?
So just on taking mental health serious.
Very seriously. Very, very seriously.
Okay.
Because she has not made sense. And I mean, I'm not the type that listens to persons that are not serious in life. But I had to listen to her because I felt, say, maybe she would have a point. Not a scintilla. As the bottom line is, I say,
on what judge you?
Chasa.
Of a case in the back, I judge.
How? And your committee no inquire anyway.
Why your committee no Juma simple.
And what committee name? Flout it.
If I say what disrespect the committee, no.
No, she should flout it. And that is why I just want to give a proposal. You see, beyond the petitions that have been heeded to by the president through the Council of State back to the committee, you know. As I just said, me no minyame petition, but I want as many Ghanaians as we can to further move with another petition.
No, not your petition.
Yes, because her misbehavior today, no.
Even today
she say omumra. Ade was ye holding in camera.
She's in
camera
contempt with the committee.
Ade bia e fa say ye chief justice adie no ho no. Eni kwan say process no e beda badwam. Okon ho court. Say process na ye de yi na die no. Opese ye mfa camera. Na media phone nyina entwa.
No be a petition.
No mu. And a court rule ye by a 4-1 decision or 4-1 decision say sa sem na wo ka no senka wo yo bi a wonimu mra ko fa ma court ho
court ankasa
sa na court kan me pa to what kind decision no
no but say phrase no say court case wo yo bi a
e ba jo me no me interpret court no
no can me asem na kan no when you are quoting me say court no interpret say ususu say say no me interpretation
na say ma ya bo agu no court no ehwe asem ni bogu say obi a wo ye chief justice for outgoing or suspended. I think the best adjective is suspended.
For now, suspended.
Me the say or outgoing. Looking at her behavior, misbehavior, no? She's going.
And the behavior no
cry. Subai on. Maybe I make case subai. It is any say untimi fancy. Uchu mutaya bepi. The subai ya na odi dada na dia ye board your mama dia on say no si portrait and share your mama. I was saying ka wo obi te say your mama wo fia. Enka saba. Enka wuni. Akufo do ya mudi na chi wabon. On the Akufo do ya ma wa si wani magu ase poto.
Ono so to akọ wi ndi otifie.
Wa wi ni dia wono otifie. We say statement dey o kan yi. Meti ma chiro ba bi efiri.
When na chiro e.
We. Me ma adwene mu susu say e be ga bia sa o cheda ko. Obi a wa born law, what tran law class. How many times no throw the exams? Eno kra no pass impo e no say nya hwe the way I am dia say nani magu ase dodo. Mo de mo ma no pass bi no nko. E no mo pass e no. The way I walk in can you man. Me imagine mu o. Anyo obi adwene am dey ka so. Me nsusu ye mu no. Me hu ni say statement dey o twe. O kan yi. E Gabi. Sa anya Gabi a nipa ono na adwene mu o ha pa te say Gabi. E ya afenyo.
Minority leader.
Yes. The minute micro minority leader.
It's unfair to make that statement, sir.
Oh, now dream on her. I've told you, sir, MPP lawyer be no him law. MPP lawyers only understand knowing the judge to me knowing the law. Because when him judge, I don't copy a bribe. No, what the judgment. They want shortcuts. They don't know the law. They don't know anything about the law. Sure, I dear Bakwa, my mini raise ya. Ebe mo hu se maami na adwene mu e hapa ba ko ne se o se second petitioner no ono kre friend is saying akurugu o se ho anwan
so akurugu
posi ni no
because akurugu
tio o se akurugu no ye ma judgment wie ye no tio ye ma judgment wie no ono akurugu ne kasa e hwe say judge ma judgment bia obetimi kura ka chen so e kwasea different from say onya ma judgment. There's nothing contempt about say judge amana judgment awie
so we
na wo tira wa adwen won judgment
and we
ana ni behavior we no opekura betimi aka say judge do ye kwasea ye say judge no or ye public officer obekwa ko report to police say what did not attempt na ye de wa fa samra kwan ne so enye wono e no ba be judge in her own court
I don't know see Latin your friend say
your friend no Nemo Judas in Cosa Sua
abo
of answer your friend say
Nemo Judas in Cosa Sua
Adia Judas is carry to me
untimi nya judge wo wa sem Adi tina kansa
Solomon Wusu
Adia edi akire ne se wo be ye judge wo wa sem mu a wo bebu ntantia
aba
ebi ana wa mi ye yo
yeah no
you say I will press conference
no ka say
question say grandpa journalist be busa akra say my journalist be musa question
oni answer
adwene ni mu ha body ne be bre
oni answer
ekuru bi wo kra ni kwa say nka ne ba wa bra bu we be ma papa na de na chi a obetu no fo say isaba dia base mesel de
Trado
na sutro mienu mani han
Trado
be ma nya sani o
me kura ka me borrow west no maka say aba papa with the list to your attack was the time is the mighty judge ti Trado I
ti you know we kura obetima catch out there e won dey here you easy but go with your gratuities and everything.
They could have done that.
Just so that at least you are pacified by the fact that ebi American kura no enim guase we dey wo sabe chief justice organ ha bie mu a o man no kura abo
you see I don't want to be chief justice bi
enim guase we na me say I committee ne tena se kura say one chief justice I mean
dabi ya kura the committee
oh na me na ka me first person ka me ye dey tori dey no ye ni swa ka me kwa bu a judge dani nyina gu wait hungry lioness and I say can this was so ma say mu anu apeja the case versus we scanner wedding why are there pa
because they say I watch them you want to be funny
when we now say we do man sika sabe ko be a hungry lioness enti no in summary no
that's olumrem
she has not made sense. She's been very emotional and yemfa emotion in color. And to quote her own words, she can make all the noises she wants to make. I just heard her make noise. It's just noise. All I heard was noise. Che, 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 che. There was nothing, not even a scintilla, an iota, a molecule of wisdom or sense. And what make it? And you know, let's treat it with the most contempt.
And to
contempt.
Pinch of salt.
But if you don't want to treat it with the contempt it deserves, then if you want to be serious as a country, you should hold her answerable and accountable. For one, impersonating as the Chief Justice. 2, being a judge in her own case. 3, spewing falsehood. 4, interpreting issues in her favor, and all put together for showing an intolerable behavior
live
as a suspended Chief Justice
on Accra100.5 FM
on that
citizen
note,
show.
You mentioned something about the argumentum ad mesir. We say we kasana mi mesir.
I know you don't know. Baby.
Augmentum ad misericodium.
Oh no, so no way.
And no, yeah, the na wo kase. You see, the MC lawyer, you baby you.
Ghana ba for you so that no mo dey.
Oze there appeal to pity.
Appeal to pity, yeah.
Did you say that?
I said appeal. What was she did is appeal to pity.
Appeal to pity.
Oh here public.
Now what then now your lawyer ni?
Sympathy.
I don't know who your lawyer na be your lawyer.
Lawyer ancestor remember far from at the fee.
One fail it.
Also a 50% discount.
It one fail it. Is it because you don't want to?
It be taking me time for now. Me person me other things be answer.
Me who say mumu bi na o see a yire mo na ma musua de because adwini we ya da utirimu ya no onye lawyer ni a na bi ye lawyer oh mo na mo bo man you because adwini we da utirimu a na wan fa nko school na onye lawyer ni na be a lawyer.
Lord and the
Gary ni ma ko ye lawyer. Wo de wa hwehwe bobo list no. Samia wuku ye lawyer.
Ye be law.
Oh, it mesre mo. Oh, mo fa me say no. Me call school a on be fail me.
Say saying.
Oh, say Adadwa perifo say Adadwa esi di ohun no. Oh, because nipa oye registrar o no
law school
Ghana law school no. Ono me kwa ono ne first person me accuse you say aden na we qualified to be here because wabon
you no be pass no.
Or arguments na me reason. Oh.
My first message about change. Accra100.5FM 100.5.
So say because we share adwene that solo team anyhow analytical solo is everyone say senior solo onye lawyer na Gary ni mako ya lawyer
almost the comeback
obia otimika say where did you come from to go to college onye lawyer ni
where did you
come from to go to college
I am no phone.
You say, my Lord, what did you say? Where did you come from to go to Kolebu? One mini brofono.
That's it. But so long room.
Nano to Mechia were tea4. Mechia senior so. Nano ya Julian Ninkomo. This is Akoye. No chiro mechiano me fa na yo baby on pound keche clothing
won chia no chiro say
o
won sa me hunto
o pama dia papa
won chia ne say na no chiro wo
so ni se minua no
o pama dia
unia
o minua pa
ene no chiro
so good what a come to adepa e bi na so mi
o say me wo
when I was a keche clothing
keche
o so maka odi no
keche clothing
me ame ye ni nyina no me nso me frefre nso
me me ma me ne Georgia
all the dress here you
hotel di Georgia
o ame no
me papa kusi a waka baby DC kusi me papa prekope etimi nua ne Georgia ne mani nyina na me ma me ne Georgia
nti eno kire obra atade ne bi
I am me Listowell
na no poku
I am me Listowell and I say me private
my kajo mama
but they are very good.
They are very
good.
Ti eno chiro me ba cho ya mankra
they are very
excellent.
Nana no crowd
the green woman over in this
Debbie your party
na send this crowd the mona machenka
your party transformation plan
I don't know why yellow
also it me
we are greening you
because we know only say over aka white na NDC
college
that be black
green no
and
say
deep I see the representative
it's onya white or NDC
ni o ya manfo
no to me
senior
me ba no na me tie ma me na me nya ma dwese me tie no but obi na chenchena also chief justice suspended chief justice kasa or kasa yentie bi but we tie na mere hoye ema Ghana I think say Ora Mahama also started cracking whip or say ni brebem esan say ma me no wodi nsem hunu too much kokonsa no ya doso
odi kokonsa
we nsem hunu kokonsa ye do committee no ohwe article 1469 bana bibia besi bia right from say obi di petition ko ekopem mra obehia committee e be ka asem ni asem ni nyina ye secret in camera to hwa man penegi e no de bre wo chief justice onya famre wa kwa ana wu chief justice kuro ya ulikima Vincent de Kwasefo so kai ana no asema e ko ba bia e ma na chekro no akoma an ho ache gidi oso kokot wo asem yimfa ho yem petition wo wose chenchira maame ni nya copy say ye ohun ye no na chese nkomo bia koso between chief justice and Vincent Kwasefo all konsu kabode munsisa monsa no kakra munsisa muwe ana okofa attorney general ono de connection man ebia oya connection phone so say yemfa ni pantum ana mode koya court no e ka say in fact nuru kwa say court no be ka asem no ana o man pani ka say no mama me de yi no copy na mama me no enti no asem na o court no kwa na ka hunya but o mo ka wie ni botu wi ama man pani kra man no instead of 7 days or man 10 days but na me no man pani nya adwene 7 and 7 you need to so baby you know say command 7 efiri ho ana mami ya sa ko hye nkofo bi echi bia me nua kwabda bon fede ne nkofo yi o mu free hingidi da no m kokot se send dio poso sensizo chese ekuru kra o kanidia enye yi won so se chenchira ansem na akoso no eye unconstitutional ne ade ana supreme court shiai no mbotugu ya tina chese ya wai kro nanim te kro nanim da ona chese oba yi ma toko no ya hwehwe ya yeyi eno ntino no se oba yi ma na simuba no akọ court ode na sem kotu dwa se de ekoso no nyina ya unconstitutional yen declare processes ni nyina se nye yen twem na onkoso ankongodi ne hema de o hema ti wo hwe ni muso obedi hema ana wonu anu a waye chief justice a won lead the judiciary a wonu se watenetene no okotena anafo the colleagues anim ana the colleague ka se sema ade bai eye sebi ehuru harada enkwase asem ti omunyina eyi maame firo maame ne sa de no wantumi an grant interview bi akora odi areho eye fast kotena kemu a oyi film ba kasa de ne nyem no me asem we shasia the first futu a me de ma eraba tokonu as a shana went these hot-headed young men a woman eyo yedum no mpo ngwase esa se baby ade ne nam no e be faw se sushan e je be ya resign and negotiate your exit. Go and negotiate your exit. Between some amifu on countless occasions on various platforms. Almost damn. Yeah, go for damn club because I've heard people say that is true. I just say okay, bro, for time you. I'm saying no problem. Only mama when she slangs. You ever find that? Oh my when she slangs. Ana abrewa yip when mu na chese e wo se okoshia the committee na de areho ne say the chief justice of the land, the battle chief justice of the land Erabato konu maya tiasia say abra no lead judiciary no a judge for no mo wantumi antene omu ye eno ntino ono ankasa ene okwa koshia committee a yes court poaman ene esiedu teso a oye omuye ni colleagues e Supreme Court na ene de sangofo ni nyeni papa. That is serious, that is dangerous, that must not be countenanced. The first day I woke committee anymore, the second day was a Kenya na phone you were you could record na kaba no be video editing and come record this man body search here because they record and you cut that was na yeah me ko oyi other lawyers yan kwala grobi oni edi other lawyers re kwa no mo phone sukuta omo media me me lawyer de awura mu yesi da bi asema wo kenyi nyina yeni ho wonkwan wo de bia one sided story being provided by Tokono
committee and so I do omo nkasai
they are matured, they are so matured, they are behaving within the confines of the law, and that is what is expected of them. She wants to lead them.
But me nyaa captain we omo kan bibiye.
So she wants to. Obeso mo ase obi abolanfo awafa ewu gba no abefa ontuma. Ubeja akoko ni.
Ojiji wa konso hwe.
Ope jopa no opese struggle. I say hey.
Not done politics, not say.
Politics, MPP and this. Nobody is going to do that. Yebema law emrana fanu kwem
because the law is the law.
The law is the law. Mami committee adwuma koso na se kura se ye nte ho maache da be no na ate committee asem ye nyina tie bi nim so obi aye na adwuma anno ya na hu se flyers ye nua no man before share sem talk on no speaks and I'm say hey
women organizer bekasa
talk on no speaks am before mo na mo share
so you woman organizer
why is that a mo man title na say woman mo je atu say ambase oba tokonu era ba tokonu wa dan MVP ni enti talk on no speaks am before nkwa na share and I'm say we talk on no speaks ye nyina betie bi na me ba na me tie ni nkru na ho say a total waste of airtime minim so tia
MPP phone etua man
o metia sa
so ye fa bi
modern dey free
original source
some move for feed
fa feed but original source
we cover mu nyina we tia meka ni na mamu o go ma di ni mo ja toko no atua mamu ni nyina
ti me so ma je me sha na Imagine say
Eraba toko no say Assembly wo ka kra me yemu sheme say or say your convention normal practice say yi judges to the Supreme Court chief justice no one attorney general no any Ghana Bar Association de shia no moyiko ai beti free na no am say agbena say o ma entina enkoso yi wono constitutional provision and article 144(2) na catcher and as a kwan ya ye justice of the Supreme Court say one judicial council besiano I be a Ghana Bar Association attorney general I don't know judicial council on na say we cry enough grounds
on team raso ya na
ma me no say na bafu bond better experience man ya fan akwa yi foforo so chief justice
adia constitution say in camera or say there be give me waiver
one dey be up
what's the constitution no
also say the law is the law to akaza na mo no ma me e dey na ekoso yi hwe up to date obi enu abotumi a pinpoint mrebia o mampani abuso neither so obi atumi a pinpoint say committee no obu mrebia
so council of state
na say office obi abu in fact wa court ba ko say obi a ambushi wa na koi e dey na esi ukwan say maame obesa court hwede wa ba be say enyu awie wa should that airtime abedi ntura kese Mr. Ofori, people don't know he's among the wealthiest people in this country. Wa be try what kind of someone obi a nipa do say the host kasi Mr. Ofori okroma wa kan it say dia tantania bi obi a all the major banks in this country or your shareholder or SIC mu or your shareholder all the big entities who can once a mass say be onim the left from right and dia na Mr. Ofori no twe Ewiasintia, Obenya Wadaje, Mr. Ofori raising 21 issues of misbehavior.
Attention, penope, justice.
21 issues and 4 issues of incompetence. What's he in Tungwesa? Oye, Esaba, Eraba, Tokomu. Moi, j'ai des fois dans votre temps, vous avez mon effet, il y a des sorbetiers, maman.
No fire.
Ya ba na ma kama dina tre o tu say dad ya okay I didn't mu ha no can your petrol but you take it ya fansa esa say mra na se ye ye ma megina monim na wo de ye subject to the same mra ne mu a wa be gina no dwa o kama na ye say anam gan na se gan mra ne ye de na wo na wa ye
na so bi age mre no but judge be
so I dey mama ye you know what it
eh so serious
it was some kwakota so to me bi
no be press
ye wie yo
say ye dey ma asema kwa
assembly live
ma be press
assembly ye
anyway contemptuous
ugusu qualified by now say national security in or say somebody must go and file the attorney general or the committee must take the steps or me file contempt application near farmer me
this is a whole misdemeanor misbehavior
wasana boapa opeso lead you to the path of destruction but I can tell her say look the word on the street is the oil who be the year been home. What to me atena wiase wo na o say why you adwuma o judicial for 38 years and to me the one day be catch say birth certificate and just say Ghana ni that day na me lose interest me call law school
until when free
that day free now so to me call you atena bench for 38 years I a lawyer 38 years there. Now so what me a card or help me no me say birth certificate and yeah improve citizenship o cost na kwede. Why we are the better woman.
So lo vile nyadwe.
Mami na
better go school aba be better the
wrong. Your chief justice is telling you say birth certificate no and
Omumpa wa for 38 years. That's all over for one day.
Yeah, Musa say ogwa passport e dey no dey ya.
Birth certificate. Nanya no na me dey ya. Chese me nyega nani.
Global ya tese wo. Ya tese wo. Na no too.
But that hasn't been reversed.
It has not been reversed.
I think we must reverse that. I think it must be.
What you say?
Sir Judge, Mpacho, educate me on this. Sir Judge, make it set ruling now. It becomes law.
Yes.
We are then reversing.
Also, judicial review.
It must be reviewed. It must be reviewed. Over. But so my son person make judicial review.
Was the betimi aso. But say no, you new chief justice.
Acting chief justice.
Yes, you new chief justice or acting. You be share kwanya you be faswa. I mean, there have been so many wrongs in the last 8 years. So was here correct.
30 seconds now.
Oh no, on your intervention.
Into mess say
no, but this very one I want to take it up.
Then
birth certificate there no. SSS.
I will say good governance. Your secretary net way. I will say
you take it up. You take it up.
Send your sponsor citizens.
Na ya ni akra betu akunya dem god dem amia ye enchirema fan che da obeka say ya breso na se bi nyansafo ni kruma.
So no, ye wie ya beka ho asem. Ese ye defense.
But your friend is saying private member bill be dey beko parliament who judges the judge.
Very important.
Who judges the
judge? Yeah.
There should be some committee somewhere.
Yes. Who said the General Legal Council does not really help because the judges are there being judges in their own courts or cases.
And because who judges those who judge the judge?
Yeah.
Tito kono die. Na me die me yan say. Ene o kasa o di ntroto. Committee members no so. Ana me di many two members nanim. Poaman Esiedu Domlevo ene soja ni ba ene your friend say Professor Gisa. Na say e dia bone pa no mo dia ye wonti a wakwa ko gina bonti a wodi omo kokonsa. Ti wodi omo mo wa emma nipa mu mekasa no wodi on fa say futu odi bintu ho.
Agunu when mas.
Wa gunu when mas ne papa. In fact, and the sympathy bi a wo bia no ekọ.
Asai.
Wa say no. Na me na mfi so kan we nyina wi a.
Obeka se ma resign.
But the one me hu say enkwada na tu na efutu bone. O kan nsem bi. That is the gravamen of the issue. O say enkofo say ade na me resign. But there is a judicial ruling, there is a judgment, and that's a ruling now. A say nya start process be say unya a resigner ube lusu entitlement na nisika kra. So that is where the issue is.
Entitlement.
Afin na nia bano mo say hey kapre abra die starting no film sa time no ana ni enu bi e2 fo say obey
negotiate your exit.
Yeah ni omampani ye nyina ya mfe anu ntumi so masa oso wokọ adwobre wo
yeah menim so ma be say ne ma menko
masa no tie fa che me na me nyam kakra nko afi ma mi ka che se wo jaye nya yi enu wadwuma no be na so wo be we no ka se bia yempa che oni wachi a be ka no bokọ ne ne ye hu de be ye na wasa the antagonism abem abedi ntro
we are secretary ampa we yigu hopa
enya na wasakwa ku kotu socialist be honam se mami sa quotation we MB before committee na ta kotu pa ma me ka jam honam mo sa ade we free MB before
that is my many MPP ni na
fully
and kotu MPP ni ma
me say
MPP before the trouble
Professor Darko mo na ta kotu sa ni mo ye German pastor your friend Martin Nimoli
okay
Nimoli yeah. On the side they came from the socialists. Namuale crowd have been so Brazil. First they came for the socialists. And I did not speak out. because I was also a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists.
Yes.
And I did not speak out for the Jews. And I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak. For it to surface in your right hand, article, speech, presentation. Now, me for serious.
We are socialist code.
Mami ababe saje we amowie ya wasaje nsu anu maguso. Wa mo obi am
bisa question. Journalists for the questions maybe sound.
But I want to admonish Mr. Ofori, Akogo, any the other petitioner say or say ya omo drag mami before court.
We misdemeanor nkasa.
No. Wait for defamation.
Oh, what defamation? What go money must say? I don't make us say. And go for him who the petitioners are.
But the about one thing.
They ought not to have been known.
Mami naba what the audio Mr. Ofori try no. What the was that spending about 40 minutes on Mr. Ofori. Such a noble man.
This will be a who near petition here.
And wo jada yakayaka die.
Will be a
wo jada di ope. Mr. Ofori opposition no you through on the babedi ana.
David.
Ompe.
What was said the modi here to court nanye or you stakeholder in this country. You cannot be a stakeholder in Ghana more than Mr. Ofori or be your investment. Talk on an investment said oh man. Young court here to say judicious a mawe year vacation one ukunoni obia de tumiko. Ye can say official trips no. You are not supposed to travel with your husband or any family member.
Official trips.
Official trips?
That was all can be said for security reasons. So you can't go alone.
Alone with you. And not today you say, oh, qua, one officer of the state, or bodyguard, and a bodyguard, and me, the passport to a nil. This about Hukram Momuda. None yet the other didn't in Makui. And the mammy or the bodyguard number didn't call trips in here and Kavisa and Momubi and you pay them Nibi. That is what they're talking about. There is an allegation so bad, you know, Womaba Benya contract of 400 and something thousand or Muna your friends say captains and their judicial launch or Muna. So now when your chief justice Mano, if it is true, Combina sa contract.
And that is clear case of conflict of interest.
What is here? I said we now buy him and can initial nine of Nanko for credit inside 1 million was it. Your coach Musulo, who too quiet was the can be a balance no and young bedroom yet.
Now man for balance.
I don't know Muka ya petitioner. Aqua, and then some of Babetta press conferences, as you know, a press conference at Becayan. Also, would the court committee I say. Now to go you are no yeah,
Committee members.
Yeah, invite committee now. Would you want your on some more and yet your criminal? Yeah, from the dear, but for some chassis, you obey in the
Opposite TV.
I see.
Like you're hearing now, they say Ghana. Mon kama sem mame.
Na bese ka wase mama efutu ni de ma o se. Yedi akoda jesu na ka twon ho.
Na na akoda no.
Akoda jesu yesu no. Akoda jesu.
Passions.
Oh, na ki ahwe ne anka yaka. Wo se wo ntie wo betie sa ngofo we.
Dokuna so den.
Ana ne bebi abedui. Tisi awa waje atum se bebi adui. Wo yi omufiri mu a osika bebo.
Yeah.
De o mu se adui se yanko pa John Mahama cho.
Say what do you kura na entitlement.
Tisi ano ye hu se tokono. Ade obeka ye ni nyina sam na wie ne se.
Ne yes gracia no.
Yes gracia no. Hwe osro.
Yes John Mahama.
Jera John.
Ayo on fama.
David.
What's to say?
Yeah, yanti ase ma no.
Okura nyame animu.
What just your
me ma na hwe.
Say good governance you be check me.
Wasum 30. Oh, list wasum 38 years.
No, 38 years no.
Because they oko.
The was some of the man said the ora atuguba. Ana say ora era no mo a omo wi. Ba no ni omo wie no. Omo wie ne fel so. Oh, enye guarantee. The way we wie the tantan.
But when we wie the tantan, I won't chem half man.
At least mo money be.
Yeah, man half.
Omo money quarter.
Quarter on. Anything
quarter of half is how much? 1/8.
1/8. Yem fa man sir. Yes, half a loaf is better than none.
Yeah.
Yes, no. Because yes, sir. no to idea pa idea obey wo de chire de abai wo mu ntia yemfa
me o ba ntimi ntimi nka se nyanse ni
da bi ya nyanse sa but da
ntimi nka
de ko idea ta uba kana akwa yes you sexist
ntimi nka se nyanse ni
but idea no so why
is it that Bema Semba Yanka
of a Bema or buy different so
Oba ya kan ya na you refer to Oba to say bia Professor Gina na Pokwaji
so different na no Pokwaji mabam
it is a ko fa bibi foforo a ente sa ba then it means we are
Martin say aban so be respond
the way it's not necessary aban kana nuntum. They should allow the committee to work.
I believe so.
They should not respond anything.
But there are certain issues.
Mama Mayano MPP NDC and say government should not respond on anything.
Because
we have a committee in place. They should allow the committee. You see, the moment government comes in, MPP NDC near same matter. I'm responding for what? Please, they should allow. Very well, but the point is that they should allow the committee to work. And yes, undermine the power of the committee. We have a committee.
But I think I talk on the last sheet.
What by an MPP and NDC now say?
But the last sheet, right? Because I mean, it was a concluding remarks. No, I think go resign. Go resign.
So I'm so meeting.
But after a year, I should say, yeah, get Kevin to me entitlement. When is someone? Okone on fa mo ko to dwum sese woni aban e di asemo a ya adwene ho miensa so ti ase because one kasa usu no ban ya ene nyoma wo kire time a na wo leading na nyefe 100.5 the last days the oma afenyo e ma ye 12 o'clock ye fale 3 o'clock ye ka assembly judgment aba what is this where there is no crisis was all can't you see there is a constitutional crisis that time crisis
no crisis
but me tia on one create constitutional crisis what I dream no catch
Justice Jewu a known MPP judge contesting with voter region as parliamentary candidate Tadia Soria we lawyer Gau Emma speaker of parliament say Mira anamara Mr. Papa we atare no shekura MPP atade wase anka mane a friend on call from friends recuse ana on recuse no kakra was it be ye komu a ebi CP before just she's I think professor on why the next MPP women organizer or person took Jim for the over to kit
no before say you are 100 year enya fe na efiti extra kono I expect the Ghana Bar Association and ya boy for say no case a lawyer for ya omuni odipem we a clear case of say wabegun ho ni mase me expect say the Ghana Bar Association ebe je omo license omo de ma no esan say wagun ho ni mase na a lawyer for ne wo kromu a ombe say obuba be defend this atantade efiti ekirade ko e no ombe hye wanika
hwese betimanya lawyer accessory e wo phone so and any of the major lawyers in the country, I want to have almost some expert advice on the ruling. Okay, I feel that we in higher Accra100.5FM and penny for Ben Waha, Igusudin Kumo, Nepokolisto, of course, you are the Nanusis here, Solomon Owusu, Movement for Change and Chomba political party. Over, Nkomonwa Nikrem.
Minya Solo Casano. No, I'm really bad with him. You see, aside from any among one, I say, or your quotations, we say there are behind her, justices of the Supreme Court.
Sympathetic position, child.
It's trying to mean that. About a day or no touch way. The bebo bawa. What I say? Anaba. Oh. Ayana Nipari Fino. So, Osha judiciary, you say, does she have anyone that is like her? Very disrespectful. Very intolerant and intolerable.
Yes.
Very rude, arrogant.
So rude. So rude.
Like her. Is she able to tell who is like her?
No, no, so rude. So rude.
At the bench today. Is she able to tell? Oh, you see, Mami no. Like I've said, obi here say ye bema adwimu yare ayarehwe ehia no. Em say ade no wana anye ho.
Mate say live e crab abai so respond mo be fa dia hwe de ko.
Me pacho if you see government responded, but I'm surprised they are. I mean,
I was also of the view say.
Me pacho you take here bind the no.
And penny force the jawa near the aswa. No. Say some of these things no. O man
part and respond they are not buying.
There be o man slide there. Aban there. E Ghana for aban, nya NDC for and e yo.
Wa beto ni o matum.
And your man all cano. It was said.
I hear in fact why?
You a perspective.
Yeah.
A nationalistic.
Of course.
Ujai we mane kwa. And no be form an opinion.
I think minimum by you say what you just said. As Rabbi National Party. Send this in a response different.
No, where about
we a government for all of us.
Your mind in idea. And mind you say ujai asem to wa. Na wa money muaya. A bear say your silence would have meant consented to dear. Obeka any.
Na say and also not just me no so the committee na dwuma you.
Ready. Say Mami way is leading committee no the original baby. What you say? The committee in the baby jina bedwam no mo sha say omo so ye public discourse there. Then now it is a committee no has been tempted to make public what ought not to be public.
Exactly.
The committee in there omunyina baby omugina nemum abai wo asudie eda ne so say oman no say dey asemonsa
edijaware
dey aso enti dey na mo ka fa ho ama omanfo ati
propaganda
san say maame no the propaganda ne nyoma a odi agu badwam ne nsem a enimu nyina no waka and why several accusations a tiaban
anwasio
accusations na all you know oh na me can be say it said ye dey ma court na ma be gina public say court na ye dey ma
why would I do so
nyansanim abababo bi ani
that will be the basis for me to play such a call. I have never spoken to the Chief Justice in my life. Second, no government official has played such a call. If individuals in their private capacities, in their private lives, believe that they have a relationship with her and want to call on her to act one way or the other, it is a personal decision that she would have to take. But government or the president cannot force her or even suggest remotely that she should resign. So that must be placed on record. To be fair to her, I don't think that she said that any government official has asked her to do so. So we must also correct the records as they stand. Yes. Yes.
The first time the Chief Justice leaked her own response before getting to the president. The second time, she chose to go the presser and level serious allegations against the government. Do you suspect that the Chief Justice has an ulterior motive to paint this government black?
Well, I cannot ascribe any motive to the Chief Justice except to express regret over an act that may appear to violate the Constitution. But I don't think it would be fair to ascribe any motive. As I said, she has every right to adopt any measure she believes will aid her make her case, except that we all know that it is better to do so using laid down processes. Beyond that, I don't think that anybody can ascribe any ill motives to her. We have a responsibility to correct any misimpression created about how the president has acted. That is the responsibility that I'm discharging today. That is all that there is today. Indeed, if there had been no references to murdered judges and the venue, which is a state facility, or some political vendetta or agenda, I will not be addressing you. If it had been purely based on sentiments about the outcome of some court cases or even the process that the committee is using, we would have no locus to wade into the matter. If the committee is minded and they have a way to engage the public, so be it. But I have only addressed you for the sole purpose of correcting what is a false impression that there's some political agenda at play or that the venue has been chosen for purposes of intimidation and as a way of using some dastardly occurrence in the past as a psychological tool to wear anybody down. That is what we decry. We don't think that it has any place in this discourse. It is most unfair, most unjustified, most unwarranted. And that is the reason why I have been compelled to speak to you to clarify that matter. Thank you all for coming.
Junimu. She say, I didn't send nipa wait me a judge crowd Ghana in the first place. Na senka mpese ya odi akwa kudru pempenso afi no aba ye Chief Justice. Cause so wo hwe nyoma ekoso judiciary ho especially at the Supreme Court. Edu baby omo ankasa hu nipa eye kanda pa ba bonten be kan say the way amoye nyoma yi mo ahwe ya mo be ma bojabu ma badako. San say Muya manad beye say ase MPP for na hyem achi say munye wei oh Ghana hanum na yen time fansem enye asem oh yen fansem onya asem say yen pese yakoya nuanom oh enti tokonu me ne okasei ye beko mu na bia me ofase bi anase me ba bi
rebusuani
akọ and I know me tia me come assembly and I'm offer see be afre me oh papa no kra no ne buy me girlfriend
oh say connection
me offer see me ti radio so amani abre
offer me pesa so just send connection
come asem no na I text me say oh offer is urgent please let's talk oh
guys asem here bi
asem I make asem ni here me pa o afi me pona me friend also offer we there what say my view na papa no cry na ne buy me girlfriend and I'm say hey I want now the duro
oh how no be
oh and she say no just omo wari a me nko bi no
unko say wo fa so wari an
hey na me wo fa say wari na me go wari ya
wo fa say wari obi say gabi ochida akuba be hu say
hono me ye busua asema frim na me politics me chem se ne chese nyame mpangu mum chese gabi be me makonta
anase to bitima ye
kronfo be me makonta se me ofase no wa hwe kronfo abusuam na woko
onye kronfo aya oka no wa che no wawia
enti gabi ye PDS na oni Ghana
Bamiana APD.
Huh? And I know.
You see, one thing about Gabi, he say, that guy is so smart. Say he does not commit
because it's madness.
Paperwork and no. You see,
because this thief.
I went here.
I know they like thief.
What here? There, no, you cover no. Watch Jaco. When they are married.
That's what's saying.
Hey, what's one on the near bra? Ya ti committee that Gabi shati. Another committee on the Agufodo. Agufodo, what a Gabi I view. What committees are go di Ameri Ejano or Ejumano? No, my son's what different headed by Gabi. Now Gabi no instruction.
That's what way.
I don't know what change Aguza until one in your capacity as who.
Anyways.
Enemy you watch Agufu, no, as a fatano.
I may batch her sound in my own Facebook. They are still complaining. Batch up.
You know, I think, say. To kunwa sem na abetodwa no I wish say nka enye se bia nipa etie ya we should treat it with the contempt, the most contempt it deserves. But if we want to be serious as a country like I've proposed, yeah, itemize bibia a crime and I say bia a misdemeanor and I say yeah bia intolerable behavior you betime gina so they are punishing na kayen hwehwem san say like I've repeated and ni say sebi obi a ono na asem ewo ahemfie a ye ka no ono be gina badwam say asem a ye ka no ahemfie no me ma adwene nie and you must as well boycott going there. I go we in enko council so say the san say misusu say ntancha bebenti no me boycott my attendance me dey eko eye committee nanimu no. I say I've always described a very group in Ghana say omi are very lawless lawyers. No. Akufo-Addo say or a lawless lawyer. I mean every MPP lawyer is a lawless lawyer. But Mami Tokuni was show a very high and gross level of lawlessness by way of speaking to the public what should be in camera. I think it's an indictment to not just her person but
very bad.
The state.
Violating the constitution.
And, you know, I think before a matter a hardware, how we can delve into it and deal with them. Say and can make me free make me just a small teaser be.
Na yanko break him
about adwuma bi a nyame ya aduma menim da mo be ma me na ka meba we are discussing details cocoa board adwuma no
Friday
da ben
Friday
entiere munye flyer
kwa me be
na mumma atiefo nyina hu se nyame ya aduma Friday
there no be one before the main discussion
na yen delve into cocoa board
Esem ho
pa
enye Friday
amanfo ahyeda committee apam ho awie o man sika twitwiridie in excess of 200
cocoa board
yes
all na boy
36 to $66 million
yes it is dollars
$1 million and it's still counting under the guise of cocoa rehabilitation project.
See, you paid in
and you know, now say me call cocoa foam, the cocoa foam, Mako 13.
Okay.
Yeah, the previous cocoa board, no, a high contractor, say Onko Juma. A Juma na omo high ni so Onko no. Wanye Juma no, and so a discount. I buy way buy no, instead say, or ye no. We use our contractor ni sin channel. Minua Randiabi. Minua pa Randiabi. Osadi adwuma no asa akoma sa company no. Who say ye be toaba no. Cocoa farmers no me no mo na eba efia. A omo si etwa mu cocoa agu na ye nwia. kwesi ade ye twa mu because 13 different farms our central region and timide ayi ni nyina videos ni nyina ma na me ya adoma efiada no etiefo nyaso na omuntie de ekoso ewo cocoa board
so that's it
de ntia na epoku namu a ne buafu a wo kasa anya sese bi papa ngoma so manu mo de ntia ni yem me mpese bibi bia beba ebegu do ma manimu ase because nipa no ba ko no ade man wanye de na chese de ode man fufu obetima ye nti anu ya ade a ehu hia me papa nti na me ya do efiada mpacho me nu ha be time
ade ye hye time no
and we mon committee for hu na omo make a date say you free bibi make a date
efiada be 30 minutes 3:30 to 4
3:30 to 4 asempetia nti
on 30 minutes nso
mehwe asempetia because ma konfuo bebre mu
enfuo no ba ku bia 5 minutes class wa
konfuo mako and still counting
ebitima ye
ebia nyame adma china
ebitima ye from 3:30 to
echa ko eastern region
4:15
meko o papa side ho
achim
ba bia kokofuo ni wono enim se ho no meko no mo fa nya galamsey dia
say they to me because me Osuno in the heart of the town Ankasa you took a heart like you see that you can home you
friend Orokodo
it is a Joe Forcing company no afari nek ne mad no mo yedman nyame adma efiada
okay
me pese Ghana fo be kom me ma Ghana fo ahu oni ni dwiri mo de adi na onkofo a omo aye omo adwen se omo ehihye omo achi se ko kan esan unim kofo ehye omo achi no
wane zangofo
no awde jai se dru ho a efiada na ye be bomu ama Ghana fo nyina ti
edia ye matie fo hu se
minia ba ku kumase ye friend Frankie Taylor
okay
na onu dru awia na obo African Express e wo Fox FM o se time kuchu ne film
time kuchu
ola so show
Frankie Taylor show
ola so Fox
Fox
wow
the longest serving friend is a radio presenter
wow
ever to have existed in Ghana.
Frankie Taylor
yeah, he's more than 25 years
more than 25 years
and still counting. I mean, he's a very loyal servant and a master.
I think he's the longest on Fox.
He's the longest. He's the longest on Fox. He's still there.
Wow.
I say, still.
Shorty.
I don't know, say youngest never. Hey, sorry, but are very, very loyal, and I mean that trait is something that I need to learn.
Yeah.
Nipa means science, and I'm very proud of him. And there is another man called Efo. He's still there. And Ibi no they are there.
Wow.
They are there. Do baby I know mo share, no ma text me, no ma stress.
Wow.
I greet them all.
Zulu.
Anya no anu aka ntiro.
The boys in your court too.
They aka no aka no. Talk on the why anu ayi. Say onwa no sinka ye Ghana mra no kwa yinsi tirase. Na ono nkoye man live coverage. Abra constitution on odi adwuma no. E ka kire say ye man live coverage. Or the court. Say am one ni omumra no.
Very lawless.
O se nyekra. Okokota ono ana focus oba ye ye ntumi mumra so oba ya no betwa o madapa. And almost what your mobile the fool. A statement ni. Say me de call aja for some be kan okra ma me no ana mo kan biara. Say akra de ono wa stand there de ne say ade nyono na target to. Now, judges at the High Court, Appeals Court, and commissioners of independent state institutions. Everybody no go electoral commission. The only okromo say MB before the case, and ya or no toko no na target them. Jane Mensah a friend say, boss mamu na target. And as we be no mami, and I go electoral commission. Ediwo the press conference.
As we na a meeting.
I say man. Where settings to a beg jar 20 Sabia, one no free one answer. Jane Mensah, you must phone and tell you, and you're quite in every one. Was a man can't. Oh, if you do all very soon. And it was a gun of money, but Mamma did down. As I say, a job is so needless. And yet, on my pony and yatia, Yako to a baby or calculating of a crying to declare not a electoral commission as a salary. Omo ankasa be adoma kase we dey ya peja yensa no omote ho
say no dey self for 4 years so many
no ote ho na o twen to omo nyina na eboa o ma me yedum isia wo sua meet the press o di onsia na kakra fa na hono obe hu se wa free judge mu wa free dodo ka bia ba ko ka bia anya so sad now asem mi so da airport wo one send ra o mo say your friend is saying o ma pam nkofo bi wo Bank of Ghana
be 100 or so ana
it's about 97 to 100 yes so o ma pam mo nyina o fa half from ja half anamboa airport wo answer na uru akufo ado ba be free ho directors mi ense bi o se clear wo mo da so ho airport na ba we minim say ye hu o say ye suro ayi die ye mo den papa eno go le te ku fodo so anama sorry
be you the simple
be die ti o ti ase a pen inside say wo trogu mu ani enye no go fodo bo mo emodi o wo mo bon what will they
grounds in the same scene you
our grounds in this mama airport na gasegu what can na gasa kro was here clear airport no but am you ma we affairs say mbeti omo financial position anu ti be bia no a ya to abawie ye a omo ye appointment eye azan omo suma fidi ama aban se sankofo no gosho no omo nye omo ahobrase hene boy bi o yes kit o se ahobrase hene enti no omo semu a within 2 years emu bedwo after 2 years no ma start dibone sata wi na nyeyi
ko atrem for 2 years
o tese
wi na nyeyi ogrofo so gufie ana nyesa omo gufie o enye sanka how net ana Bank of Ghana Oma Boka only last year 9.49 billion. 2022 60.8
billion. Now last year the come the bank say one must say Baumia sa gold for oil or coffee buy scam chrono that tanta the force ano and unquabo manica 1.82 billion. Tell the chroma yen very go. Yes, Yenibi. Stubborn, poor brother.
Here is stubborn proud.
Oh, here is stubborn proud. And no, what no, I walk around I could pay 200. Bank of Ghana personnel cost, and when you pay here, do my trionka as of today, a 2.9 billion. A kind of more every year. 2.9 billion. But now, Chroma review.
Bank of Ghana.
Yeah, the chair work is a can go.
2.9 billion cities. 36 I know, and as I say.
And then Ghana Sika 2
trillion. Bank of Ghana 2.9
billion personnel cost. As of the last count, we see how many 2,508 more.
Let's say we equity presidential machinery.
And yes, I'm like meanwhile, Sandy Patrick and in your brain, or net equity position a negative 61 billion.
29 trillion.
Now we could find the pegum say
29 trillion.
Oh, just here
29 trillion.
I will catch you. That is your current year, you pay mom. I know, Master, I should be baby. Master, we know I am dear, Mother Bray, a claim because Cocram. That year, your crown said,
but talk about Bank of Ghana. Now, we share a DB 2012. Profit 2013 profit 2014
yeah can
after 2018
they can go
loss loss of 1.8 billion
yes
loss of 3.1 billion in 2019
yes
loss of 6.1 billion in 2020 loss of 4.6 billion in 2021 loss of 7.2 billion in 2022, loss of 60.8 billion in 2023.
Omo moka se 2024 ye kwa ko print iska. Eno go ye say 1 billion ye ko print Ghana iska. abra only 2023 yes say only 690 million no yeah ko 2024 about 20 no na jump ko 1 billion san nyoma win news hwehwem ne so kwabna ne pachi ko so mo wia ye
billion we na me kai sa to force ma ye ko
mo wia
na ai akwa Jimmy Foi ebe di ya tell say ye hooligans okay
aye adese one way
of all they are the same family members ni say on the most
what's up papa and it just all come also mo come na obi a wate akemu bia no omuyi no na wo mu free on mesra wo munya we nya embellishment national scholarship another scholarship secretariat another bomb
I don't see
sanya kwana wo free okwo wo si bia se ho no e kapa ne connection yeah the chroma time say business any ntumi nya bia ya nsisa o mani sika ngodi
solo aya obi ti baby a obeka so tuta ko kasa dodo but nyese kasa o yempese mahama be fail say no for kind hwe bebe kan say omo wura ho no president mahama ma si obia enye auditing ni akohu ye no
mo kan mo fani nyina
na mo nya nyina na mfa ko obia nye press conference nchire Ghana for
ebuade nyame ka you
can go press conference nchire Ghana for say we na me koto ye
eka
oh
ya dia di Togo for kraka Togo haya kraka hey and Jamaica dia say o makoburu kegu ko fund department na be kro bedanka scholarship
you loan me you pay me
play me you know my friend
pay me my money
you go and watch you bring in money here go for the boy fu brutal
say we ta bond to me and them
ay
I'm the patwa bejiska Ajip black rasta
akwana wi ase ho no parliament shemra mai what are we talking about how do you know
no MPP for no there omo mu wi eska ni nyina no
obago parliament on anyway
they began in 2020
but I thought that man was a cool man
obi to say John Kuma the only reason why he had to run to parliament is because na we really
any IPO no say no
nip o ko je constituency for ni nyina ID card
yeah
no dia ba no abeje loan no in their names
mo na o Canada
loan cra grant
yeah mo grant no ma
in their names so in the constituency no wa abeje o card no o wie ye no
to be general Accra100
o di kakra ma wo ma wo hu se wa discount
no we di no
wo share na no aka cho sa bible so
abai adwuma
ekisika na ye dia grant nip no akwaje ID card
wa grant no
no dia grant ono ne ho no di mudia hye system ni
but e phone ni phone to you
e phone be di for this year
e phone be
di for sa se mu no ka
e phone be di for
ah da bi e phone di for
e phone di for yeah
da bi e
phone di for
eti we no na me se wo ko hwe ade a wo se ya sorry dan oba no de yire no sika
osofo
why
honest me dey me ni
so mo se osofo gege okruwa
osofo dey say
reverend minister
mo da mo ntiche
say reverend ministers na nya nyina na free nyame
enya reverend minister ba ko ni akobodo ya sort patch wo yi special prosecutor ko sort but amisa dai enya no na nkofa onya reverend
amachino
amisa dai amachino
o ma fa no
500 million a year scan
at bank enya chire o say minimum capital requirement
400 million to at bank
national service free
at bank
at bank 540
what you ala mo ye press conference say ala ne apam go for Bank of Ghana kasika ya mo fai mo le tete bank sa go sa go for enya mo e shemo
me twa me ma buy way up to 1 year had yes
that be mom 1 year mom 7 months
then in terms of say you bet you be atuma me hwa de because say a fair say na I press briefing na who SP abobidin na say press briefing na say abobidin na abobidin ya person mo chi obi tum obi ediga na skache ni tum
na kana for ba ya ko sisai okoyi okoba
want to be case no say wait say
kaza mo pesa mo ya no ya mbaswe dabi mbaswe o sam kofo edi sikana bani edi yo mani ana anu ya Iran ni yi Israel You can't say, or move the closest straight of hummus. I'll be before her must be but bonnet for pa. No money any ajokuma. Executives no. Are there oil prices because I'm a hocheraba. Now, oh yes, I do, we are. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the other catcher Ghana for you and say, Momo in down, now Mojano. Monfort Gentia, one more say take a decision or two. No one go take a decision about mine or mine yet. And yes, our man, one day a Tian will be the papers free. Afghanistan, Basawato. The Yen I am quite. On Machia Kung Fu Marco too heavy. The whole among say, and yes, I can't think for.
Abdul Wahab Hanan Anna or
Yeah, na
buffer stock. Yes, ya fano.
Oma fano.
Oma fano.
NIB ana
Yoko.
Oma fano.
Yes or no active.
That be matter Honda would to be come by on the number what so pay na that would be pay no. Why you no so yare. And the 5 hours I don't start to Jan Naso.
That is over for national chairman.
Way buff for national chairman.
MPP.
No, you make kai.
Na MPP Papa Benio.
And also Martin Institute.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you for having us. And happy birthday, go for it.
And
Go for birthday.
it's Yema go for it. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Yamisha. ADC, I don't know. What time will permit us to draw curtains? We have two birthday celebrants celebrating their birthday today. And it is our joy that we share in their joy as well. Firstly, happy birthday going out to you, Reverend Emmanuel Doku. Reverend Emmanuel Doku is National Coordinator of Ghana Baptist Men's Ministry. It's your birthday today, and we join the rest of the world to salute you, sir. May the good Lord bless you beyond measure. Grant you all your heart desires. Enjoy your day to the fullest, sir. And this is coming from Ghana Baptist Convention, also led by Emmanuel Aye of Class Media Group. Again, happy birthday to Deacon Richard Annan of Winners Baptist Church, Dome. As you turn 69 years today, Deacon, it's our prayer that the good Lord will bless you beyond measure as well. We hope that God will expand your coast and tentacles and uplift you onto the pinnacle of success. And as Kwame Kwache, my producer, Emmanuel Ayinti, share on Facebook. Made in the Nana Otu Darko. Yeah, Gloria, you're not feeling well. I want to use this opportunity to wish you well. I wish you speedy recovery. Sweetheart, baby, I'll be fine. Why? Okay.
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, there will be no roll call, no message from the President, no formal communication from the Speaker. May we move to item numbered 5, correction of votes and proceedings, unofficial reports. Honourable members, correction of vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 24th June 2025. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, respectfully, permit me to take you to the 7th line under item 8. That's statement by the Speaker. And if you may, Speaker, kindly allow me to read. He further indicated that the initiative is a $1.6 million project.
Which page are you talking about?
That's page 9, Speaker.
Page 9, item number 7.
Item number 8 instead.
Item number 8, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And under the mini headline statement by the Speaker.
Yes.
Okay, so Speaker, I was reading. He further indicated that the initiative is a $1.6 million project that will run for 18 months. Because since we are dealing with official document, I pray that you consider that we write the 18 first in words, then put the number 18 into brackets. Thank you.
Table office, you may give it a consideration. Page 10. (11). Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet earlier. I couldn't catch your eye. Page 8, under 6, communications from the President. The last paragraph. The communication further indicated that His Excellency the Vice President shall perform the functions of the President during the absence of the President. I'm not too sure though, but I want to seek your direction on this. Whether this is how it was captured in the communication from the Presidency, or it is the table office that has captured it this way.
How
so
do
that
you expect it to be captured? Because
my expectation is
that the communication further indicated that His Excellency, the Vice President, shall perform the functions of the President during the absence of the President.
My thinking is that it should be the President during the Vice President shall perform the functions of the President during his absence. Sometimes, yes, we repeat this for emphasis, but I feel that not to make it repetitive, we could make it the Vice President.
As a drafter, this is the best way of putting it.
This is the best way. I thank for your
Yes,
correction and
yes.
direction, sir. Thank you, sir.
Page 11. Honourable Member, do you care to know why? In these issues,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
in these issues,
We learn every day.
there is a rule on using he or she, particularly when you want to write in a gender-sensitive manner. So to avoid using his, then you repeat.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
is gender neutral.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Just a minor observation. Speaker, if it pleases you, I suggest that page 14, item 19, the second paragraph, line 4, we insert off after Republic. Government of the Republic of Ghana.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Table office, take note. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, on page 16, we have the motion, we have the decision, and we have the urgent questions. An important item is missing. Mr. Speaker, the member of Parliament for Tolom and first Deputy Whip, Honorable Habib Idrisu, raised a constitutional matter in respect of the decision of the House and anchored same on Article 104 of the Constitution. This was not ruled upon. It is my view that this being an important matter, our votes cannot skip same. Because, Mr. Speaker, today we have the media reporting a decision of this House. Although it was a majority decision, but the decision of this House is binding on the minority. It doesn't matter. So I'm used to the jurisprudence of this House. I'm not going to pursue a matter which is notoriously known to all of us. But an important matter that arose regarding the constitutionality of the numbers taking the decision
the argument of Mr. Idrisu was not to the effect that the yes vote was being challenged, no. But he was raising a fundamental issue regarding the yes vote itself, that the yes vote did not have the required 138 as envisaged by the Constitution. And he raised it. We continue to learn in this chamber. I recall soon after the swearing in our votes, some issues were left out, especially dignitaries. And some members raised it that, look, this should be captured in the vote. There were others who felt that it could as well be in the official report. But the argument was made strongly. Since these were very essential matters, the vote must capture. Mr. Speaker, the constitutional matter raised by Mr. Idrisu Habib, Member of Parliament for Tolon, and the first Deputy Whip of the minority, is conspicuously missing in the votes. Mr. Speaker, this must find expression in the vote. It's a constitutional matter. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I've listened to the minority leader emphasizing a matter of constitutionality raised on the floor of the House by the Honorable Member for Tolong. Let me remind him that this House, the Parliament of Ghana, is not the forum for the resolution of constitutional matters. The appropriate forum in law on matters of constitutionality where there is a breach of the Constitution, guided by Article 2 of the 1992 Constitution, the appropriate forum is the Supreme Court of Ghana. However, I note, Mr. Speaker, that you, the Speaker, presiding on any matter on the interpretation of our standing orders, the powers are vested in you, Mr. Speaker, to interpret as you deem fit and appropriate in accordance with law. And not in a matter which is capricious, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, on any matter of constitutional interpretation, the appropriate forum is not the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, votes and proceedings of yesterday, the leader has come, so I'm sure I was holding forth for him. I may yield to him. Tuesday, 24th June 2025, Mr. Speaker, attendance in the House, 229 members of Parliament. I agree with the Honourable Member for Tolong that in Article 104 and on the basis of the ruling of the Supreme Court in the Justice Abdullahi matter, Mr. Speaker, you have always guided us on this. There's a distinction between quorum to do business and quorum for a decision in Article 104. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised he's raising it. Yesterday, your report, Mr. Speaker, and you are chair of the committee. In fact, we should commend you. I haven't seen an appointments committee report as comprehensive as what you presented yesterday. If any of you have one since 1993, share it with us. To the extent that back and forth, the minority leader is accommodated even to have preliminary views as part of your report, concluding views as part of the report. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday you were six members here. You didn't take part in the vote. Why are you interested in the outcome of the vote? If you wanted to vote, even though you didn't take part in the vote, you were counted because you were present here. And that's what Article 104 indicates. Those present and voting. You registered your protest where you belong. But, Mr. Speaker, memory lane, interesting times, clerks at table, you recall, even post e-levy, we were not recorded in the votes and proceedings, e-levy, including our walkout, which was conspicuous to the Ghanaian people. I still recall, even that day, 6 of our members who were present in this chamber were marked absent. When I drew When I drew the speaker's attention, if you recall, it was a day where we had State of the Nation address. But you, Mr. Speaker himself, presided and responded to you appropriately. There is no breach of the law. Supreme Court judges, this is not the first time they have been appointed. This is not the first time they have been approved by the House. They were approved with the minority registered in your report, Mr. Speaker, that they were not taking part in it. In any case, be informed that we have video record of what happened in this House. And Mr. Speaker, we were more than 139 on authority. We're more. Play the video at any time. Play the video. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I don't think we should debate this matter, but we can provide solution for the matter looking at the standing order, the definition of vote and proceedings. Honorable members, vote and proceedings means the daily publication of the minute of sitting of Parliament comprising the record of attendance of members and any decision of Parliament for each sitting day. I will then proceed to ask the minority leader what was the decision of this House on the issue raised by Honorable Habib to have been captured by the vote and proceedings.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, first, my respected colleague, Honorable Harun Idrisu, the Education Minister, in responding to the issue I raised, in my very humble view, veered off and decided to introduce certain matters, which I believe that for a purpose of records, I need to respond to him. Mr. Speaker, one, I never said this Parliament is a forum for constitutional interpretation. I never said that. Two,
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect,
Mr. Speaker, if I may
indicated that I do not want to open debate
Mr. Speaker,
on this matter. That's why people were on their feet, but I didn't grant them the opportunity. So we resolve the matter by looking at the definition of vote and proceedings. Then I asked that what then was the decision of this House based on the issue raised by Habib to have been captured by the vote and proceedings.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, this is a House of records. To the extent that I will respond to you, and I'm not debating, we are not debating, but to the extent that a submission is made, and I'm right here, the records must not capture that which is not factual. So that is why I'm saying I'm spending a minute to address the issue and deal with it. Please bear with me. Mr. Speaker, again, the preliminary views that were captured were not only mine that were captured. The majority leader's views were equally captured, just for the records. Mr. Speaker, now let me come to the issue you raised. You have read out vote and proceedings. And this is the reading. And you want my view. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of repeating what you've already read out, let me, for my own purpose, proceed to read same aloud. Votes and proceedings means the daily publication of the minutes of a sitting of Parliament comprising the record of attendance of members and any decision of Parliament for each sitting day. Mr. Speaker, I did not raise the matter as a matter upon which a decision was made. And if you look at our votes, even questions that were filed have been recorded. I am only bringing to the attention of the House that the matter that was raised is not part of the record of the vote. Mr. Speaker, if we attempt a narrow interpretation to mean that the vote only captures the decisions made, then with the greatest respect, we may not be doing justice to the issue. Because we have had the vote, even recording attendance of non-members at committee sittings. So, Mr. Speaker, upon your own interpretation that you are giving, I do not think that the matter I've raised regarding the record of the constitutional issue raised by Mr. Habib Idrisu, which issue is not part of the
Honorable
record,
Minority
is
Leader,
misplaced.
what is the difference between the vote and proceedings and the official report?
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
The official report captures everything verbatim, but the vote and proceedings does not. That's the difference.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond to you? Mr. Speaker, with respect, I will yield to your ruling. I will yield to your ruling on the matter I've raised. If it is your ruling that the matter that was raised, it is not to be captured under vote, let that ruling enter our records, and I will yield. Because I am contending that to the extent that the matter he raised was a constitutional matter, our vote should capture same as such. I rest my case on that. But if you disagree, and that is your ruling, I would yield. I'm not here to get into controversy with you. You are the presiding officer. My contention is that a matter that was raised has not been captured by the vote. If you rule that no, it is not to be captured, I will yield to it. It's as simple as that.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the Minority Leader should be guided by the indications that you have given. I think he has already ruled. Maybe you are refusing to accept the ruling. You are refusing to accept the ruling. The ruling is clearly governed by the definition of votes and proceedings and the official publications. It is obvious. So votes and proceedings is daily publication of the minutes of a sitting of Parliament comprising of the records of attendance and decisions. Attendance and decisions. Attendance and decisions. Attendance and decisions. So that is what has been captured. In any case, my recollection is that he was not even allowed to raise that issue. He was not even allowed to raise that issue. The Speaker disallowed the issue. Yes, the Speaker disallowed it. The Speaker disallowed it. The Speaker asked him what he was doing when he was speaking and asked him to read the relevant standing orders to try and draw his attention to the fact that he ought not to even have been on his feet at the time when his speaker was speaking. So his attempt to raise the issue was disallowed. So please, let us proceed. In any case, whatever it is, the Hansard, which is what posterity will look at, definitely captures everything that was said, to the extent that there was no instruction for it to be expunged from the record. So whatever it is you are trying to achieve has been achieved. So I don't even know why you are belaboring the point. Because what he said yesterday, we didn't insist that it should be expunged from the record. Because so far as we were concerned, nothing was going to stop the approval of the 7 judges. No matter what you said or did, we had approved them. And as for the numbers, it was obvious that we had the numbers. And you decided not to vote. And I want to commend you for not walking out. Because my understanding was that you're going to walk out. But you didn't walk out. You sat there. You didn't vote. And we voted. We clearly had the numbers to vote. So let's move on. And you are not even against the individual judges. You like them. You clearly praise them. That they were very erudite, very competent and capable. And you believe that they will be able to uphold the rule of law and the Constitution. No. Mr. Speaker, may we proceed?
Yes.
May we proceed with the business of the day?
Please. I remember. Let's make progress. Let's make progress. Well, you raised the issue. You raised the issue. And I want us to have the understanding of it. That if you look at the definition of vote and proceedings, it states clearly what should be contained in the vote and proceedings. And the vote and proceedings is quite different from the official report. So with that understanding, can we make progress? Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yes, page 30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, page 30, Roman numeral XIII. Mr. Prince Inkansa Chum, he is Director of Finance, not Director Audit for the Electricity Company of Ghana.
Table of his cross-check. Page 31, 32, and 33. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the vote and proceedings of the 1616 dated Tuesday, 24th June 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, official reports. The official report of Friday, 13th June 2025. Under correction. Honourable members, any correction? Yes, Franca Free.
Speaker, utmost gratitude to you. Speaker, I refer to column 19, paragraph 2, line 5. Particularly, I made reference to District Assembly Common Fund. That is how it's written over here. I recommend that we delete assembly and insert the plural version of same, assemblies. And it has occurred in subsequent distance. So if
Very
the table
well.
will
Table
take
of
notice
is
and
directed
correct
to use the constitutional language.
consequentially
Consequentially for this is Assembly's Common Fund. Any other correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any other corrections, the official report of Friday, 13th June 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Yes, majority leadership. Any indication? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Henry is here to answer the urgent question.
Honourable members, question time. The Minister responsible for education is here to provide answers to urgent question. Honourable Minister, you are welcome. Honourable members, item number 7, urgent questions. Question number very well. Item number 6, urgent question. Standing in the name of Mr. Samuel Atamius, Honourable Member for Commander Edna Eguafo Ibrahim. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Education why some teachers do not have staff ID numbers and have not been paid for several months.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to respond to the Honorable Samuel Atta Mills and to appreciate him because, Mr. Speaker, this matter is burning at the moment at the Ghana Education Service headquarters and the Ministry of Education. My understanding was that a group of students where a group of the recruited teachers under very different leaderships decided to picket at the GES headquarters and to assure the House that there was no manhandling of any of them. But regrettable that some of our countrymen and women who have subscribed to and are willing to contribute to the training of our citizens as teachers, especially those at the pre-tertiary level, do not have staff numbers and thus have not been paid their salaries. Mr. Speaker, it is that they are undergoing some validation of their information in order that we deal with this problem of ghost names under the payroll. The Ministry of the facts, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance in the year 2024 issued financial clearance for the recruitment of teachers. However, the GS was unable to complete the process for the entire recruits to be placed on government payroll prior to the expiration of the financial clearance at the end of the year 2024. The expiration of clearance prior to the completion of the recruitment process, the Speaker, was partly due to delays caused by inconsistencies in SNIT numbers. And Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I'll explain. There are some who have dates of birth on their national ID cards not consistent with their SNIT details. And that is important for us because we need to make a policy determination when the person may retire from the public service, and we are guided by the information that is shared with us. So validation became an inescapable necessity, and there were also issues of self-reposting by some of the affected teachers, he determining where he should be and not where the GES have directed them to be. And then also some inconsistencies with their Ghana card numbers. Mr. Speaker, our data reveals that a total of 5,643 newly recruited teaching and non-teaching staff do not have the staff IDs. The number consists of 582 teachers recruited from the colleges of education for the year 2024 who were unable to complete their salary input process before December 2024. 2,650 teachers were recruited from the universities but could not complete the salary input before the year ended. And 298 diploma teachers were recruited but could not complete the salary input process before the year ended December 2024. Mr. Speaker, additionally, 2,113 graduates were recruited and assigned staff IDs but could not complete the salary input process before year ended. The data validation is very critical, especially with the phenomenon of ghost names on our payroll. The GES has completed the data validation and is only awaiting financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance so that they will be put on the payroll. As soon as that is done, Mr. Speaker, we will get them paid. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a supplementary question. I know per the protocols, Mr. Tamils should get done before we come in. But Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance. The Honorable Minister, before answering his question, preceded it with a statement. Which statement has gained national prominence? That has to do with teachers who picketed at the ministry and were manhandled. And in fact, the media is reporting that one of them died as a result of the situation. Mr. Speaker, he volunteered. I just want to ask, because, Mr. Speaker, you are a man who believes in the rules and the text. So I want to ask you whether, in view of the statement is made.
So observe the rules as soon as he is done with his supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, that is
you can
why,
then have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I wanted your guidance.
Yes, so my guidance is that you need to observe the rules. Let the questioner exhaust his supplementary question. So I can recognize you, whatever question you want to ask.
Mr.
Please,
Speaker, can it then come in as a supplementary? Mr. Speaker, can it then come in as supplementary? Very well, if that is your pleasure.
Yes, Honorable Atamis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister and let him know that I have two people from my constituency who work somewhere in Western region. They've been teaching for 2 years and they have offer letters. And when I took them to the ministry, surprisingly, their names were not on the register. How did this happen, and what would be the solution?
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Speaker, it will be important that I respond to the minority leader in order that what he has thrown to this House and the public, Mr. Speaker, is despicable lies that someone died. I challenge him to produce any dead body that he may have in his possession or the possession of any person. It's despicable lies. Nothing of that sort happened. There was no injury, no hurt. Mr. Speaker, this morning, even before coming to this House, I met with the president of the petitioners by name Darko Eric, and their concerns noted as follows. Despite having received our appointment letters and fulfilling all professional administrative obligations, including assuming our respective posts and performing our duties diligently, a significant number of us have still not been issued staff identification numbers. Their main concerns. I assured him that it will be addressed as soon as the Minister for Finance issues financial clearance. We intend to recruit as many as 50,000 teachers, which was provided for in the 2025 budget statement of the Honorable Minister for Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no sighting occurred at the GES or the ministry headquarters. And then to the Honorable Sam Mills. Mr. Speaker, like he said, 2 years without being on the payroll, probably a product of a fraudulent recruitment scam. 2 years, not possible. I mean, those category of the petitioners we are dealing with, I know that they got clearance in May. They were supposed to assume office in August. They assumed office in September. It's my prayer that we don't get to the 1 year mark before they have their IDs and are paid. And that we will do. I gave them the assurance. I discussed this with the Honorable Minister for Finance, and he assured me that once the Auditor General is done with the validation of some data, he would give clearance to many other ministries to do recruitment. So some 50,000 teachers will be recruited this year, and we'll begin the process any moment after the mid-year review of the budget. I thank you.
Any further supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, yes, you have a supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records, and the Minister of Education is a respected member of this House with integrity. I know that in the exercise of our public duties, there may come a time that we may not have the information. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, in an unrelated matter, decides to volunteer some information to us because he tells us that there was picketing at his ministry and no manhandling occurred, although it is being alleged. Mr. Speaker, we are here as the people's representatives, and we are to protect the rights of people. This is the only chamber where abuses can be discussed, none other. I would therefore be magnanimous on this matter by urging the respected Minister of Education to take this matter up, to validate or otherwise, to investigate it. Because, Mr. Speaker, those who were fighting, who were there to picket, were pursuing the economic rights. These are far right. You couldn't have possibly seen certain manhandling. But
so, Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Members, order. Honorable Minority Leader, I refer to Order 88.7. And with the indulgence of the House, if I may read, a member in asking question shall not address the House, B, raise any argument, or C, offer an opinion. I will plead with you to operate within the rules.
Mr. Speaker, I shall comply. But because he raised the matter, I just wanted to give a background to encourage a smooth process of feedback to this House. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll go by it. Honorable Minister, it is your contention. Not contention. It is your position that there was picketing at your ministry by some aggrieved teachers. However, there is no such information to your knowledge that any manhandling occurred or some other untoward action taking place. Would you take it upon yourself to pursue this matter, to establish whether or not indeed a thing like that occurred, which is yet to come to your attention?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. And proactively, Mr. Speaker, as I reported, timely, I was just arriving at the Ministry of Education when I saw a police vehicle and some group of persons around the GES headquarters. I immediately even invited 3 policemen to my office through my aide, and I engaged them to appreciate what was happening. And Mr. Speaker, they drew my attention that there were those recruits who were unhappy about the fact that they have not been paid, haven't worked for the state for over 9 months. This morning, even before I came to this house, as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, I met with Darko Eric. I'll soon share this with the public. And we discussed this matter. He indicated to me that May was when they got the clearance, August was when they were supposed to start work, and then they commenced work in September. But naturally, by December 31st, the clearance which was issued by the Ministry of Finance lapsed. I only can work with a renewed clearance. That is what I'm waiting for, and let them be assured. And Mr. Speaker, as I've assured this House, 50,000 teachers would be recruited, and some 10,000 non-teaching staff will be recruited. Adequate provision was made for this in the 2025 budget. I thank you.
Any further supplementary?
Rightly so. Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister tells us that indeed he engaged some police officers upon seeing some teachers picketing at his ministry. He shared with us what engagement took place. May I know from the Honorable Minister whether soon thereafter he had any cause to engage the law enforcement team on site regarding the lawfulness or otherwise of the picketing group.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, picketing is lawful, protest is lawful. We will respect fundamental human rights and freedoms, we would uphold them, and we would not tolerate any act of high-handedness on behalf of the security agencies that will affect the enjoyment of those freedoms guaranteed under the Constitution. But the police also have a duty to protect law and order and to protect lawful persons who are working at the GS. And they simply did just that. Thank you.
My respected senior colleague and minister, on the 23rd June...
That's the third supplementary question.
It is so. I'm within... Mr. Speaker, it is so. Mr. Speaker, it is so. On 23rd June 2025, this is what the report says. An incident occurred at the GES headquarters in Accra, where newly posted teachers picketing over unpaid salaries were forcibly dispersed by personnel from the Ghana Police Service, including a SWAT team. The teachers were demanding payment for salaries that, in some cases, had been outstanding for up to 10 months. It is described that the police action was aggressive, with terms like manhandled and treated like quote, and treated like criminals, and unquote, used to characterize the treatment of the protesters. Mr. Speaker, the report also says that the deployment of the SWAT team under the direction of the GES in response to the picketing has become of grave concern. Mr. Speaker, what I know
But is that your report?
Mr. Speaker,
Then acknowledge the author. Who wrote it? The person is at the majority side.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
what my colleagues opposite me and are just 6 months in this chamber show
Honorable Minority Leader, just do the right thing by indicating the source of your information to the House.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if my colleagues are insisting, obviously, this is my 4th term in this House. I would not pursue a matter. Mr. Speaker, I was reading from a news report, and I would definitely provide that to fortify me. I needed to give the minister the background to it. In any event, the minister is the one who introduced the issue of picketing and said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with respect, look there and reprimand. But you're looking here and pretending they won't learn. Mr. Speaker, it was the honorable minister who introduced the subject matter that there was picketing and a reported manhandling. That is what the minister said. He is my source. The minister introduced it. This is not coming from me. The minister, you see, that is why when you come into this chamber, you must learn. If you recall, I drew Mr. Speaker's attention that the minister has raised a preliminary issue preceding his answer. So I want his guidance. And he said, I should wait and deal with it as a supplementary. So all I am saying is that the minister himself said there is a reported manhandling of teachers who were picketing and that it is not so. This was the minister's statement. It's not me. So if you are asking about the source of
Honorable Minority Leader, we all saw you reading copiously from your phone. So we are interested in knowing the source of the document that you are reading. So it will be unfair to say that the source is the minister responsible for education.
Mr. Speaker, bear with me. If you patiently follow what I'm saying.
I have the patience.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, our minister, when he introduced the subject and said there is a reported manhandling of those who picketed, he didn't say, give us the source. He gave us the information. And that is why I drew your attention first. But don't worry, if you want me to read from here, I'll read for you.
But you are already reading.
I wasn't done. I didn't finish, Mr. Speaker.
You see, honorable members, the rules are very clear as to what we should do in
Mr. Speaker, if you read
supplementary
Mr. Speaker,
question.
This is in graphic. I am reading for you. Take your time. Mr. Speaker, I will never miss. No, Mr. Speaker, I will never misinform this House. The minister himself, colleagues, it's not about shouting. This is an important matter. Mr. Speaker, the minister himself introduced the subject matter that there is a media report. And I am quoting the media report that is graphic that has carried the story. City Online has also carried the same story. So how on earth do you think that a minority leader will come and raise an issue when he doesn't have his source? So graphic has raised the matter. If you say source,
so,
graphic.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is your supplementary question?
My supplementary question is simply that in view of this reported manhandling of these teachers who were pursuing their economic rights, will the minister, upon becoming aware that indeed it did happen, will the minister proceed to fully investigate the matter and report to the House?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, whatever it is, neither Graphic nor City Online reported any incident of death. My colleague may be relying on some exaggeration of the incident. What the picketers are concerned about is getting onto the payroll and getting paid. And that assurance, Mr. Speaker, we give them that as soon as the financial clearance is issued by the Minister for Finance, we will ensure that they are on payroll. The Honorable Minority Leader, no incident of death, unless you are saying that Graphic or City Online reported as you earlier claimed. Thank you.
Yes, supplementary question number 4.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that no, I've addressed that one. So, Mr. Speaker, I only want the Honorable Minister's assurance that, having become aware that no less a media portal like Graphic and City, having taken this matter up, he will pursue this matter and ensure that those teachers aggrieved of such manhandling are at peace.
Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, there is no matter to investigate. The matter to deal with is to assure them that they will be on payroll, have their staff ID. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to note that the teachers of Ghana would be happy. The President Mahama, have directed that normally the concern of teachers is how they get elevated or promoted from deputy director to director. Accordingly, the President have directed that any person who qualifies to be director be given his salary, premium, and entitlement, even where there is no vacancy of an office, in order that we don't hold deputy directors for 10, 15 years without promotion. So the matter of concern is getting them staff IDs and getting them paid. That will pursue assiduously once the Minister for Finance issued the clearance. I thank you.
Do you have supplementary question number 5?
Mr. Speaker, you can pursue your sarcasm, and I take, because, Mr. Speaker, I am sitting. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the posture this afternoon is most appropriate to the leader of the minority. Mr. Speaker, don't do this. We know some of these things. There are young men here. If you choose to use certain posture to disrespect me, one day it will come back and haunt you. It's not appropriate. If I have supplementary, I'll tell you. So once I'm seated and my mic is off, it is not for you to ask, do you have supplementary number 5?
Honorable Minority Leader.
What we are doing here is for the good of democracy, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if you want to pursue the path of sarcasm, so be it. It's up to you. But I will do my job. I know how difficult this job is. I will do it. Receive all the insult. I will do it.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take a great exception to that. We can all look at Order 89.3, which reads, any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions, except that the majority and minority leader or co-leaders may each ask not more than 5 supplementary questions on the substantive question. Therefore, if I am humbly asking, do you have a supplementary question number 5? That doesn't mean I'm being sarcastic. I'm rather operating within the rules, because the rules allow you to ask a supplementary question up to supplementary question number 5. Unless, of course, the rule doesn't permit you so to do. Then you can take offense for me asking, do you have the 5th question? But within the rules, you can ask up to question numbered 5. And that is what exactly I am asking. I'm guided by the rules. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence of our revered visitors in our midst this afternoon. We have Presbyterian Church of Ghana, Bethel Congregation, led by Reverend Richard Amponsa Mafo, Minister in Charge. They are from Ebuakwa South. They are 68 in numbers. We also have Presec Staff 5 Basic, led by Doreen Adi, a teacher. They are from La Nkwantana, Madina, 60 in number. We have Madina Demonstration Basic and Special Unit, led by Amakson McDaniel, Assistant Headmaster, La Nkwantana, Madina. They numbered 63. Honorable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana. May you have a fruitful visit to Parliament of Ghana. You are welcome. Honorable members, in the absence of any other supplementary question, can we move to question numbered 150, item 7? Also scheduled for Minister responsible for education. Honorable members, the question is standing in the name of Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Member of Parliament for Wejagbawe.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I also wish to thank the Honorable Minister for availing himself to respond to this question. Honorable Minister, I rise to ask the Minister for Education when the following stalled Get Fund projects and STEM school in the Wejagbawe constituency will be completed. 1, the Gbawe Methodist Basic 3, 2, St. Jude RC Basic School, the Weja Presbyterian Primary, and the final one, the Gbawe Cluster of Schools Fence Wall. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The STEM school within the Wejagbawe constituency was awarded in October 2019 to Measures Construction Logistics and GR Construction. The project has stalled as a result of funding constraints. The consultant, at the instruction of GetFund, has recently submitted cost to complete estimate for the remaining works. This will allocate the allocation of funds to ensure completion of the work. But Mr. Speaker, a contract awarded in 2019, 6 years on, there will be cost variations. It's only proper and appropriate that we do an assessment and evaluation of it in order that the contractor does not operate at a loss. A number of these gas farm projects are being reviewed for contractors to be remobilized to site. Mr. Speaker, the Accra Methodist Basic Trade School is one of the 4 schools situated within the Accra Methodist cluster of schools, which collectively have a total enrollment of 2,124 people. The school alone has an enrollment of 506 learners, comprising 245 males and 261 females, with 18 teachers. There is currently one Get Farm project ongoing in the school. That is the construction of a 6-unit classroom block with ancillary facilities. The project was awarded to Messrs. Imani Enterprise Limited and is currently 40% at completion rate. The school is currently operating in an old structure which does not support effective teaching and learning. Mr. Speaker, subject to the availability of funds, government will consider a new community day school for the Accra community. Mr. Speaker, in respect of St. Jude RC Basic School, one of the public basic schools serving the fast-growing Wager community, the school currently has a total enrollment of 577 people, made up of 275 boys, 302 girls. The school has one Get Farm project ongoing, construction of 1-story 6-unit classroom block comprising 3 classrooms on the ground floor and 3 on the upper floor. The project was awarded to Messrs. Dosmond Ovi Limited in 2019 and is currently at roofing stage. The project has stalled due to financial constraints. And Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, many of the contractors, there is no incentive to complete the work as they may be operating at a loss. Mr. Speaker, in respect of 2 schools on the Wager Presbyterian Primary School compound, with a total student population of 701, made up of 392 males, 399 females, the school has a 6-unit classroom project being funded by the Get Fund. Project was awarded far back 2016. Project has stalled due to funding challenges. And Mr. Speaker, 2016-2025, the contractor would only, with the escalation in prices and cost of building material, will be operating at a loss. We are doing an evaluation of it, and Mr. Speaker, we would re-award some of it, but contractors who are proven worthy, save for the cost overrun, will be considered. Mr. Speaker, the Accra cluster of schools compound hosts 7 basic schools with a combined enrollment of 4,112 people, made up of 2,000 males and 2,105 females. That's why I'm assuring the honorable member that we will prime you for a community day school akin to what was built in Kwabenya, subject to the availability of funds, in order that we would provide expanded access to both primary and secondary education. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
That's so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister indicated that subject to availability of funds, has it got any indication as to when we are receiving funds to have this project fast-tracked? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's about 62 uncompleted projects that is receiving the priority attention of the ministry. 22 of them work will commence this year and we would get them mobilized after the mid-year review of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm making a case for the Education Ministry to benefit from the present big push in order that we can expand infrastructure and get some uncompleted projects completed under the big push. In addition, as soon as the Get Fund gets additional resources, I'll be happy to come back to the House for us to prioritize some of this initiative. Thank you.
Any further supplementary?
That is so, Speaker. I also heard the Minister indicate that 62 are currently receiving attention. I want to know specifically if these projects I've mentioned, especially the STEM school, is part of the 62.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, about 10 STEM schools are being prioritized. The future of quality education is on science, mathematics, engineering. That is the STEM. And we've noted that around the country, we have 5,000 schools which are still under trees. National requirement for junior high school, about 800 school infrastructure is required. At the free senior high school, we necessarily must expand access in order to end the double track with expanded infrastructure. We are working at it, subject to the availability of funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I think my question was more specific. And my mentor tried to respectfully evade the question. My question was whether or not the STEM school in Wager is part of the 62.
Yes, Minister.
Speaker, the honorable member is also part of leadership, and I have taken judicial notice of that. But be assured that, as I indicated, Bawe may even benefit from a new community daycare school. If you have a school which absorbs a population of 4,000, that's very encouraging. And for us is to expand access to education. This year, Mr. Speaker, the budget is largely correctional, as is aware, but I'm aware that into the 2026 formula of the GET Fund, many of these projects will receive priority attention. I've already drawn the attention of the administrator of the GET Fund, even to honor members' entitlement under the fund for your education-related project. Is receiving Mr. Paul Ajay's priority attention. I thank you.
Speaker, I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honourable Member, this is a constituency-specific issue. Can we move on to question number 176? Standing in the name of Alhaji Nuruddin Muhammad Mumuni.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for the Education the state of the new campus of Gambaga College of Education, which started in 2016. Thank you.
Honourable Minister. Honourable members, order. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I should thank the Honourable Member, His Royal Majesty the Nairi Nabwago Mahami Abdullah Sherga, Overlord of Mamprogo Traditional Area, East Mamprogo Municipal Assembly, and the people of Mamprogo spearheaded the establishment of the Gambaga College of Education as a community college of education in 2012. The college is located in Gambaga in the East Mamprogo Municipality of the Northeast Region. Mr. Speaker, this weekend, I was in Gambaga with the Honourable Member. How I wish he encouraged me for us to visit it. So maybe one of these days we should go back to Gambaga and I'll look at it. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the government absorbed the college as part of the 46 public colleges of education. The college has trained and deployed about 1,726 certified professional teachers who are in the classroom across the country. Mr. Speaker, currently the college has a student enrollment of 1,212 with a staff strength of 98, comprising 38 lecturers and 69 teaching staff. The college runs 3 Bachelor of Education degree programs, namely early grade education, primary education, and junior high school education. As part of the government effort to enhance infrastructure in the college acquired a new site for development as its main campus. Accordingly, government in 2016 awarded several contracts to support the development of the new campus. The construction of a multi-purpose hall was awarded to Messrs. Corbiscan Company Limited. No work was done on the project. Similarly, the construction of the 3-story administration block awarded to Messrs. Julisam Company Limited. Work did not commence on this far back 2016. The contract for external works and drainage system was awarded to Messrs. Madabu Company Limited, with only 2% of work done so far. A model school block awarded to Messrs. Vepo Company Limited is only 12% complete. Additional 4-story hostel block being undertaken by Messrs. Rauf Company is at 16% completion. Mr. Speaker, these projects are part of the several uncompleted GET Fund projects. Mr. Speaker, 2016 to 2025, that is why it's an onerous responsibility for succeeding governments to continue projects initiated by the previous government in accordance with Article 35(7) of the Constitution. Be assured that the Gambaga Teacher Training College will receive government priority attention. I thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, I want to find out from you, can you give some timelines that we should expect? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, don't push me into mentioning your name into the record.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm surprised my senior brother, Honourable Suhini, is leading the charge.
Honourable member, you have asked the question. Honourable Minister.
The question is that I want to find out from the Honourable Minister for Education, when should the people of Gambaga and Nalero Gambaga constituencies expect a contractor to go back to the site again?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he knows what the Gambaga Training College means for me and the government of Ghana. It will receive the priority attention of the minister. As soon as I'm successful in my bid to get additional financing from the Big Push, some allocation will be made for the completion of those projects that have since been abandoned since 2016.
Any further question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, we know Gambaga College of Education is the only college in the entire North-East region. If you look at the current campus that they operate from, the previous government, that is the Dr. Bagumian Nana Akufo-Addo-led government, added some facilities, including dormitory blocks and classroom blocks, and also fencing the entire current campus and an IT center.
Honourable member, still, what is your question?
Mr. Speaker, I'm laying a foundation to ask my question.
Be guided by the rules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The current school still face some accommodation challenges, both classroom and dormitory accommodation. Is there any plans to add some accommodation, both dormitory and classroom accommodation, to the current campus?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member knows very well that the school remains in the state it was left in 2016 after the exit of the John Dramani Mahama first 4-year term administration. No significant work or additional contract was awarded for the expansion of the Gambaga Teacher Training College. We note with satisfaction that some 1,700 teachers have benefited from their training. How I wish we could scale that up, even to multiply that by 2. That can only be achieved with expanded infrastructure. So be assured, you couldn't, we'll do it for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your supplementary question number 3.
I'm left with one supplementary, but the second
That's why I said your supplementary question number 3.
The second supplementary, my senior brother didn't get the question correct. I'm talking of the current place that the school
Honorable
is operating
member,
from.
on the hand side, let me read the rules again. Order 88.7. A member in asking questions shall not address the House, raise any argument, or offer an opinion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. And I have trust in my senior brother that he will prioritize the Gamba College of Education. My final question has to do with, Honorable Minister, these days it's very difficult to get admission into the College of Education because of the quota system. I want to find out from you, is there any plans to take out the quota system or increase the quota system of these colleges of education for them to do more intake? Thank you very much.
Honorable member, I believe with this question, it must be a full question to the minister. Your question under consideration is to ask the Minister of Education the status of new campus of Gambaga College of Education, which started in 2016. Now, your supplementary question is on the quota system. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, for those of us who are your colleagues, if you pinch us to the rule, it's fine. Mr. Speaker, these are young men who have just come. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that don't get them to comply with the rules, Mr. Speaker, but the approach, when you hit them, Mr. Speaker, the man is not an experienced lawyer like you. If you now say the rule says, Mr. Speaker, you get him off guard. Mr. Speaker, our duty as seniors is to help the young ones. If you do that to me, I don't have a problem. But Mr. Speaker, this is a young man. It is a constituency base. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the chair. That, Mr. Speaker, please, these are your children that I want you one day to say that you contributed to their grooming. Yes, the minister can answer the question. He is here. Honorable Harry Nedrus, I don't know what he cannot do. The only thing he cannot do is to create a human being. But he is prepared to give some answers. So, Mr. Speaker, I am only encouraging you. I'm not saying you are out of order. You are within the rules. Whatever you are saying is within the rules. But I am pleading that these young ones, some have specialized in making noise. We must encourage them. We must encourage them with some milk instead of being fed with hard kinky or wachi. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading. If what I've said finds favor with you, so be it. But if you think that you won't yield to my humble call,
Honorable Minority Leader,
I can't say
I'm guiding them accordingly.
Yeah, but help them.
It is for a stated reason that Order 89.1 concluded by saying that supplementary questions shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. Honorable members, the essence is not to take the minister by surprise. Now you have brought a minister here to answer questions based on Gambaga College of Education. Now you are asking him about the quota system. If you want to ask a question on the quota system, let it be a question to the minister to enable the minister prepare his answers and deliver it on the floor. So the essence is not to take the minister by surprise. That is why I'm adverting your mind to your question and the rules. So, if you want to base your last supplementary question on Gambaga College of Education, I'll give you the floor. Yes, Honorable Kwame.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as was said by the minority leader, I did not know what the Honorable Minister for Education cannot answer. The plea, Mr. Speaker, is that, yes, you are 100% right. But if to the extent that the Honorable Minister is prepared to answer, Mr. Speaker, I pray that he be allowed to answer that. And then the young man could be cautioned not to repeat this the next time. But I'm sure this is something that is of interest to us all, and the minister has it as a fingertips.
The difficulty I have is to set a bad precedent. I cannot base it on the ability of the minister to respond to a question contrary to the rules, to set a standard. What if another minister comes and that minister is not able to respond to a question of this nature? So, standard rules must be applicable to all the ministers. Thank you very much. This is also a constituency-specific question. Can we move to question number 177?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not...
Yes, you have one more question.
Mr. Speaker, you ruled the last one.
Very well.
And
you want to ask another question?
Even after that, someone can also ask another supplementary question.
No, I said this is a constituency-specific question that you have asked. Yes, so sometimes for constituency-specific questions, we limit it to the questioner. This is not a general question. So if you don't have any other supplementary question to ask, yes.
Mr. Speaker, limiting it to the questionnaire, is it part of the standing orders? I want to learn something from you.
Well, by practice that I have noted in this house, when you have a lot of questions, Speaker has the discretion that once this is a constituency-specific question, you limit it to the questioner. I am not the first speaker to limit the constituency question to the questioner.
All right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank the Minister for Education for the answers and thank him again for having the Gambara College of Education at heart, and we are in his hands. We expect him to do something for us in Gambara College of Education. Thank you very much.
Very well. Question number 177, standing in the name of Alfred Ni Kote Ashi Odododiodio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as a first timer, I am guided by the advice given the House. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Education updates on the stalled Ayalolo Cluster of Schools project in Odododiodio and steps being taken to complete it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to the question posed by the Honorable Alfred Ni Kote. Mr. Speaker, the Ayalolo cluster of schools is located in the Accra Metropolitan Assembly of the Greater Accra region. The school has a student population of 1,614, comprising 786 males, 828 females. The school has a staff strength of 64 teachers, of which 20 are males and 44 are females. Mr. Speaker, the contract was awarded to Measures Flexcom MB Limited in 2016 to construct an 18-unit classroom block for the school. Due to financial challenges, the project stalled. Lack of commitment and will by government at the time to get it done. However, the date for completion of the project cannot be determined now, but prompt release of funds from the Ministry of Finance will greatly help us to speed up the early completion of the stalled project. Mr. Speaker, let me assure the honourable member that I've requested GET Fund to prioritize the completion of this project. I thank you.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Not on this very one.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, this is also a constituency-specific question. I'm exercising my discretion under Order 89 not to allow a supplementary question. We then move to question numbered 178. Also standing in the name of Mr. Alfred Nikote Ashi, Odidiodio constituency.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise once again to ask the Minister for Education update on the Richard Akwe Memorial School facility in Odidiodio, giving concerns regarding the structural integrity and of the facility and its potential safety risks. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Richard Akwe Memorial Basic School was founded 1st October 1930, one of the oldest pre-independent schools. The school currently has a student population of 1,171 with a staff strength of 26 teachers. The school can boast of 20 classrooms, a library, and a staff room. A 3-classroom project was started on 31st January 2020 by Measures Sparta Cranes and Engineers and yet to be fully completed. Mr. Speaker, many of them, as I've indicated, cause variation, cause escalation, a disincentive to contractors going back to site to get it completed. It's one of the projects government will prioritize through the GET Fund. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to the Minister for Education, and I'm very hopeful that soon we'll see work done. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, this brings us to the end of questions slated for the Minister responsible for Education. On behalf of the House, I want to thank the Minister for attending upon the House and answering the questions. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. You are discharged. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, the chairman of the Interior Committee, Defense and Interior Committee, indicated that the report itemized as 9C is ready. So if we could vary the order of business, because the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts was flying in from Kumasi, and I was hoping she would be here by this time, but she hasn't arrived yet. But the day is still young by our schedule. So if we could vary the order of business, and then so with your indulgence, we could lay that. After that, we'll also lay item 9D. Item 9D. The chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee is here, so he can also lay that. So, Mr. Speaker, if you will grant our application.
Yes, Honourable Leader, the application is to vary the order of business.
Speaker, we are not opposed to it.
Very well. Honourable members, we vary the order of business. At commencement of public business, item numbered 9, presentation of papers. 9 C. 9CI.
And Interior on the determination of the urgency of the public holidays and commemorative days Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented. It is for the distribution to honourable members.
9D, Mr. Speaker.
What of 9CII?
9CII, is that also ready? Oh, that is also ready, Mr. Speaker.
Report of the Committee on Defence and Interior on the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable members, report duly presented, and it is for the distribution to the House. Majority Leader. Yes. Honourable
9D.
Honourable Kwame entry.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance.
Yes.
Something small. Mr. Speaker, on the public holidays bill, yesterday, when the bill was laid, the constitutional legal was asked the leadership to join. All I want to find out is that at what time am I, as a ranking member, supposed to have a look, a glimpse of the report? Is it after it is laid and circulated, or I must have a look at the report before laying? Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. I have called the chairman of the Defense Committee, Mr. Speaker, more than 10 times this morning, just to have a copy of this report and look at it. And I haven't seen a copy of the report. All I hear is that the report is being laid. And I don't think this is right.
Honourable members, the rules are clear as to how committees' reports are to be generated and presented to the House. So, Chairman of the committee, this is an issue being raised by. So, what is your response?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, with all due deference to my good friend, my senior at the bar, and the ranking member for Constitutional and Legal, I explained to him that this morning, as the chairman of the Defense and Interior Committee, I led my committee to pay a familiarization visit to the Ghana Prison Service at their headquarters. And when I returned at about 2, there were some minor corrections that needed to be done. In fact, the chairman of Constitutional Legal actually followed up, and together we went to our secretariat and did the minor corrections.
The chairman did that on your behalf.
Mr. Speaker, after the corrections, normally what they do is they will carry the report to the printing room, print sufficient copies, bring same to table, and when it is now laid, then the distribution is done. So I want to apologize to my friend. It's never my intention to keep this report away from him. In any case, it's a 3-page, report. Everything we discussed last night is captured in the report, and he'll bear me out when he goes through the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Nyimedu.
Mr. Speaker, there's a proverb in our dialect that says that if your nail is that strong, they break it. The man has already apologized. Where else am I taking it? But it shouldn't happen again, especially when I am chasing you for the report. I even asked if he had a soft copy. I want to peruse through, but it's been late. We'll go through. If there is any mistake, we'll point it out. Thank you, Mr.
I agree perfectly with you. I have been your ranking. I know sometimes these things are hurting. Yes. Item numbered 9B. Oh, is the D rather that is ready? Are we taking 9D instead? D. Very well. Item numbered 9D.
Report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulations 2025.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for the distribution to honourable members. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, can we take item 15? Item 15. But Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before you proceed to 14. Yes, before we proceed to 14, which is 14 actually is what I want us to take. But before we proceed to 14, Mr. Speaker, let us look at our standing orders. Order 160. Order 160 says that where the committee determines, 1603, where the committee determines that the bill is of an urgent nature, the committee shall inform the House by a report. Shall inform the House by a report. Shall inform the House by a report. Mr. Speaker, if it is just for the information of the House, if it is just for the information of the House, a committee having concluded that it is an urgent bill, if it is just for the information of the House, how is it that it has to be a motion taken by the House? Because it will place the committee in a situation where they have concluded, and yet this House will vote against the motion. If the House votes against the motion, then we will be undermining the authority that our standing order vests in the committee. So, in my opinion, it is for the committee to inform the House that they have concluded that it is an urgent bill. Mr. Speaker, I just noticed that it says inform the House. So I don't know if a matter for information is a matter that we must approve, if their job is just to inform the House.
Let me take the view of, yes, Honorable Patrick Yawoma. After that, I will come to Honorable Anyimedu.
Thank you very much. The Majority Leader wants an academic debate, and this is not a law faculty, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, the combined effect of all the rules apply. And let me refer the leader to Standing Order 101. on motions and amendments. It sets out motions that ought to be debated. And there are exceptions created here that notice. If you look at the other paper, this is a notice of a motion. Where an exception is created for a motion not to be debated, it is created for in the standing orders. For example, under Standing Orders 101, notice shall be given, no, let me read the head note. Notice of motion. Notice shall be given of a motion intended to be moved except a motion A for the adoption of the report of the business committee, and so on and so forth. It doesn't include such very important government motions which are being originated by a bill. Bills are very important to the extent that the Supreme Court ruled that we didn't even debate on certain clauses in the Narcotics Control Act. The Supreme Court struck out some of the provisions that we did not debate and take a vote on. So it's very important that such a bill emanating from the executive ought to be debated, and it's not part of those bills or motions that are exempted under the rules. That's my response to the leader. Thank you.
Yes, let me hear the Minister for Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's why I was saying that the leader was drawing us into an academic exercise in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, the principle about committee is that whatever committee does is to guide the House. The House can disagree with the committee. So that's why, if you remember, when there was this issue in the 8th Parliament about the report of the, was this 7th? No, on the 8th Parliament, the report of the committee, on, how did I just go blank? On discipline, no, privileges, sorry, thank you. Report of the Committee on Privileges, where there was this argument that once the committee decides it should remain there, we argue strongly that whatever any committee of this House does, it is just for a guide. It is for the House to either agree or disagree. So even though, Mr. Speaker, I'm the proponent of this bill, I would have loved that to move it with fast and speed, so that once committee agrees, let's know, even table for possibility of being rejected. But the principle of the House is that any decision of a committee is just a guide. It is for the House to take a decision whether to agree with the committee or to disagree with it. So if you look at Article 106(13) of the Constitution, it is what has been reproduced into what you call it 160 of our standing orders, I think 162 verbatim. But it does not preclude the processes of the House. It is there for them to inform us that, oh yes, we've seen that this is of agent nature. The House will say, okay, since you are advising on that, we agree with you. Or no, we disagree with your logic. Either go back or we are disagreeing completely. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that for the committee of the House, regardless of the assignment that is given them, that is why if you look at, even on emergency, Finance Committee, the Constitution says that if the House is on recess, they will take the decision, and when the House is in session, they will come and report, because anything that you do at a committee is just a guide for the House to enable the House to take decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that how we've been running this is right, and probably we should not introduce new things that may create difficulties in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, Article 106(13) says that where it is determined by a committee of Parliament appointed for the purpose that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provisions of the preceding clauses of this article, other than Clause 1 and Paragraph A of Clause 2, shall not apply, and accordingly, the President shall give his assent to the bill on each presentation for assent. Honorable members, the Constitution is saying the committee shall make determination. Now, the issue that we have to resolve is whether or not the determination of the committee should be subjected to a parliamentary approval. So once the Constitution empowers the committee to make a determination, can this House do otherwise? That is the issue that we'll have to address. Now, a textualist may look at it and say that the committee's determination is okay. But does the committee determination bind the entire House? Why is the committee giving information to the House? For the House to do what with the information given by the committee? Yeah, Majority Leader, you have a stake on it, but let me pick the thought of Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Speaker, I was going through the votes, and I believe that yesterday the Honorable Interior Minister was in the House, and he presented a paper on behalf of government. And I don't know if you were the one presiding. I think it was Right Honorable Speaker. He said, I'm referring this urgent matter to the joint committees of Interior and Defense, including the leadership of the Constitutional Legal, to go and sit on the matter and report. That presupposes that the House, the plenary, has the final say. And this is not the first time an urgent matter has been brought to the floor for a debate. So it's very important that we stick to the known rules and procedures of approving urgent matters by government. So the committee is a committee of the House.
I do not have a problem with that.
Yes.
Previously, what we've been doing is that once the committee makes determination, the report of the agency and the committee's report are put together, and then the bill is slated for second reading. That's what we've been doing previously. But now, the report on the determination of the agency is separated from the main committee's report on the bill. Honorable Wanyimedu, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you have rightly said, the closest we had come to, and especially from last Parliament, was if we had to decide on the agency, and the matter was of urgent nature, we tried to fuse the report together. But we report to the House that this is what the committee had done. And we assume and that the House would go with us, and then we take the two reports together. That's what we have done in the past. But specifically yesterday, when the bill was laid, Mr. Speaker directed us to report on the agency nature of the bill. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in the committee's wisdom, we decided to submit two reports. Thank you.
We'll go by that. Yes, Honourable Member, I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very interesting academic debate, Mr. Speaker. You have invited us to deliberate upon. But, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I would respectfully not look at Article 106 in isolation. Mr. Speaker, I would want us to consider Article 106 together with 103 being the work of committees of this House. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the work of committees, Mr. Speaker, they don't take away the work of the plenary, which is the work of this House. There is no express provision of the Constitution that says that Mr. Speaker, when they are done with their work, there will be no debate. There's nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that when you look at the Constitution in terms of lawmaking, when the committee is done with this work, together with the standing orders, they are referred to the House for a debate. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, it may well seem that the information which is being given to us is for the purposes of debate, for us to approve of whatever work the committee, whatever bill is before us. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Article 106, 106, Mr. Speaker, you will discover that the essence, 106, the essence of the subject matter which is being discussed of is to suspend certain protocols that would ordinarily precede ordinary bills which are introduced to the House. But that does not include debate. And so, very respectfully, in the absence of an express provision of the Constitution, which takes away our power to debate on bills before same being approved, Mr. Speaker, it may be very respectfully unconstitutional to say that simply because a committee has deliberated upon it and presented its report for consideration, report to the House, it is only for information and not for debate. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I think that if we go along those lines, it will be problematic. It will be problematic in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, it may potentially lead to an absurdity. The absurdity being that we are likely to see a lot of bills being brought to the House under urgency. Mr. Speaker, when it so happens, that could be the way by which debates are precluded or excluded from taking place in this House. And that can be serious. So, Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, going along the lines of the debate, of the argument of the distinguished majority leader may lead to an absurdity, and I don't think it's going to augur well for this House.
Yes, Honorable Soini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this interesting intellectual discussion that the majority leader has deliberately introduced as we consider the reports of the committees. Mr. Speaker, I think this discussion began yesterday when the former defense minister requested from the speaker to guide the House on whether or not the report had to come for us to decide on the urgency of the Minister of Interior's request before we look at approving the request. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, yesterday after the former defense minister's intervention, I sought to get guidance from Mr. Speaker because, like Honorable said earlier, in the past, what has been the practice is that committees come with one report in which they state the urgency of the request and then go ahead to give or recommend approval for the matter that is requested by the minister in question. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker was clear. He directed that the committee should decide on the urgency first and submit to the House for consideration before they go and look at whether or not the House will approve the request of government. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the question of what to do with the first consideration when it is reported, it's quite dicey. If you look at Article 106.6 of the 1992 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it relates to bills. But for the purpose of this conversation, I think it is relevant for me to make reference to that. It says the report of the committee, that's 166, together with the explanatory memorandum to the bill, shall form the basis for a full debate on the bill for its passage with or without with or without amendments or its rejection by Parliament. So 1066 relates to a bill, but it also talks about a report of a committee. And it directs what be done when a committee presents a report, and that you debate, and then you don't make amendments to it, but you take a decision. And so it is in that same light that, Mr. Speaker, I will argue that the report is not just for information's sake. It is for a decision to be made on the recommendation of the committee. Mr. Speaker, however, going through the standing orders, I notice under 114 that there is a way that perhaps a committee can come through the Speaker, and the agency will be decided by the Speaker. And once that agency is decided by the Speaker, the committee may just have to go and submit a report. Mr. Speaker, it says under 1143 that in determining whether a matter should have urgent consideration, the Speaker shall consider A, B, C. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if there's time, I'll read A, B, C. If there's no time, then I'll leave it to you to guide us as to whether my thinking is right, that we can come under this Article 114 for the Speaker to determine the agency for us before even a committee goes to consider the request of a minister. Thank you very much.
Very well. Majority Leader, I think we should end the debate and continue some other day. So you may probably have to start from the motion numbered 14. Other than that, there will be another argument as to whether the bill being introduced under certificate of urgency, that the rule says it may be taken through all stages in one day. We need to move a procedural motion. That is another conversation.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think I just drew attention to a language that we have for the past over 2 decades taken for granted. Because if you read Article 106.13, it is clear where it is determined by a committee of Parliament appointed for the purpose that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provisions of the preceding clauses shall apply. So, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that the Constitution intends that the determination is made by a committee. And you know also that our standing orders make provision for committees to take decisions by voting, Order 284. So you vote at the committee level to take a decision whether it is urgent. And if the vote passes at the committee level, then you now come and report to the House that it is an urgent bill, and the House has no capacity to say that it is not an urgent bill. But Mr. Speaker, I think that we've been practicing this for a while now, and so let us move. I'm getting the indication from you that we should proceed to take the report and continue. If we take the report, then of course items 16 and 18 will no longer apply, because once we take the report and make a determination that it is an urgent bill, then all the motions requiring abridgment of time no longer become necessary, because the substantive provisions no longer apply in the passage of this bill.
Very well. That is why I said that is another consideration. So we are going by what you said, Animaru, unless you want to depart from your earlier decision. Yes.
What the majority leader said, since he would want us to be academic, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our rules, 160, and I wouldn't say that specifically, let's go to 1605. And with your permission, where the committee determines that the bill is not of an urgent nature, The committee shall report that determination to the House, and the relevant provisions of the Constitution and these orders shall apply. What shall apply? It means that when we report at the House and a decision is taken that this is not of urgent nature, then we have the bill would have to go back to be gazetted. So this House needs to take a decision on it, either for or against it. And that's why we've made the report, an earlier report, on the urgency of there. So I pray that we take that report first.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. The Leader of the House has made a statement, and he says that where a committee takes a decision, the subject matter of an urgent referral, same is binding upon the plenary. Mr. Speaker, just this jurisprudence, with all due respect, is rather very difficult to see a legal elasticity. Mr. Speaker, how can a committee of parliament oust the jurisdiction, the mandate of plenary of parliament? It is never, ever in the contemplation of the laws governing parliament. And it can never be in the contemplation of any law governing any serious parliament anywhere in the world that committee would have its decision binding on plenary. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of repeating what Honorable Muntaka Mubarak had earlier said, Mr. Speaker, when the matter of Adwa Safo came up, the argument of the Leader of the House was to the effect that once the decision has been made, what that means is that the House is bound, because the Constitution does not expressly mention the plenary. The Constitution mentions the committee. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker in ruling on this matter disagreed with the textual approach to that interpretation. That was very limited. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Patrick Boama a moment ago was referring to the situation where we refer to all the rules that govern our processes, proceedings in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want Hansard to record me as having said that the strange proposal from the Leader of the House cannot be seen to be meeting our expectation in terms of the precedents we know and the very jurisprudence that has governed this House. A committee of parliament cannot have its decision binding of plenary. I so submit, and I want that to be the record. If for any reason there is any provision anywhere in our laws suggesting that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that should never receive the blessing of this House.
Honourable members, motion numbered 14 at page 4 of today's order paper. Yes, Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee, you may move motion numbered 14.
That the motion, that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the standing orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the determination of the agency of the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 be moved today. I move accordingly.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion. Therefore, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item numbered 15. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the determination of the agency of the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I shall present the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior. Mr. Speaker, the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 was presented and read the first time by the Honorable Minister for the Interior, Mr. Mohamed Mubarak Muntaka, on Tuesday, the 24th June 2025, in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 160 of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I would entreat the Hansard Department to capture the report in its entirety, whilst I present only the highlights.
Honourable member, go to the conclusion.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister, and I am reading from 6.0, the justification. The Honourable Minister for the Interior informed the committee that the next envisaged holiday under the bill is 8 days from today, on the 1st July 2025. The day is earmarked for the observance of Republic Day as a public holiday. Notwithstanding the significance of Ghana's Republican status, the day is presently celebrated as a commemorative day. The government therefore intends to amend the existing arrangement to declare the day as a public holiday to allow all Ghanaians to actively participate in the activities of the Republic Day. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee has thoroughly examined the bill and is convinced that a delay in the passage of the proposed bill would deny Ghanaians a unique opportunity to participate in the upcoming Republic Day activities on 1st July 2025. The committee in its deliberations therefore considered the bill to be of an urgent nature and should be taken through all the stages in one day in accordance with Article 106, Clause 13 of the Constitution and Order 160, 3 and 4 of the Standing Orders of the House. The committee unanimously recommends to the House to adopt this report in accordance with Article 106.13 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 160 of the Standing Orders. I respectfully move. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder?
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably made by the chairman for the Defense and Interior Committee. But Mr. Speaker, one thing I find a bit disturbing is that from January 7th, 2025, we knew that July 7th was going to come. July 1st was going to come. And if you look at the report, this obviously was a campaign promise, a promise that needed to be fulfilled. And we knew July 1st was going to come. And so what I find a bit interesting is that why did we sit all this while only to rush in with this bill? It is something which I find very, very disturbing. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in going forward, we don't need to sit, rush with the bill, only to get members to pass. That will not augur well for this House. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I will once again second the motion made by the chairman of the committee.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Interior is seeking an urgent amendment to the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act 2001, Act 601, under a certificate of urgency. At the outset of my own views on this matter, let me make it clear that we do not trivialize Ghana's heritage or the importance of inclusive celebrations. However, we must question government's sense of priority in according a certificate of urgency to a bill about public holidays. Mr. Speaker, with our country facing serious socio-economic challenges and unfulfilled reform promises, this push to fast-track a holiday amendment is frankly perplexing. It gives the impression that the resetting the calendar, as we were told, has been taken to a point where the resetting of the economy and governance is merely a symbolism, and the government is not in any way determined to rescue us. Mr. Speaker, certificate of urgency is an extraordinary tool intended for critical, time-sensitive legislation, typically reserved for matters of national security, economic emergency, or dire public need. We in the minority find it difficult to accept that tinkering with public holiday meets this threshold. What exactly is the emergency, Mr. Speaker? By rushing this bill, government implies that declaring new holidays or renaming existing one is as urgent as tackling, say, an epidemic or financial crisis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the promises that the government made, I have a tall list of them. Our NDC friends made promises on their campaign platforms of social intervention, and they termed it Reset Ghana. And Ghanaians were promising some sweeping changes that will require urgent critical attention. Yet after 6 months, the changes that we expect remain unfulfilled. Mr. Speaker, the government promised that the proper human and sexual right bill will be pursued. Mr. Speaker, it's been 6 months. Our friends then in opposition use the anti-LGBT bill as a major campaign tool. They made strong public declarations in support of its passage. They staged press conferences, issued statements, and gave Ghanaian people every assurance that they were committed to defending family values and enacting the bill into law. In fact, some of the loudest voices championing the bill came from this very house on their side. But today, when they have the power to act, when they have the mandate and the numbers, the same people have gone mute. There is no government-sponsored bill, no clear position, no timeline, no agency. Where is the principle? Only silence. This is not just disappointing, but we see it deliberate. You are coming here with an urgent bill. What has happened to that anti-LGBT? You told Ghanaians that you are against this surge of LGBT. You would enact a law. Now, we see people kissing at Independence Square, and it is on social media. Men are practicing it, and it's all over. Mr. Speaker, we are not seeing urgency there. Mr. Speaker, this is the same government in opposition talking about this law, and then the only urgent bill the Minister of Interior brings is that he wants to now amend the Holidays Act. Why? Mr. Speaker, no action on Galamsey. We were told that Galamsey will be tackled as a national emergency. Yes. We are telling you that there are other urgent matters that you need to bring to this house. Mr. Speaker, equally disturbing is government's failure to act decisively against illegal mining. The Galamsey menace that is ravaging our beloved country. In opposition, the NDC promised ruthless war against Galamsey. They campaign on protecting the environment, ending illegal mining, and even suggested they will introduce new laws. A possible Galamsey ban bill, they spoke about it. Or at least revoke policies that enable mining in protected areas. Ghanaians took them by their word, but in power, these promises have proven to be mere rhetoric. To date, the government has not introduced any comprehensive legislation to outlaw or severely restrict illegal mining. There is no Galamsey ban bill before this house. Despite the crisis of poisoned rivers and destroyed forests, Mr. Speaker, even more egregiously, the government has refused to repeal the law. There's no repeal. The legislative instrument 2462, which they promised to repeal, has still not come to this house. Mr. Speaker, so I am questioning whether or not government is acting in good faith. What is so urgent about this bill? Mr. Speaker, I'll give you another one. They promised the domestic workers bill. They promised property rights of spouses bill. They promised a new scholarship scheme law. Mr. Speaker, all of these have not featured.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, please.
Let me recognize Majority Leader.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, it is tried rule in this House, very, very basic rule, that a member shall not be reading in the chamber. It is clear, it is in our rules, that a member shall not be reading copiously. Even first-timers know this rule. But since yesterday, I have observed the minority leader, that he has been reading copiously from written notes. Where it is coming from, I don't know. And the extent to which he is glued to what he is reading tells you that it may not have been written by he himself. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader must depart from this act. We are to debate. If you have objections to the urgency of the bill, debate it. But don't be reading a statement on the floor of this House. I'm not even going to talk about relevance. I'm just saying that you should stick to the basic rules, that you should debate and not be reading copiously in this chamber. I mean, at his level as the minority leader, that he comes here and he's always reading copiously. Mr. Speaker, he should comply with the rules of this House.
Honorable Minority Leader, are you reading or referring to your notes? Are you referring to your notes or you are reading? Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I won't attempt to respond to my very respected senior and leader of the House. But what I have to say is very simple. In all the serious democracies that I know, members are encouraged to prepare and keep to the substance. It is only in our jurisdiction, please colleagues pay attention. If you go to the United Kingdom, I've been there, he's traveled there. If you go to the US, if you go to India, check. You must prepare, because these extempore submissions we make, sometimes you go into Hansard and you realize that your thoughts are entangling here and there. So, Mr. Speaker, our rule did not say don't come with your prepared notes. The rule cannot be interpreted to suit the majority leader. When he knew I was on a firm grounds, he used this to come and shake. But I will not be shaken by these things. Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed. I know, Mr. Speaker, I've been in that seat before. So, Mr. Speaker, the government promised to review import taxes and provide auto industry support. Mr. Speaker, the government promised to review these taxes, reduce taxes on industrial and agricultural input within 90 days, and specifically to scrap the ban on importing salvage vehicles that has hurt local artisans, Aswami Market, Atuswami Magazine, and Kokompe.
Honorable
What has the government
Leader.
done about it? Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May I respectfully urge upon you to base it on the subject matter before us.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
That is determining the agency.
Mr. Speaker, I'm giving you a yes. Mr. Speaker, let me lay the foundation. It is my contention that the government bringing this bill and the certificate of urgency is being brought in bad faith, and it is selective in terms of its priorities. And I'm giving reasons why I hold that view. That is why I'm saying that they've made promises on other bills they consider urgent. And I am wondering why those have not been prioritized. Like the anti-galamsey one, they've not brought it. Why this one?
Well,
So-
I'm just urging upon you to chart a righteous course.
Very well, that's what I'm doing. Mr. Speaker, they promised the conflict of interest and anti-corruption bill. They've not brought it. They said that was very urgent. Today they are in power and they have not brought it. The NDC's own manifesto promised, quote, to introduce conflict of interest legislation as part of restoring good governance. Mr. Speaker, where is that bill? If they really mean to reset the country, why have they not introduced it? Why have they gone quiet on it? Mr. Speaker, the interstate succession amendment law, they also promised that they will treat it as an urgent bill. Today, we have spousal rights issues, the long-awaited reform that they promised. They have not brought any legislation, and then all of a sudden, as if matters have suddenly arisen. As if matters have suddenly arisen. The Minister of Interior comes here to say that we should consider this holiday amendment bill and the certificate of urgency. So the government is not prioritizing their own promise of 1 job, 3 shifts, 24-hour economy. They have not brought the bill to this house. Where is the bill on 24-hour economy? The president in his SONA promised that the finance minister will introduce it during the budget hearing. When he submitted the budget statement, this was conspicuously missing. Till date, we don't have the 24-hour economy bill. Where is it? That is a bill that would have created jobs, as you promised. 1 job, 3 shifts. Many of our youths are not getting jobs. You have not prioritized it. And then you come here, you say, holiday, holiday, holiday. You are interested in holiday, holiday, holiday. The agency you consider is holiday, holiday, holiday. A government that does not prioritize job creation. A government that does not keep its promises. Contractors are not being paid. Releases are not being made to ministers. Ministers are here. They have not received their releases. That is not urgent. But holiday, holiday, holiday. You are not prioritizing releases to the various agencies under your ministry. The Minister of Interior has not come here with a bill to introduce reforms under the various agencies under his ministry. Or he comes under certificate of urgency, holiday, holiday, holiday. Stay at home, don't go to work. This is the agency that the minister is considering. Mr. Speaker, without prejudice to the report that is before us, I have made my point. They are in government. If the majority, after taking the people's mandate, will not consider bringing the anti-LGBT law here, they will not prioritize the anti-galamsey bill that they themselves promised, they will not bring the 24-hour economy bill, and they want to prioritize holiday, holiday, holiday. Go ahead and do it. We are not part of it. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the minority leader will be so vociferous against this particular bill, because this particular bill affects all the Muslims in this country. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that he has so voiced his opposition to treating such a bill with this level of urgency that this side of the House wants to give it. We promised Muslims in this country that we will give an additional holiday. And this bill is to fulfill that promise. And it is obvious that the minority leader is against it. He's against it, and I'm surprised. How could you be opposed to Muslims being given an additional holiday? Honorable Afreo Makin, how could you be opposed to Muslims one additional holiday to Muslims and you are opposed. With this level of vehemence. And you have Muslims in your constituency who queue to vote for you. Please, withdraw your opposition to this bill. Please, withdraw your opposition to this bill. Withdraw your opposition to this bill. This bill is to fulfill the promise to Muslims, to give them an additional holiday. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee has given a clear indication that it is urgent, and we have debated the report. Mr. Speaker, I think you should put the question and let's move on.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader is completely out of order. Mr. Speaker,
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority
I
Leader.
stood on a point of order. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, please. Mr.
But
Speaker,
you don't
I
have the
stood
right
on a
to
point of
rule
order.
anybody out
Mr.
of
Speaker, I'm
order.
not ruling.
Very well.
I am premising my argument on that. Mr. Speaker, when the Majority Leader got up, he did not have a point of his own. What he sought to do was to invoke political mischief. Mr. Speaker, and I will explain to you why. My submission was to the effect that government should prioritize its economic and social promises to the people, and that the prioritization of the promises they made should have been long pursued. I again proceeded to argue that the issue of holiday has not suddenly arisen. He cannot therefore just get up to bring a bill. Mr. Speaker, the Interior Minister cannot just get up and bring a bill and say that we should consider it under certificate of urgency. What he is doing is in bad faith, because there were other promises that they made.
You have made
Why
those
are they not
points.
keeping it? Mr.
You
Speaker,
have
he
made
stood up
those
on the
points.
point of order.
You have
He
made
stood
those
up
points.
on the point of order, and you listen to him.
No, but what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, what was his point of order? Mr. Speaker, when it gets to me, Mr. Speaker, this is becoming one too many. When it gets to me, that is when your interjections come. Don't do this. Don't do this. Mr. Speaker, don't do this. He stood when he was doing the mischief. You could have intervened to tell him that what he was doing was wrong, but you were listening. So I am intervening to make my point clear that I am against they sidestepping all the socio-economic promises that require urgency, and they have failed to bring that one. And they sat and came so late to claim that they are coming for certificate of urgency. I am against they coming under certificate of urgency at this late hour, because a government must prioritize. What they are doing lack priority, and that is the point I've made.
Honorable Minority Leader, his point of order was based on the rules that you were reading copiously. That is why I am asking you, what is your point of order? Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, can we take the motion number 17? Motion number 17. Yes, Minister for Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, in doing this, I just want to say that we have looked at the number of holidays that we had, and we've gone through them. And as a new government, having in mind some of the promises that we made with regards to the holidays, have restructured the holidays to take away those that, in our view, were controversial, so that we keep those that, as a country, we are unanimous and rallied around. Mr. Speaker, we are keeping 1st January as New Year Day, 7th January as Constitutional Day, 6th March as Independence Day, March or April for Good Friday for our Christian brothers, March or April as for Easter Monday for our Christian brothers, 1st May as Labor Day, 1st July as Republic Day. It was pushed to commemorative. We believe that this is a very significant day in the life of Ghana that we should not just relegate to the background. And therefore, we are bringing it back as a full holiday. And we believe that as a country, we are united around the 1st July. The 21st, we've taken out the 4th August as the then being termed as Founders Day, because we believe that as a country, we are not unanimous around it, and it's served as a divisive day for us as Ghanaians. So we've taken that out, and we have maintained the 21st September, and now we term that as the Founders Day, which is the date of birth or the birthday of Osadifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our country, the one who led us into independence. And Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt in our country, yes, we know that there's no way you can say you go to a fight and you say you carry the fight alone. You may have other commanders, other generals, but the main person who leads you usually will take the credit for all of you. Just as if there's a fall, the person will take the fall for all of you. So we believe that it is Ghanaians are unanimous around the 21st September, which is the birthday of Osadifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Then we have 1st February for our farmers as Farmers Day, and then we have 1st Friday in December as Farmers Day, and then we have 25th December as Christmas Day for our Christian brothers. Then 26th December as Boxing Day for our Christian brothers and sisters. Then we have the date Eid al-Fitr, which is a lunar date. Sometimes it varies. So that is for our Muslim community. And then we have the Shak Day, which we are introducing. That's an additional day for our Muslim community, which is a day after the Eid al-Fitr. Then we have the Eid al-Adha, which is also lunar. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you add this, you will see that our number of holidays become 14. Mr. Speaker, we have looked at the practice around us. And Mr. Speaker, we will say that the number is still not excessive. We are still within our neighbors and the practice around the world. And some of the examples that we have, Mr. Speaker, are that many African countries have higher even number of holidays. And we have Madagascar and Uganda having 19 days for their holidays. They have 19 days in a year. We have Tanzania and Senegal having 18 days in a year. Morocco has 17. Burkina Faso, Egypt, Gambia, Malawi, Niger, and Zambia have 16. And then you have Angola, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Mauritius, Rwanda, and Tunisia having 15. So, Mr. Speaker, when you compare this, you see that our number is still even lower than all this that we have. Mr. Speaker, one other significant thing that is found in this amendment is that we believe that we need to boost tourism in our country. And Mr. Speaker, you will notice that some of our holidays happen in the middle of the week. So you have them Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And usually when it happens that way, you see that the day before or the day after, workers take it for granted, and it lowers productivity. What we intend to do with this amendment is simply to say that if a holiday falls in the middle of the week, that is Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, it should be observed on a Friday. If it falls on Saturday and Sunday, it should be observed on Monday, so that there will be some certainty, and that gives us longevity in the weekend. That will enhance our tourism industry and the Creative Act. Mr. Speaker, lastly, as demanded by the PFM Act, we did the financial analysis, and we realized that with what we are doing and pushing some of the holidays towards the weekend, it is rather going to even enhance our economic activity, and we didn't find that financially it is going to affect our country in any way. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what we have, and I hope that members will support this amendment so that it will be carried out just as the committee recommended. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been ably moved. I will call on the chairman of the Committee on Defense and Interior to present the report of the committee on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the motion ably moved by the Minister of the Interior. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'd crave your indulgence and submit the committee's report. But, Mr. Speaker, for brevity's sake, I would pray that the Hazard Department captures the report in its entirety, whilst I touch on the salient observations the committee made. Mr. Speaker, on page 5 of the report, the committee observed that the proposed amendments, which seeks to empower the President to declare midweek holidays, except religious holidays, to be celebrated on the Monday or Friday, will enhance productivity, reduce disruptions to the work week, reduce absenteeism, and promote a better work-life balance. The committee also noted that the proposed amendments reflect an effort to promote religious equity in the country by ensuring balanced recognition of diverse religious practices, thereby avoiding partiality toward specific religious groups in the celebration of religious holidays. The introduction of the Shak Day as a public holiday will allow Muslims who travel to their home regions for the annual Eid celebrations to travel back to their various work regions. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted that financial impact analysis had been carried out on the bill, and the results are favorable. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee has thoroughly examined the bill and is convinced that the proposed bill aims at ensuring that the existing framework for public holidays is fair and consistent with best practices. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 in accordance with Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 160 of the Standing Orders of the House. I respectfully submit. Thank you.
Honourable members, first one to Standing Order 127. A full debate shall arise on the principles of the bill on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee. Honourable member, before taking the debate, let me suspend the House for 2 minutes. Suspension for 2 minutes. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the motion to adopt the report should be seconded. Then we...
No, at second reading.
Oh, okay.
This is second reading.
Okay.
So, honourable members, the floor is now open for debate. The understanding is we are taking 2-2. Minority leadership. Are we taking 2-2?
Mr. Speaker, it's such an important bill. If we can get 4-4 on both sides. Mr. Speaker, it's an important bill. And then if we... Mr. Speaker, 4-4 should be enough so that members can be able... It's very important. Because you are proposing about 4 different holidays. And for that matter, at least, Mr. Speaker, with respect.
Yes, Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, please should be 2-2 with leadership. Making
so
3.
2-2 with leadership making 3-3. I think, Habib.
Mr. Speaker,
they say 2-2 including leadership.
So
you say 4-4.
And also agent. So if four members are having a bite, it shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Speaker, he can do 3-3 and leadership 4. 3-3 and leadership 4.
Well, Honorable Ranking Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want it to be placed on record that nobody from our side is against any religious grouping having any holiday. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we do support. In fact, the promise made to our Muslim brothers was that they were going to be given holidays anytime they celebrated their festivities. That is Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr. Here we are having only one holiday being added, that is the Shad. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister found it very convenient to compare our country's number of holidays to other countries in Africa. I was expecting the Honorable Minister to rather compare our level of productivity, because that is what should inform the number of holidays we're going to get. But as it is, he found it very convenient to just compare the holidays. Again, Mr. Speaker, for me, it is sad that year in and year out, we come to this chamber and we debate the contentious issue of honoring our heroes. A country that does not honor its heroes is not a country worth dying for. No member in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, can or will underestimate the role played by Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in our journey for independence. Much the same way, nobody can underestimate the role played by other Ghanaians in our quest for independence. I believe that we should give honor where honor is due. Yes, Dr. Nkrumah played his role. Every Ghanaian is so grateful. And so are men like Akwaje, J.B. Dankwa, Oforiata, and the rest. They also played a role. Mr. Speaker, we are going to celebrate the birthday of Dr. Nkrumah. Well, that I believe was a campaign promise. But I have always maintained that as a country, there should be a time where we come together as a people and look at the collective interest of the generality of the country and not just a section of the country. And so I am of the view that yes, today, the Founders' Day is being changed from 4th to 21st, which is Dr. Nkrumah's birthday. Are we going to come back to this chamber when the tables turn to change the day again? Well, Mr. Speaker, we can be here today and shout all that we want, but let us have on record that as long as we remain as a nation, we will have to honor everybody that contributed in writing the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, a day will come when the history of this parliament will be written, or the history of parliament in Ghana will be written. There is no way anybody can take away the role played by the Honorable Right Speaker Abon Babin for having been the first speaker to sit in chair when the government that was in power was from the opposing side. Mr. Speaker, that will be a history. Nobody can change the history. Today, if members find it convenient to change the history of this country, a day will come that history will be rewritten again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Habib, you have the floor. We'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my voice to this matter before the House. Mr. Speaker, and also to state categorically that no one from the minority side is against the holidays or the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our leader argument against the agency of the bill does not mean he is against the bill itself. It was clear when he was speaking on the principle of the agency of the bill under Standing Order 163. But it is not the case that we in the minority are against the bill. Mr. Speaker, among many other things on this bill, I think this is the only part that I'll give a 50% commendation to the President of the Republic for fulfilling at least a campaign promise. During the campaign, the President of the Republic, His Excellency President John Mahama, said they will add an additional day to the Eid. Mr. Speaker, we don't have one Eid. We have the Eid al-Fitr and we have the Eid al-Adha. But if you look at the bill that the Minister responsible for Interior presented to the House, it is only capturing another day in addition to the already existing day in the Eid al-Fitr. But none has been captured in the Eid al-Adha. Mr. Speaker, yes, the President and the government must be commended for adding an additional day to the Eid al-Fitr, and I think that it is something that I'll join my colleagues in Ghana and the Muslim community to say a very big thank you to the President for doing this. But it was incomplete as part of the promise that he said to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the memorandum of the bill, there is an attachment that a cabinet from the Secretary of Cabinet to the effect that they are only adding the one extra day to the Eid al-Fitr. It's not enough. When the Minister responsible for Interior is a Muslim and at Cabinet, the Minister responsible for Education, a Muslim and also at Cabinet, the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology is also a Cabinet Minister, and the majority leader, the first Muslim majority leader of this Parliament, that you know the importance of Eid al-Adha. Mr. Speaker, Eid al-Adha is so important to an extent that it is the climax of the fifth pillar of Islam, that is Hajj. The climax of it needs a lot of days. Mr. Speaker, this is the Eid that we slaughter either cows or whatever you can afford. Mr. Speaker, on that very day that you slaughter the cows, the next day you are, arranging things. Mr. Speaker, the Education Minister slaughtered a lot of cows and sheep during this year Eid al-Adha. He spent a lot of days in preparing it. Mr. Speaker, the Eid al-Adha is so important to Muslims as though the Eid al-Fitr is equally important. Mr. Speaker, and when we come to the consideration stage, I will be proposing an amendment, and I'm calling on my colleagues to join me in this amendment. And that amendment also seeks to add the Tashriq, which is the day after the Eid al-Adha, because this amendment in this current form intend adding Shak Day, which is the day before the Eid al-Fitr. So we can amend, because it's an act of Parliament, and Parliament is within the law to amend it so that we can add Tashriq to the day, that is the day after Eid al-Adha, so that we can have the Shak, which is the day before the Eid al-Fitr, and the Tashriq, that is the day after the Eid al-Adha. The Muslim community will be happy. Mr. Speaker, the Muslim community wrote to the President through Cabinet to inform him that we will be very happy if he give us the extra day for these two aid. Yes, the president has fulfilled one, and we think that it is very necessary that he add the other one. My senior colleague, Honorable Mutala, is a very he's a scholar when it comes to many Islamic things, and he's a member of cabinet. I'm very surprised that he could not raise this matter at cabinet. I'm very surprised that the majority leader could not add his voice on this. Mr. Speaker, in Islamic jurisprudence, recognize Eid al-Adha as a greater part of the 2-8. Mr. Speaker, aligning a public holiday to include an extra day in the Eid al-Adha will be a very significant to the Muslim community. The president, when he was opening our cutting sword for the construction of the Hajj village, he said, I am adding extra day to the Eid celebration. So the Muslim community said, Eid, mean both Eid. That is how the Muslim community is taking it. So to add only a day to Eid al-Fitr without adding an extra day to Eid al-Adha, the Muslim community will think that it is a half promise that is being failed. And I want to call on my colleagues and indicate, Mr. Speaker, that when we get to the consideration stage, I'll be proposing an amendment to add the Tashriq to the Eid al-Adha. And Mr. Speaker, the other holidays that the Interior Minister, the name changing and the name calling, to the effect that you are cancelling Founders Day and you are introducing our President Kwame Nkrumah Day, it is definitely that's not going to be a consensus. The UGCC, if you are talking about Founders Day, that is part of it, the Founder Day. And now you are going to single out an individual, our former President Kwame Nkrumah. But there were other important people throughout the struggle of our independence who have contributed their quota to the development of this country. Where we are and where we have reached, a lot of people. So, Minister, changing the name will not be a consensus building. Changing the name to say that it is going to be called Kwame Nkrumah name, it is something that's not going to do. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Interior Minister should look at it again. Rather than that, we will be changing names and continue to change names. And in 3.5 years' time, when we come on this side, we will also change the name. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Muntala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to support the motion, the bill. Mr. Speaker, I thought we were going to engage in this debate without some of the political nuances or partisan nuances that we have heard from our friends. It is true that when we are talking about the political history of this country, we need to talk about it to the fullest. I agree. I did some history, level 100, level 200 in University of Ghana. And I had the privileged opportunity to be taught by no less a person than Professor Adofeni. And as part of the definitions of history, there are some scholars who have defined history as concocted lies to form facts.
Go ahead.
And I think that that is what concocted lies to form facts. I think that there are some scholars. Let me be. Can I finish? Oh, so you want the source? Mr. Speaker, they should go and read the SHS history book. They should go and read that. And in fact, topics in West African history, written by no less a person than Professor Edu Boahin. They should go and read their writings. But you see, but what other source do you want? So, Mr. Speaker, that is the source. So I think that what we have seen today is a perfect description of history could be defined as concocted lies to form facts. And we have seen that across the aisle, that they have focused on that aspects of definition of history, which is roundly roundly condemned by many historians. But let me be very clear. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we talk about Nkrumah, and the reason why when we talk about the history of this country, we do so because there is always an effort by our friends from the other side to rewrite the political history of this country. Need I remind you that even after Nkrumah was illegally and unjustifiably overthrown, Nkrumah's mother, who was barely blind over 80 years, the woman was dragged to appear before commission after commission. And you know what they wanted the woman to say? That the woman should say Nkrumah was not her biological son. These are historical facts. And that Nkrumah was a Liberian. These are historical facts. You can check it from the Hansard of even Parliament. You don't read, and it is not my fault that you do not read. I'm saying that Nkrumah's mother was dragged. Mr. Speaker, I'm giving a time when they were speaking. You see, there is a popular prophet that when you take...
Honorable Muntala, I will recognize Honorable Animedu Enchi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter is very serious. And I think my brother is misleading the House. He can't go and read any uncredible story from anywhere and come and make allegations, wild allegations, and there's no source. And he's just saying Nkrumah's mother was being coerced into saying that is this. I've never heard it. Where did he get it from? He should prove it. Prove it and give us a source.
Honorable Muntala.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Muntala Mohammed,
Mr. Speaker, it is
with
not my
all
fault.
due respect, the debate must be centered on the principles underpinning the bill and the committee's reports. So please stick to the report and the memorandum underpinning the bill.
Mr. Speaker, part of what we are considering today is the Founders' Day. And you cannot talk about the Founders' Day of this country without talking about the founder, the only founder of the present-day Ghana. And I'm saying that the reason why emphasis is put on Nkrumah, because there have been several attempts. And when I say appear before commission after commission, this was not done in some bush somewhere. Commissions established by the NLC, that group of criminals who unjustifiably and criminally truncated democratic process. Anybody who truncates democratic processes is a criminal. I'm saying that he appeared before commission after
Honorable members.
Of course.
Honorable Muntala.
Look, the 1992
Honorable Muntala.
Constitution.
Honorable Muntala Mohammed, please. All statements relating to criminal, accordingly, they are expunged from the record.
Mr. Speaker, anybody who truncates, Mr. Speaker, anybody who truncates democratic process is a criminal. That is a fact. That is a fact. As a matter of fact, the 1992 Constitution, well, I'll make the points anyway. I will make the points anyway.
Yes, Honorable Nitiwul. Are you on a point of order? Are you on point of order?
Yes.
Else I'll give you the floor to speak. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, arise on the point of order of based on your ruling the last time. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that my honorable colleague has the right to debate forcefully, but we should learn from history. Mr. Speaker, we regret the last time what happened. I think we are going back to that same thing again. Mr. Speaker. I was the same person. Mr. Speaker, I will urge, at least I've been in this house for 20-something years, I will urge that my colleague does not provoke people to say things that will bring pain to people in this house. It will not be good for people to say things or respond that will bring pain to people in this house. I beg you, please, I beg you, just stay away from it. It won't help anybody. Honorable, if people want to get up and say things, it will bring a lot of pain to this house. So I beg you, please, stay out of it.
Yes, Honorable Muntala, your statement referring to anybody as criminal, please withdraw.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, everything I said here.
Honorable Muntala, kindly withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. But let me make my points. Mr. Speaker, did I hear?
Speaker, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, well, are you supporting a military coup? Are you supporting a military coup? Is that what you're supporting? Supporting a military coup?
Honorable members, may you resume your seats. Honorable members, may you resume your seats. Honorable members, may you kindly resume your seats. Honorable Muntala, once again, limit yourself to the memorandum accompanying the bill and the report of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think that I remember when I was a student at Kulukuli School. Thankfully, my senior brother, Honorable Harun Idrisu, attended Kulukuli School. On each day, we were forced to go to school. It took the NDC, the National Democratic Party, the National Democratic Congress. Oh well, I'm not a paragon of knowledge, unlike you. The National Democratic Congress, to ensure that there was social justice and equity in a country that is constitutionally described as a secular state, that the NDC gave us our first holiday, thanks to the NDC. As Muslims in this country, because my brother was telling me, mentioning the number of Muslims at cabinet, I never knew that cabinet ministers are more influential than vice presidents.
Tell him.
We had a vice president who was a Muslim for 8 years. He didn't see the need. Now you are now mentioning our names. That Honorable Harun Idrisu, Honorable Mutaka, Honorable Mutala are Muslims at cabinet. We had a vice president. He didn't see the need. So it tells you the beauty of this country. It tells you how accommodating Ghanaians are. It tells you why we have become an oasis in turmoil. That if you go through social media, everybody points to Ghana and says that this is the country I would want to be. That you find in churches, programs, you find Muslims who are attending. You find in mosques, you find Christians who are attending, traditional worshippers. That makes us a state. But this idea of trying to bring about religious justifications and why you think that as Muslims you should have done that, I leave that to the Ghanaian public who are watching live across the globe. The NDC has always demonstrated that everybody in this country should be treated equally. And for us as NDC, this particular holiday which is given to us, for me, is a relief. Because I still remember as a little boy attending school, that the agony I went through to go to school on each day when my colleagues were celebrating. We can only thank His Excellency President Mahama and thank the National Democratic Congress. And Right Honorable Speaker, that explains why, even though my grandfather was one of the founding fathers of the UP tradition, the more I read about the political history of this country, the more I gravitate towards the only political party that ensures social justice and equity, and that is the National Democratic Congress. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would conclude by saying, yes, we need to talk about the history of this country, but history is properly told when you acknowledge both the positives and the negatives. Nkrumah is the founder. Nkrumah was a judge, that Africa of the millennium, not African of 10 years, 100 years. And he was a judge by no less a group than the entire continent of Africa. BBC voted him. Who changed the Founders' Day in the first place? Who changed it? What the NDC and President Mahama is seeking to do is to correct the wrongs that were emotionally driven, wrongs that were not driven by social justice and proper conduct, which is expected of politicians. President Mahama is changing it. So the threat that what happens should the tables, change, when you do that, and hopefully, that will take a very, very long time. The people of this country, right, Honorable Speaker, the people of this country, right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge our friends, and I agree with Honorable Habib when he suggested that there could be addition because of the Eid al-Adha. I'll conclude with a famous proverb in Dagban, that you cannot sleep with an itching anus and do not expect to wake up with smelling fingers. They ensure that they slept with an itching anus. It is their baggage to carry. And that is why the frustration is found everywhere in the faces of my honorable good friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Sohini.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, I was taken aback when I listened to the minority leader, and like Pontius Pilate, he sought to disassociate his side from the decision that this House was about to take in relation to these holidays. Mr. Speaker, I would have taken it lightly, perhaps if it was coming from one of their colleagues, Honorable Stephen Amua.
Yes, Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I was shocked.
Honorable Sohini, I recognize Honorable Minority Leader. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, when I spoke...
Honorable Stephen Amua, what is the problem? Honorable Stephen Amua. Honorable Stephen Amua, what is the problem? When your leader is up, and you are also up, please, Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Hansa, you can come. Mr. Speaker, I am right here in this chamber, and I will not sit for any member of parliament to attempt an interpretation of what I have said and try to spin it. Mr. Speaker, I rose at a point where the committee had presented a report for us to consider this bill through a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, my argument was to the effect that nothing has suddenly arisen for the Minister of Interior to suddenly invite this House to proceed on that path. indeed the minister has always known that this law existed. And if the government was minded, it would have proceeded ahead of time. I then went on to say that if indeed the government intends to make priorities, there are promises, socio-economic promises, and I went ahead to list them. So, Mr. Speaker, earlier the majority leader made a submission. I took it as the usual politics when we talk, sometimes these things happen. But Mr. Speaker, the path the colleague, the deputy minister, has taken to say or to suggest that I got up to oppose the bill is unsupported by my submission. My submission was in opposition to the agency that he has introduced, to say that these things have always been there and that he should have moved on the path far earlier than coming now.
Honorable Minority Leader,
if you was, Mr. Speaker,
on that score, you are right. You are right.
So, Mr. Speaker, please
Honorable
direct him to do the right thing, not to misquote.
We are supposed to debate the principles,
not to misquote,
the rationale accompanying the bill as well as the report.
You shouldn't misquote me.
Please, let's stick to the rules.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the principles. I just thought that I should respond to a few things that he said. But, Mr. Speaker, I take the
we have passed the stage of the determination of the agency or otherwise of the bill.
I take the restating of his position. Mr. Speaker, I take the restating of his position and I will debate it. I will not debate it further. But, Mr. Speaker, I will want to also say that I am particularly excited that this bill is going to ensure that another holiday is added to Muslims as we celebrate Eid in this country. Mr. Speaker, and it is urgent. Why? Because only a couple of weeks ago, this nation had to celebrate Eid al-Adha. And because this bill had not been considered, the president had to issue an executive instrument for that to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, to say that he doesn't see the urgency is to miss the point that this bill is even late.
Honorable Soini, please be guided. The earlier motion moved was to determine the urgency or otherwise. We put a question on that after the debate and the motion was carried out. Now, this motion was for the second reading, and at the second reading stage, nothing is supposed to happen than debating the principle, the rationales accompanying the bill, as well as the report of the committee. So please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, so the point I need to make is that this is very important and this is coming at a very good time. Mr. Speaker, it will ensure that the next Eid celebration will not require the president to issue an executive instrument. Mr. Speaker, and it is also particularly important because we have had a situation in this country where in the past, I mean, it became politically correct for people to ask to use religion for votes. Unfortunately, they were not able to meet this expectation of Muslims. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that once again Ghana is demonstrating that it does not matter what religion you worship. If you are chosen as a leader, you will act fairly towards all manner of people in this country. Because as we speak, we have a Christian president, we have a Christian vice president who at cabinet, together with some Muslim cabinet ministers, decided that this promise had to be fulfilled. And that for me is a plus in the feather of Ghana. That for me is a plus for our democracy. And that should go to the politicians who often campaign based on religious affiliations, so that they can understand that what we need in this country is leadership. And that leadership, when it is provided by even a Buddhist, that person will get the support of all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, however, I would have wished that this particular holiday, even as it is just one, be assigned to Eid al-Adha. And that is where perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the argument made earlier by the Deputy Whip of the minority, that if you look at the celebration of Eid al-Fitr and the celebration of Eid al-Adha, in my view personally, Mr. Speaker, I think that an additional holiday being added to Eid al-Adha will make more impact than Eid al-Fitr. And Mr. Speaker, this is a personal, observation, and it is my hope that subsequently, perhaps when an amendment is brought, or when it becomes necessary for a government to consider an additional holiday, we will assign it to Eid al-Adha. Mr. Speaker, I say so because, yes, both holidays are lunar guided, but Eid al-Adha, according to the religion of Islam, takes about 3 days to celebrate. So you have the day of prayer, and you also have the day of sacrifice. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have an additional holiday that is assigned to Eid al-Adha, it will cater for the day for sacrifice. I often liken this to the Christian celebration of Christmas and Boxing Day, where on Christmas Day it is used to celebrate the birth of Christ, and on 26th, Boxing Day is used to share gifts. It is likened to Eid al-Adha in that manner, that on the prayer day, when it is guided by the lunar calendar, you go to the mosque to pray. The next day is often for sacrifice, and that is the day the animal that you sacrifice to share to God and to the neighbors is also done, like boxing. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my suggestion that in future, when we consider another holiday, or when it becomes necessary for us to amend this, we ensure that we add another holiday, or we shift this holiday from Eid al-Fitr to Eid al-Adha. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to commend the government for resetting the celebration of Founders Day to its original, status. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Osajefo has, over the years, proven all critics wrong and risen above all the damnation to be accepted globally and internationally as the founder of this nation. And so it is quite, disingenuous that we still have some people who want to undermine the name of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Clearly, in every team, it takes the team to achieve results, but there is always a leader. And that is why even the Ghana Black Stars, we will tell you about the Abedi Peles, will tell you about the Stephen Appiers. There will always be a captain of a team. And it is clear that in our history, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was the captain and deserves that recognition. And when we talk about our founders, he must be the primus inter pares. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much, and I call on my colleagues to support the passage of this bill so that we can enjoy these holidays to reflect on the future of this country and also to reflect on the work ahead for all of us to do in building this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Nitiwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I write to support...
Honorable Stephen Amwa, why are you always up? Yes, Honorable Nitiwood, you have the floor.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that this has passed so that his name doesn't get mentioned again. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion and also to put on record, as the minority leader has already stated, that the agency of the bill is what this House spoke about. But the substance of the bill is good for everybody. But that is not to say that we will not raise critical issues for us to discuss as people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the first critical issue we want to ask is, we have had 4 republics, 4, in our nation's history. The longest running republic is the 4th republic. So, if you really want to celebrate a Republic Day, which one will you celebrate? The longest running and the most stable one is the 4th republic. We have the First Republic, we have had the Second Republic, we have had the Third Republic, and this is the Fourth Republic. The longest running and the most stable has been the Fourth Republic. So if you really want to celebrate a Republic Day as a country, which one will we go for as people, regardless of the political differences we have? And so I think that the debate should not be about emotions, but the debate should be about what is good for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is good to give our brothers, the Muslims, another holiday. It's very important. They would be able to tell us which one would be better. But like the minister himself is a Muslim. Maybe he's looked at both the Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha and thought that giving an additional holiday to Eid al-Fitr would have been better. There are some who believe that it would have been tidier to make Eid al-Adha another holiday instead of giving Eid al-Fitr 2 holidays. But in principle, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, and I believe the entire House, supports that we should do that. After all, there are 2 major religions. It's not about the numbers that are involved. It's about the fact there are 2 major religions in this world. From our side of the divide, when I say our side of being human beings, if you go to China and you talk about Christian and Muslim, they will not say that they are major religions. If you go to India, they may not say them. But when you come to Africa, there are 2 major religions: Christianity and Muslim religion. They are the 2. Forget about the numbers. And so, no, there are 2. Mr. Speaker, we've moved beyond traditional religion. There are about some 5% of Ghanaians who are traditionalists. Nobody is discounting them, but the fact is that there are 2 major religions. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why if we decide to give both religions holidays, nobody will argue about it. But it is about how, when, and what you use that holiday for. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I still want to go back to this issue of Kwame Nkrumah and the Founders' Day. People have always whipped up sentiments. And so in the analysis, they miss a lot of things. In many countries, especially Southern African countries, they celebrate the birthday of Kwame Nkrumah. And I think that is what Ghanaians should be looking at. That the person who led the independence and got the independence, there were many people who fought for the independence. But the person who ultimately was the one who stood and took the independence for this republic was Kwame Nkrumah. We all know that. And so many nations, including Ghana, should be celebrating him, and the birthday of Kwame Nkrumah should be made a holiday. Nobody's going to be against it. But Mr. Speaker, let nobody be deceived. Let nobody be deceived, Mr. Speaker, that the man who gave Kwame Nkrumah money to come down to Ghana didn't play a role. Mr. Speaker, let nobody be deceived. That Kwame Nkrumah, who took money,
Honorable Netiwood,
yes,
you are here when I admonish that at this particular level, the debate should be centered on the memorandum and the report of the committee.
I'll move away from there. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'll go back to the memorandum, but I just wanted to set some record straight. I wanted to set some record straight, but I'll move away. I'll take your advice and move away. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is good to honor our heroes. So honoring Kwame Nkrumah is a very good thing for all of us. And I believe that when we're all kids, we sang the praises of Kwame Nkrumah. Even as adults, we are all singing the praises of Kwame Nkrumah and all the people who suffered. And we are still honoring everybody. I will honor every one of them that suffered for Ghana, including you, Mr. Speaker. We all do that. And so for me, I'll give honor to everybody. But we recognize that Kwame Nkrumah was the one who ultimately stood and we got the independence. So we'll celebrate him on his birthday. That I agree. I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, I will say also that it is important to use occasions like this to unite the nation. And it must start from this house. It seems any time we get the opportunity to debate our history, we turn out by creating problems for ourselves rather than uniting the nation. Maybe it is because of politics, maybe not. But I can say that we should be very careful. We should be careful because today we are MPs, tomorrow we are not. Mr. Speaker, those who began in 92, I don't believe anyone is still here. In fact, those who began in 2000, only Collins Dada and 1 or 2 are around. Then we came and joined them along the way before 2004. Just a few people are around. So the life cycle of the service of a member of parliament is very short in Ghana. The little impact we want to make, we should make. And so I want to congratulate my friend, the Minister for the Interior, for bringing this bill to the House. But I also say to you that as you seek to give people more days to enjoy themselves as holy days, let's also find a way of using one of the days, like the commemorative day, to see what we can do as Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the worst thing anybody can do to himself, and the worst thing Ghana is doing to ourselves, is the fact that we are retrogressing from a nation into tribes. And that is the problem that Ghana, we are retrogressing from being a nation into tribes. And so people are more loyal to their tribes today than 10 years ago. People are more loyal to their tribes today than 20 years ago. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 1970s and 80s and 90s, people were more loyal to the nation Ghana than today. And I thought that as the nations grow, it should have been a change. And so use the occasions that we have, use the commemorative days that we have to see what we can do to be able to get Ghana as a country. Holidays are good, yes, but to what end? Holidays are good, but to what end? Trust me, by the time that the news gets out here, news will be talking about how people are fighting over whether Kwame Nkrumah is a founder or not. That's all people will be fighting about. That's what will go out. But then, the essence of the bill, the essence of why this bill came, and the reasons why this bill came, Mr. Speaker, will be lost on all of us. We will not be able to get exactly why this bill came, because at the end of the day, the memorandum to the bill spelled out the reasons why they need this bill, and why the minister chose to do 2 holidays for Eid al-Fitr instead of another one for Eid al-Adha. And I think that I'll look at the memorandum again, and then at the end of this particular debate, maybe one will come to the consideration stage. We'll see whether we'll propose amendments to this particular bill or not. And I hope that the minister would understand us when we begin to look at it and see whether there is a chance that we can propose amendments that will meet the majority. Because, like it or not, you have the numbers to do what you want. But I hope that you will listen to our wisdom as well, and then agree when the wisdom comes. But, Mr. Speaker, have we counted the number of holidays that we have in Ghana? 14. There are not many. So, Mr. Speaker, I still say that we should be careful as a state that we don't use history to devour ourselves. It's not necessary. Because if we want to debate about history, there are many things that people are missing, and people will get missing. You said we should move away from it, so I will not say. But I'll conclude by saying that people should go and find out who the ringleaders of the 1966 school were and where they came from. Where they came from and who they are tied to. Then you will understand what it is. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So, Honorable Leader, will you yield to Honorable Anyimedu Entry?
Right.
Minority Leader, will you yield to Anyimedu Entry?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would want to go back to the report that is under consideration. And, Mr. Speaker, when we discussed the financial impact analysis I think what should have been added, and the minister said it, amongst other things, that when we shift the holidays from the middle of the week to a weekend, it brings or promotes productivity. This is omitted. If we are talking about tourism alone, then we must as well say that all vacations, we should forget about everything and do holidays alone. Then we could go by tourism. But the minister said, yes, we are moving this to a weekend, and that promotes productivity. So with your leave, Mr. Speaker, I would want that to be added. Then again, at page 7 of the report, conclusion, the last sentence, Mr. Speaker, after therefore, I would want the word unanimously to be inserted. The committee therefore unanimously recommends to the House to adopt this report. Now, Mr. Speaker, finally, there is a point that I would want to draw our attention to. After what had been said by my colleague, I will associate myself with the honorable member who spoke lastly. But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill itself, the memorandum to the bill, how come I wouldn't, something comes to mind. Something comes to mind that my paper is lost. Yes, the memorandum to the bill, the minister had said, Mr. Speaker, that and I read the last but one paragraph to the memorandum. It says, in addition, the bill seeks to provide for the removal of the celebration of Founders' Day, which is founder, singular, apostrophe S, on 4th August as a public holiday, and rename Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Day as Founders, apostrophe after S, Founders' Day, which is to be celebrated on 21st September. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, since we couldn't correct the memorandum, I would have thought that we followed suit with the substance of the bill. Here we are, debate, a whole debate on apostrophe, where to place it, either after R or after S. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing to ourselves as politicians? There is this house that now Ghanaians are not sure whether we call it Jubilee House or Flagstaff House. Up to date, this party comes in and says it is Flagstaff House. Another person comes and says that it is Jubilee House. Can't we settle it?
Probably you
Mr.
come
Speaker,
and say Animedu House.
Mr. Speaker, on Founder or Founders' Day, I would have thought that if we can come to consensus, it is agreed that the 21st September would be a day which is Kwame Nkrumah's birthday. But if we say it is a Founders after the apostrophe being placed after S, I think we'll be doing ourselves good as a nation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me thank the Interior Minister for pushing this through Cabinet and to this House. So, Speaker, this bill effectively corrects historical distortions and sets us on the path to ensure that our children and future generations will get Ghana's history right. First, the bill observes the Republic Day on 1st of July, as a public holiday and not a commemorative day. And this is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. That Republic Day is what sets Ghana as truly a country that is truly independent, that can assert itself diplomatically around the world. And you can't talk about Republic Day without understanding what it took to get us on that July 1st. Honourable Speaker, secondly, it talks about the bill renames Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Day as Founders Day. The Speaker has often said that history cannot be distorted. Today, what President John Mahama and the NDC is leading this House to do is to set Ghana's history right. And today, what we are all agreeing is that, yes, we had a lot of leaders who contributed to Ghana's independence. But the man of the millennium, the African of the millennium, the man who has been described as your Sajifo, is really the founder of modern Ghana. And that's what we are doing today. Mr. Speaker, let me read briefly what the bill says here. And it's clear. It says, it is intended to restore historical integrity and national consensus regarding the leadership of His Excellency Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in the attainment of the independence of this country. Mr. Speaker, I think that on a yearly basis I've stood on this hallowed ground to call for this day to come, to ensure that we as a country will accept collectively that the role of Osajifo, the man who stands tall, his statue at the AU, the man who galvanized the African continent on a forward march to independence, the man that called Africa for economic emancipation, the journey that was derailed, the reason we struggle today. Today, we are collectively recalling history, and I know Osajifo will be smiling in his grave that on the 21st of September, the people of Ghana will break and honor his leadership. I know his poor mother, Nyaniba, who was brutally abused and died in pain, will look back.
Honourable Minister,
Honourable
Minister, I have admonished very well.
Honourable Speaker, I think we must all agree that Ghana is finally on the right path in making sure that we correct our history. And in correcting our history, we are going to collectively agree that events that led to the independence of Ghana, those events cannot be rewritten by a regime. Those events have been cemented in history, and that future governments that will come must learn the lesson. Yes. That Ghana's history, the Republic Day, the role of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah can never be revised. And that if we ever try to distort it, Ghanaians will always go back to the true history of Ghana. And today, we collectively honor Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah as the founder of the Republic of Ghana. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, there is everything good in honoring the heroes of a nation. So proposing a holiday to honor those who have served our country is right. However, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, I believe what is probably dividing us in how we approach this decision to honor our heroes. I listened to the nostalgic and forceful submissions by my respected colleague Emmanuel Amakofibua of Elembele. And I agree with him with the very strong submissions he made about Nkrumah. And I want to adopt same as though they were mine. However, Mr. Speaker, I have some points of disagreement as to how selective sometimes we appear to be in identifying who our heroes are. Mr. Speaker, the independence that we talk about wasn't just a day's event. It was a process that was initiated by some nationalists way before the 1900s. My own great-grandfather, Nana Gate, was part of the Fanti Confederacy, a nationalist. He was part of that movement for self-rule. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument that in honoring our heroes, let us look at it collective, cannot be misplaced. The argument is not to say that Nkrumah's contribution to history should be washed away. Never, never, and never. The argument on this side of the house is that there was a collective effort. What has become of the new boy Sikan, who actually was the brain behind the 1948, I will call it the awareness, the uprising that led to the Big Six being arrested and being detained. What has become of him? Mr. Speaker, are we saying those who gave impetus to the whole movement are forgotten heroes? Mr. Speaker, if we continue to look at it from a partisan lens, we will continue to amend our laws on every electoral cycle depending on who wins. But let's pause for a moment. Look at us in this chamber, our various contributions in our various constituencies. And somebody one day comes and says that, oh, it is only one particular person who is to be picked out of the lot for recognition. Obviously, some people would express some dissenting opinions, views. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not all about those who are for or against Nkrumah. It's about a holistic approach, a nationalistic view of the matter. And I think that is where I mount my submissions.
So, Minority Leader, are you talking about Ni Kobna Boni or
Yes,
Ni
Mr. Speaker, I've just been aided. And I thank the bench. Mr. Speaker, I thank the chair for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I said diplomacy will be healthy for our relationship. Mr. Speaker, people don't know we are a family. They say we're always fighting. Mr. Speaker, the name is Ni Kwabna Boni. That's the correct name. He was a chief, was he? Yes, of Osu. Mr. Clark, I thank you for your industry. History will remember you. Well, Mr. Camilo, your prince, your crown prince, is saying that he supported the research. Mr. Speaker, Ni Kwabna Boni, that brave chief from Osu, and of course the records has it that he was also a businessman. He played a major role. In our various constituencies, we know what we did. Mr. Speaker, not to single out our member of parliament for Asin North. We were in his constituency to campaign. Of course, not for him. Mr. Speaker, everywhere we went, every village, and I took note of that. It wasn't about him, but about what his father did many years ago. And people were mentioning his father's name. Mr. Speaker, such cannot be taken away from him, because that was the history his dad made by serving his people. In various communities in this country, we know the role that people have played. So, Mr. Speaker, on the score of recognition, I do not think that we should limit ourselves. We should acknowledge our founders as a collective. That is my view. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of celebrating our brothers who are of the Islamic faith, Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Nitiwu submitted, two main religions are being recognized by us as a nation. Although in Ghana we say we are largely Christians and Muslims, but I know that we are also deep-rooted in our tradition. And many Ghanaians still believe in the traditional religion, but that's for another day. Mr. Speaker, honoring them with a holiday will not be a thing that I will oppose. We have to honor. But Mr. Speaker, we would have to also pay attention to certain obligations imposed upon us by the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you read Article 24, it talks about economic rights. You talk about Article 25, educational rights. You talk about 27, Article 27, women's rights. You talk about Article 28, children's rights. Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of this submission, I would want to argue with all the force in me that whereas we are desirous of coming out with these holidays through such enactment to honor those with different faith, we must equally focus on how we can empower our people, even as we give them the opportunity to enjoy the benefits of their faith. Mr. Speaker, in the end, if our Muslim brothers and sisters are impoverished, how would they even enjoy the holiday we are giving them? I would encourage that beyond this, let us create economic empowerment tools for them in the various Zongo communities, in the various communities where the Muslim community is very much populated. Our women Muslims, we should go beyond this and support them because they are suffering. Our children from Muslim homes where poverty is denying them the opportunity to have the better part of life, we should channel resources to support these communities. We shouldn't treat it as belated priorities. It should be part of the very governance. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we don't do this, we may be deviating from our raison d'etre, because we have a mandate not only to provide the comforts, the holidays, but the mandate primarily also deals with giving an opportunity for the realization of economic rights. Mr. Speaker, the poverty levels in the country are beyond imagination. The unemployment, it is a burden to all of us. We have a duty as a people. Even us, we have these holidays, we are recognizing Founders Day, we are adding on to holidays, we are amending. Whilst we see these as a priority, let us also be mindful of what the Constitution enjoins us to do. Equal opportunities for those who have graduated from our schools, the many youths who are looking forward to employment in both the public sector and the private sector. As a political class, we should also tell ourselves, what can we do to create an enabling environment in the private sector for businesses to thrive so that they can take on more and more of our people who are unemployed. For me, that is the burden of this call. That is the burden of my call. That is the burden of the call of this side of the house. So that in the end, whilst we enjoy our holidays, we will finish and go back to work. We will finish and know that we've also been economically empowered and not just being given a holiday. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to thank you for the opportunity, thank colleagues for their indulgence, and say that the minister may, in the end, pursue his bill, but should take all that we've said into consideration. Other ministers whose jurisdiction are related to some of the economic rights issues we've raised must also take these sentiments of the House on board and, without delay, introduce the appropriate legislations that will lead to the realization of the dreams of our people. Mr. Speaker, I shall thank you and resume my seat.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Minister for the Interior for bringing this bill and taking it under a certificate of urgency so that we can expeditiously approve it and have the President give his assent. Mr. Speaker, I will be very, very brief. There has been this debate about Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Adha. If we're adding one day to Eid al-Fitr, why are we not adding one day to Eid al-Adha? Mr. Speaker, people have forgotten that year after year, we've always had a situation where some sections of the Muslim community will celebrate the Eid on a holiday and another section will celebrate it on a working day. That has been a problem for so many years. Even when the Muslim community was given a holiday to mark the Eid, what usually happened was that because the determination of the day is based on the sighting of the moon, one Muslim leader will say that he hasn't sighted the moon yet. And because he hasn't sighted the moon yet, he will not pray on the date that government has designated as the holiday for the celebration of the Eid. So he will make his congregation observe the Eid on a different date from the rest of the Muslim community. And that different date invariably, unless it is a weekend, it invariably fell on a weekday. So that section of the Muslim community will be compelled to observe Eid on a working day. So it became inconvenient. So in the case of Eid al-Fitr, it is indeed appropriate that we create that allowance where it is 2 days and you can play with the dates and allow all sections at least to have a longer period within which to celebrate. So I endorse this vision. And in addition, it also came at the end of 30 days, sometimes 29 days of fasting and the last, 10 days of extensive midnight prayers. And the Muslim community got very exhausted at the end of it. And the last day, upon very short notice of sighting the moon, you had to expeditiously put in place a program to be able to observe the Eid and the celebrations. So that again has been very, very inconvenient. And so His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, whilst campaigning and on the entreaties of Muslim leaders, did promise that when NDC comes into office, we will add one additional day to take care of these inconveniences and the nature of Eid al-Fitr, which makes it commendable to have an additional holiday for that. Of course, I'm not opposed to adding another day for Eid al-Adha, just as we have for Boxing Day when it comes to the celebration of Christmas. Because we have Easter, which will be a holiday, and yet at Christmas we also have a Boxing Day in addition to Christmas Day. But let's move progressively as a country, one step at a time. So I entreat members, we as Muslims have toyed with the idea of even amending it in this house to forcefully add a second day for Eid al-Adha, but we are holding back in order that we build national consensus on these matters. So I urge colleagues who have been coming to whisper to me and pleading that why don't we just do it once and for all, add another day, that these matters require building national consensus, extensive consultation among the major religious leaders. You don't just get up and impose a national holiday without consulting the Catholics, without consulting the Presbyterians, without consulting the different sections of the Muslim community. You can't just sit in Parliament and just impose a day. So I urge colleagues, let's be restrained. Let's take what we have now, which is just one additional day for the Eid al-Fitr. The second principle informing this bill is the mismanagement of holidays. When a holiday occurs and it is a Thursday, automatically Ghanaians will appropriate the Friday and add it. And on the Wednesday, we'll do half day. Same way, if a holiday is supposed to be, let's say, a Wednesday, then it is a problem. So to give the president latitude to manage the country in such a way that we more efficiently manage our holidays, we are introducing a provision in our law that says that if a holiday has a day between it and the weekend, then the president has the discretion of, instead of allowing it to be midweek, to move it to the day before the weekend so that you can have a long weekend. So the long weekend enables efficiency. It gives people opportunity to actually go on a long vacation, travel, to meet families and etc. So it is this efficiency in the utilization of holidays that is necessitating the second set of provisions in the bill. The last one, of course, doesn't come without controversy. And I think that we're all free to engage in the political banter that I see happening in the chamber. No one can ever resolve that matter between us in this country. No one. No one can resolve that matter between us in this country. Because people will try as much as they can to extol the virtues of Dr. Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah and define him as a founder of this country, the founder of the nation. Others who equally played a role will continue to make an effort to position themselves. Many of them are no longer there, but their children and grandchildren will put up a fight. That is perfectly understandable. But the facts of history remain the facts of history. The facts of history remain the facts of history. So I urge colleagues to accept for this bill to go through the second reading so that we can move to the consideration stage and we can pass this legislation without much controversy. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I urge members to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the motion is carried. The Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the second time.
An act to amend the Public Holidays and Commemorative Day Act 2001 at 601 to provide for Shark Day and the first day of July as statutory public holidays and for related matters.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Do we take item number 19?
Granted, so Mr. Speaker, item 19.
Honourable members, we now move to item 19 on the order paper at page 5. The Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Clause 1, Chairman of the Committee.
Amendment proposed.
Section 3 of Act 601 amended.
Chairman of the Committee.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 2, delete and replace with 2, where a public holiday provided under Section 1 is to be observed on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or a Thursday, the President may, by executive instrument, declare the public holiday to be observed on the Friday immediately following the Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Mr. Speaker, the justification for the proposed amendment is that the 2 clauses that are found in the bill appear to be repetitive. And so, after deliberations, the committee came to the conclusion that we delete 1 and simply replace the entire clause with clause 2.
So what will be the new rendition?
So the new rendition is the quotation we now have, which reads as follows: 2, where a public holiday provided, no, sorry. I'm talking about clause 1. So we would now have, we'll delete and replace. So it's a deletion and replacement. You delete 1 and replace the entire clause with 2. And so the quotation we find is what ought to be captured
so
as...
which one are you deleting and which one are you replacing? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what my chairman is trying to simply do is to say that in section 1 subclause 2, after the word "day," continue with Friday immediately following that Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and then delete the entire A and B, so that the new rendition will now be where a public holiday provided under section 1 is to be observed on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or a Thursday, the president may, by executive instrument, declare the public holiday to be observed on the Friday immediately following that Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, as the new rendition. And the simple reason, Mr. Speaker, is at the committee we agreed that these holidays should be earned before it is observed. So, for example, if there's a holiday on Tuesday, if you try to bring it on a Monday, that means you are enjoying the holiday before it is really earned. So you should rather enjoy it after the day. So the holiday is on Tuesday. You should enjoy it after that Tuesday comes to pass, so that you push it on Friday. So if it is also Saturday and Sunday, you should enjoy it on a Monday. So you should earn it first before you enjoy it. So that warranted that if that's the case, we delete both A and B in subsection 2, so that we then add after the day in line 3 of subsection 2, Friday immediately following that Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. So that's the sense of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Nyimedu.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the proposed amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are, as had been explained by the Minister, as we have it, the substituted holidays, subclause 3, subclause 1 and 2 was divided into 2, and we are doing away with the A and B, and then we'll substitute it with Friday immediately following that Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. So as we requested, the new rendition would be where a public holiday provided under subsection 1 is to be observed in a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or Thursday, the President may, by executive instrument, declare the public holiday to be observed on the Friday immediately following that Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, honourable members, the proposal is to delete clause 1, 2A and make B part of clause 2. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 1, 2, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1, 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 2.
Section 7 of Act 601 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 3. Delete and replace with quote, where a public holiday provided under.
So your proposal is to clause 1, subclause 3.
Subclause 3.
Of clause 1.
Yes.
Very well.
So delete and replace with 2. Quote, where a public holiday provided under section 1 falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, the President may, by executive instrument, declare the public holiday to be observed on the Monday immediately after the Saturday or Sunday, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the rationale or justification.
So, honourable member, the proposal is to delete all and the whole of the B.
Yes.
And then make the rest of the A, part of the substantive clause 3.
That is so.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Nymedu.
Mr. Speaker, I second the proposed amendment that has been made by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, the effect of this is for us to have bank of holidays so that the holidays would fall. If it's Saturday, we enjoy the Saturday, Sunday. Then Monday will be added. Then we'll have the bank of holidays as we have had previously to have it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I support the proposal made by the chairman. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed to clause 1 subclause 3, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 1(3) as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Clause 3, amendment proposed. Delete.
Clause 3.
Yes. Mr.
Then let me
Speaker.
put a question on the whole clause 1. Before. Honourable members, clause 1, as variously amended. The question is, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Yes.
I think the next amendment is part of the subclause, is another subclause. So if we can finish that and put that together.
That is why I am asking whether it is
No,
clause 3 or...
There is subclause 1, which we didn't amend, then subclause 2, subclause 3, and now he is proposing subclause 4.
Chairman of the committee,
Chairman.
please, because the proposed amendments are not advertised, so you must specifically mention the item that you are seeking to amend. Because you said you are amending clause 3, suggestive of the fact that there's no advertised amendment on clause 2. Clause 2 is not being amended. That is why I have decided to put the question on the entire clause 1 as variously amended. Do you still have amendment on clause 1?
No, Mr. Speaker, we don't.
Honorable Kwame Anyimedru, which subclause is under amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I thought that he is now on subclause 4, according to the original bill, which is talking about the Eid al-Fitr.
Is there any advertised amendment on subclause 4? Clause
Mr.
1
Speaker,
4.
that is what the Shag Day is to be added.
So what then will be a new rendition to clause 4?
Mr. Speaker, I think with your leave.
Subclause 4.
Subclause 4. It reads subsection 2 does not, but we don't have subsection 2 and 3. It should be subsection 2 does not apply to the observance of the following days as a public holiday. And then they are listed. And we have added Shag Day. So we have to list them all to A, B, C, D, and E. And that is what. So if Mr. Chairman would not object, I will move that the amendment that we are proposing is to add that to the subclause. The Shag.
So what are you deleting and adding shall? Or where do you want the shall to be inserted?
Mr. Speaker, let me find out from the minister, because a proposal was made that the shark is being introduced afresh. So I would have thought that looking at the original bill, we will now add on. So it should be a proposal to add the shark. But if that has been taken care of already, then I raise my case.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, if you read the clause 3, subclause 3, the public holidays envisaged do not include religious holidays. And that is what the clause 4 seeks to achieve. So you find that under clause 4A to E, all the festivals listed are religious festivals. You see, so an exception has therefore
yes. So what is wrong with the rendition in clause 1.4?
There is absolutely nothing wrong. That is why I am of the view, and I crave the indulgence of my colleague to allow the proposed amendment to stand as it is.
Honorable Nyimedu, is your proposal is delete does and replace it with shall, so that the new rendition will be subsection 2 shall not apply to the observance of the following days as public holidays? Is that your proposal?
Mr. Speaker, there's something that where the committee had not considered that I even want to draw the minister's attention.
Please, let's finish with the clause 4.
Mr. Speaker, to the extent that we have not introduced the shark day, and then we are bringing it in a proviso, I am not very careful, because we haven't introduced it at all, and I thought we could find a way of introducing it before we can bring it to as an exception. But I was thinking through.
Honorable clause 1 of the bill contemplates public holidays. What clause 4, subclause 4, is seeking to do is that the subsection 2, which is introducing the public holidays, does not apply to the observance of the following days in a public holiday. Then Eid al-Fitr, Shark Day, Eid al-Adha, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. Yes.
Which creates Shark Day as a public holiday is contained in the schedule. Yes.
Well, honourable members, I can now put a question on the entire clause 3. The question is, all those in favor of clause 1 as variously amended, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Clause 3, amendment proposed. Delete, quote and unquote, farmers.
Honourable member, if you don't have any advertised amendment on clause 2, let's take clause 2. So, Chairman, please on record, you don't have any advertised amendment to clause 2.
That is so, Mr. Speaker. We do not have any advertised amendment on clause 2.
Members, is any other member having a proposed amendment to clause 2 of the bill? Or let me put it this way, clause 2 of the bill is under consideration. Honourable members, there be no advertised amendment clause 2. The question is, all those in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Clause 3, amendment proposed. Delete farmers.
Please, clause 3.
First schedule to Act 601 amended.
Now, Chairman of the committee.
So, clause 3, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Delete, quote and unquote, farmers, farmer with apostrophe S, day, and substitute with farmers, apostrophe after S, day.
Chairman of the committee, can you point specifically at what you are amending in clause 3?
Which gives us a list of the public holidays in Ghana, page 6.
Very well, in the circumstances, I will direct the drafters to study it up.
So we have farmers.
I have already directed the drafters to study it up.
Very well.
Any other amendments? Honourable members, clause 3 is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment proposed by the chairman. Mr. Speaker, the only thing is what you have already corrected, that we have jammed the clauses, and this is for the draftman to correct same. But so far as we have, so he's correcting the farmers, then the apostrophe would go be after the S, so that we have farmers in plural. Mr. Speaker, on that same clause, let's take it one after the other. When we are done, I may want to have a proposed amendment.
Very well. As the question is, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed, say aye. Those against say no. The amendment is carried. Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, as we have said already, on the Founders' Day, I would want to propose that the apostrophe after the R should be after the S, because we have argued that we need to settle this once and for all. And then we will know that the 21st September, which is the birthday of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, would be for founders of Ghana. I so propose.
Honourable members, amendment proposed. It is for the consideration of the House.
To put the question. Let us be captured on record.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's proper for us to be captured on record as opposed to the proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that was thoroughly and exhaustively deliberated upon, whether founders should come with an apostrophe or not.
Well, I will have to
put
put
the conclusion that
there
ought not to be an amendment.
You are opposed to the amendment. Very well. Then I'll have to put a question on the proposed amendment unless he wants to stand it down.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to. I had already argued that the memorandum to the bill supports the argument that I'm raising. That
well, let me put a question on your amendment. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by Honorable Anyimedu say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The amendment is accordingly not carried. Honorable members, I then put a question on the whole clause 3. Honorable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of clause 3 as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 3 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Second schedule to Act 601 amended.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, on record, there is no proposed amendment to the whole of Clause 4.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment? Honourable members, the question therefore is, all those in favor of Clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to amend the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act 2001 at 601 to provide for Shark Day and the first day of July as statutory public holidays and for related matters.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, on record, there is no proposed amendment to the long title. I thank you.
Honourable members, the long title is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, there being no amendments, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. The motion has been arrested.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Sorry that my attention was not drawn to this. Mr. Speaker, I want us to consider the long title. And I think that we don't have to include the Shark Day as part of the long title. Mr. Speaker, so we need to, I will propose that the long title should read an act to amend the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act 2001, Act 601, and to provide for just the Shark and the 1st July should be out. So an act to amend the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days as public holidays and for related matters. I so propose.
So
because there are a lot of holidays and none of them is being introduced, but to get the Shark in, we have already included it, but as a long title, I don't see the relevance of making it part of the long title. That is my proposal.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete Shark Day and the first day of July. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the proposed amendment, and my reason is that the long title, in legislative drafting, the essence of long titles are to provide sufficient information to any ordinary reader who grabs a copy of an act. You should know straight away on the face of the long title what the act or bill is all about. Mr. Speaker would find that the amendment to the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act, yes, that is fine, but the addition of the Shark Day is a novelty and therefore must find expression in the long term. If it doesn't, the average reader would have to comb through the entire bill and before you actually understand what its import is.
Honorable Chairman of the Committee, can we together look at clause 1.4, which reads, subsection 2 does not apply to the observance of the following days as public holidays. Eid al-Fitr, B, Shark Day. Honorable Minister, what do you say to this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we all know, there is a drafting style. The long title is to give a gist of what you've done or a summary of what has happened. And if you look at the craft of this amendment to these public holidays and commemorative days, the most significant thing about it all is the addition of the Shark and the 1st July. So to take it out of the long title will defeat the drafting style that we are all familiar with. So, and it's being also there doesn't hurt anything.
So, do we go to take it out from clause 1.4?
No, clause 1.4 is now the meat or the details of what we've done. But the long title just gives you a summary at a glance. What was the essence of this amendment? It is to add these 2 days. So, Mr. Speaker, it being there doesn't harm anything. And I want to suggest to Ranking that to be able to make progress, let's just leave it so that we can make some progress. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I have made the point and I want us to enrich the text, and this would have to withstand the test of time. Mr. Speaker, I respect you when it comes to drafting. You are a drafter and a good one. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance on this. Thank you.
Very well. I would urge you to drop the amendment so that I put a question.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Withdrawn.
The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Act 2025. Honourable members, motion number 21. Minister for Interior, you may now move motion number 21.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the public holiday and Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the 3rd time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
There is no advertised.
As for third reading motion, you don't advertise. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying there is none.
Yes,
This information is very key for.
That is why I said motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. So if any member, probably before the moving of the motion, wants the bill to be taken through second consideration, then the member may rise on his feet. The question, therefore, is that as many as are in favor of the motion number 21 on today's order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act 2001 at 601 to provide for Shark Day and the first day of July as statutory public holidays and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read the third time and passed. Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip. Honorable, before you come in, I have this announcement to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before you come in, I have this announcement to make. Inauguration of Parliamentary Friendship Associations. Honorable members, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament will on Friday, 27th day of June 2025, inaugurate 42 Parliamentary Friendship Associations, duly recognized in the 9th Parliament in the Chamber of Parliament at 9 a.m. Members of the Diplomatic Corps of countries of the respective friendship associations have been invited to the ceremony and expected to be seated by 8:40 a.m. In this regard, honorable members are entreated to be also seated by 8:40 a.m. Thank you for your audience. Deputy Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we skip question 92 and 237, finding the name of the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts.
Very well.
The Minister is still with us. So if
you may take your
colleagues
seat.
are minded to ask those questions.
Honorable members, I recall we varied the order of business without taking question number 92 and 237. So the minister is now here. May we now take motion numbered 92, standing in the name of Honorable Frank Yabua, Echima Mobiaja North Constituency. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts the plans of the ministry to revamp and promote tourist sites at Barakesi Dam, Owabi Dam, and the Wildlife Sanctuary, which have immense ecotourism potential but suffer low patronage and limited infrastructure in the Accra100.5FM North municipality. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to this important question regarding the tourism potential of Barakesi Dam, Owabi Dam, and the Owabi Wildlife Sanctuary in the Accra100.5FM North municipality. Mr. Speaker, the Barakesi Dam, situated on the Ofen River, is one of the key ecotourism assets in the Ashanti region. It supplies approximately 80% of potable water to Kumasi and its environs. Constructed between 1965 and 1969, the original included components of both water supply and hydroelectric power generation. However, the power generation aspect was not implemented. The dam is currently managed by the Ghana Water Company Limited. Similarly, the Owabi Dam, Ghana's oldest operational dam, which dates back to 1928 and was upgraded in 1954, holds immense historical and ecological significance. Initially designed to supply 3 million gallons of water per day, it now provides approximately 1.56 million gallons daily. The dam, along with the Owabi Wildlife Sanctuary, forms part of a Ramsar site and is rich in biodiversity. The sanctuary boasts of 161 bird species, Mona monkeys, African civets, and various butterfly species, making it an ideal destination for ecotourism activities such as bird watching, boating, and recreational fishing. The Wildlife Sanctuary is managed by the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission, while the dam remains under the purview of Ghana Water Company Limited. Despite their immense potential, these sites suffer from inadequate infrastructure and limited publicity, leading to low patronage. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the ecotourism potential of these sites, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, through its implementing agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority, is taking strategic steps to revitalize and promote the Barikase and Owabi tourism enclaves through the following: stakeholder collaboration. The ministry plans to work in close partnership with key stakeholders, including traditional authorities, community leaders, the Echima Nwabieja North Municipal Assembly, Ghana Water Company Limited, and the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission. This collaborative effort aims to ensure shared ownership, sustainable management, and local participation in the development of the sites. 2. Sensitization and promotion. A vigorous sensitization and marketing campaign will be launched to raise awareness and drive visitor numbers. This will include the production and dissemination of promotional materials such as brochures, flyers, and leaflets, digital content for websites and social media platforms, and targeted outreach to youth groups, students, and faith-based organizations, among others. Tour packaging. The ministry, through the GTA, will collaborate with the Tourism Society of Ghana, TUSUGA, and the Tour Operators Union of Ghana, TUGA, to package educational tours and excursions to these destinations, positioning them as key attractions for domestic tourism. 4. Infrastructure development. The ministry, in partnership with the Ministry of Roads and Highways, will prioritize the improvement of access roads leading to the Barikase Dam and Owabi Dam, the Wildlife Sanctuary, and many other areas. Additionally, efforts will be made to rehabilitate and upgrade basic visitor facilities, including tourist information centers, sanitary facilities, parking areas, and nature trails. 5. Recreational enhancements. Recreational infrastructure such as picnic spots, viewing platforms, and guided tour services will be introduced to enrich the visitor experience to encourage repeat visits. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is committed to unlocking the tourism and economic potential of Barikase and Owabi. We believe that with improved infrastructure, strategic promotion, and community engagement, these sites can contribute significantly to regional development, job creation, and environmental conservation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No further questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, and thank you, Honourable Minister.
Very well. This is a constituency-specific question. is a constituency-specific question. In relation to Achima Mobiaja North Municipality.
Yes.
Well, I will give you the opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Minister, yes, he said I can go ahead with my question. Yes. So, Madam Minister, thank you very much for your answer. So, you said that you collaborate with Tusoga and Tuga to package some educational tours. Are you able to tell this House where you are in your collaboration with these people? Have you started? Which part of the collaboration stage are you now?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Honorable Member of Parliament will recall, during my vetting, I indicated that I was interested in domestic tourism and positioning myself to champion that. Subsequently, I've met with the industry players and espoused this to them. It is my hope that they'll take it up. But most importantly, I've also asked the Minister for Local Government to give me opportunity to meet the MMDCs so that I sell this to them, because each district, municipality must own what they have. When we have supported you to promote it, the returns, the revenue that comes stays within your community. So you must be interested in how you develop what you have. So it's work in progress. We haven't concluded. We're still having conversations around it.
Thank you. We then move to question number 237, standing in the name of Dr. Fred Che Asamoah. Member of Parliament for Ofinsu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts the plans of the ministry on the recent allocation of 20. I rise to ask the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts the plans of the ministry on the recent allocation of 22 million Ghana cedis for the rehabilitation of 6 forts and castles across the country.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is recalled that Ghana was among the first countries in 1975 to ratify the UNESCO Culture Convention on the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage, 1972, also known as the World Heritage Convention. Following the ratification of the World Heritage Convention, Ghana successfully listed its forts and castles on UNESCO's prestigious World Heritage List in 1979. Over the years, UNESCO has assisted Ghana in protecting the forts and castles World Heritage property through several interventions. Despite this support, the property continues to deteriorate due to lack of financial resources to ensure adequate conservation and management systems. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, a UNESCO retroactive monitoring mission to Ghana reported that the historic sites face preservation challenges due to their age and exposure to the elements, which could lead to deterioration, damage, or even loss of their cultural treasures. Indeed, the problem of weakening structural integrity at almost all the sites was observed. To address the situation, the need for Ghana Museums and Monuments Board to be granted financial and technical clearance to embark on a restoration process was emphasized. As a result, in November 2024, the Ministry of Finance was directed by Cabinet to release a total sum of 22 million, but was carried forward into the year 2025 as a commitment for the restoration of some of the historic sites. These are Fort St. Anthony, Fort Orange, Fort Apollonia, Fort Ashford, James Fort, and Christabel Castle in Accra. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the contracts for the restoration process have been signed and contractors subsequently granted access to the site, except for the Christabel Castle, which the ministry is yet to be given access to. It is, therefore, expected that work on the aforementioned forts and castles will be completed within the next 8 to 12 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Samwani, supplementary question.
I'll cut it down to one. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, will this restoration project include interpretive materials, visitor facilities, and digitization of the documents for our heritage sites? And how well is the local communities included in this restoration project? Thank you.
2-in-1 question. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say that before the contractors are given the opportunity to work on these sites, the expectation is that they would have engaged the community to see what other things should be added. All these works were done in 2024, and I believe that the contractors would adhere to what the findings were and execute the project satisfactorily for the benefit of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question? Honorable Samuel, any further question?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Madam Minister.
Yes, Deputy Major. Yes, Honorable Minister, we thank you so much for coming to respond to questions slated for you. You are hereby discharged. Yes? Yes, Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we have exhausted the day, and I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow, 2 p.m. But, Mr. Speaker, members want to know the day for the inauguration of the Friendship Association.
27th. Friday. That's 27th. Friday, 27th. By the memo, is Friday, 27th June. Honourable members, motion move for the adjournment of the House. Any seconder?
Speaker, we are not opposed to the motion.
Oh, very well.
We have actually done more than 5 hours.
Well,
yes.
I'm told we've done more than 5 hours. So you are entirely in my hands. Then I will proceed to accordingly adjourn the House. Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, the 26th day of June 2025 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Nka enam se uye nipa nti eye dan a nipa no ehon beto chima na eba na pomden mampade a Zian Naturalist Clinic yen na yete so ewo man Ghana mu mesrotie eba no nyarewa ahodoɔ a yɛtu ase afiri nipadua num a ɛmba biom deɛ a ontumi mfa yaresa bia ɛncompare yɛn ɛwɔ man Ghana mu ɛno nti brabe piem so nim sɛ ɛba ne stroke asthma ulcer ɛne yarewa ahodoɔ a yɛn ɛna kyɛ sɛ Ghana nyinaa bɔ yɛ aba so sɛ yɛda number 1 na ne sɛ no nyame yɛ adom a yɛwɔ a ɛbɛ yi a ɛyɛ 11th April ya yɛba bɛyɛ health screening we no ɛyɛ free health screening saa na mɛka no ɛfiri sɛ wohwɛ package a yɛde ma wo ɛne ɛho akade a yɛde ɛpiw so a na kyerɛ sɛ Ghana ha no obi ani hɔ a obɛtumi asi ne bo na waka sɛ ɔne Zian Naturalist Clinic ɛyɛ pɛda mesotie 11th April ya ɛda no yɛ afofida yɛnuanom kramufu adaroma ide fitel no ɛba so dendenden nyame yɛ adom a yɛwada a ɛbɛ yi na ɛfiri anɔpa na ɛkɔpem na nwummerɛ no ɛkɔpem time a the last person ɛbɛtu ne na ɛde afiri yɛn branches no mesotie yɛ screening no ɛbɛkɔ so na yɛbɛyɛ screening ama nipa a ɛwɔ stroke asthma ulcer awoɔ mu nsɛnsɛm mekyerɛ infertility say diabetes, high blood pressure, bema untumi mwa adwuma wɔ mpa so ye screening ni bi ɛde ma koko ɛni yadeɛ ni nyinaa no yɛbɛyɛ ɛwɔ hɔ na afei wapɔmuden no agyina ne nan so na mesoro tie wobɛtua 100 Ghana cedis pɛ tie nsɛm no mu yie tie nie 100 Ghana cedis pɛ na utua na utua 100 Ghana cedis na yɛbɛyɛ labs ahodoɔ a wankasa pɛ sɛ oyɛ ni nyinaa 100 Ghana cedis no mu afei free consultation and afei enura yɛde bɛma wo yehu yade a ɛtete wanura yɛde bɛma wo ni nyinaa 100 Ghana cedis no mu bi abusuafoɔ mompɛ wei na mopɛ den mesra wada saa dwumadi ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ all your branches Ashaman tienie Ashaman Tulaku Christian Village yɛne ICGC asafo no edin hwɛnimu ɛhɔ no ma no 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 Anna Enkranha Old Ashoman Alowe Junction ɛhɔ nso yɛn branch ne baako ɛwɔ hɔ Enkranha Old Ashoman Alowe Junction ɛna afei mo a mo wɔ Kasoa nso yɛyi mu mfiri mu woba Kasoa Tuba Mama Africa Junction hɔ a yɛn branch no baako ɛwɔ hɔ mesotie na bra bɛpiem because we a opportunity kɛseɛ paa yɛde ɛma Ghanafoɔ nyinaa especially abusuafoɔ a mo wɔn kran ɛna afei mfimfin mantam mu ebi mpo na utie outside Accra mesotie opportunity na ba ma wɔn nantia ama sabe yanumfoɔ yi agye sika nyinaa adi emre du sɛ oba bɛpiem ɛwɔ Zian Naturalist Clinic na yɛmfa yɛn nupa no ɛmoa na afei woso nya wapɔmuden saa screening ya ɛkɔ so nyame yɛ adoma ya wada wei no mesotie yɛpɛ obi a ɔyɛ kyigingyefoɔ a ɔsi ɔwɔ ani yadeɛ mesotie oba yɛwɔ nsuo bi wɔ hɔ saa nsuo no yɛde bɛma na afei ɔde ahohoro w'ani ne so kɛkɛ na mehyɛ ɔbɔ sɛ ɛna kakra akyi no w'ani na ɛbɛsɛ hunadeɛ biom sɛ yɛ cataract ɛtɛ ɛna asi w'ani so anampo glaucoma obi wɔ hɔ a adeɛ bɛn na ohunu yi agye sɛ wɔakyira nsa mesɛ ɔbra bɛpiem na yɛmfa ɛnsuo no ɛma na fa ahoro w'ani no so na wankasa wobɛdi adanseɛ sɛ ampa sɛ na ɛduro ɛwɔ baabi tie ne yie yɛnka sɛ obi wɔ hɔ a asthma ɛɛtetee no asthma hwɛ wɔnhwɛ yi a asthma nti wobɛtoa nananom ɛwɔ nseɛ do wɔ abere a ɔmmerɛ kora ɛnsoyɛ bra bɛpiem ɛwɔ Zian Naturalist Clinic na yɛmmoa wo na yɛntu yarewa no nyinaa ɛmfa ma wo na wɔsɛ gyina wo nan so biom onipa bɛnya wo a na afi yadeɛ wɔyɛ glorious opportunity a ɛnsɛ sɛ Ghanafoɔ yɛmese yɛmmra bɛpiem ɛwɔ Zian Naturalist Clinic frɛ nama ne biom 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 na for ni yɛntwetwe nkɔmmɔ stroke nti one dafa for so many years ni oko hospital no kyɛ sɛ ɛboa yɛbɔɔ no ɛnyɛ sika ketewa ɛna watena faako a wonyɛ sika abusua koraa atɔ nkoko yɛatɔ agyapadeɛ nyinaa ɛna yɛde ahwɛ wɔ bɛpem saa bere wontumi anyina wo nan so biom mesrɛ wo sɛ awie woteme nka tutumirika na yɛ ahoboaboa na bra bɛpiem ɛwɔ saa screening yɛ ase na yɛmfa yɛn nduro no ɛnhwɛ wo na sɛ gyina wo nan so biom na ɔhaw bia da ɛtete wɔ no mehyɛ ɔbɔ sɛ bra sister wobɛsɛ gyina wo nan so biom stroke nyɛ yade a wɔ sɛ yɛsosɔ so tienie stroke ɛnyɛ yare pa ɛno nti saa screening yɛ ɛkɔ so nyame yɛ adoma ɛda yɛ awada 11th April 2024 yi bra bɛpiem na yɛmmoa na sɛ gyina wo nan so biom na free stroke mpunkyerɛ mu hyɛ no nso sɛ yɛawada wei ɛyɛ holiday 11th April ɛyɛ yɛ nananom kramofo adaroma ɛna yɛnya saa holiday wei na ɛno na Zian Naturalist Clinic yɛyɛ screening kɛseɛ pa ɛso bi ma Ghana hada na oba wobɛtua 100 Ghana cedis pɛ na saa 100 Ghana cedis no consultation wom saa nso na labs ahodoɔ bi a ɔpɛ sɛ ɔyɛ wɔ wiase mu no ɛwɔ saa 100 Ghana cedis no mu ɛna afei nnuro ahodoɔ a yɛde bɛma wo na afei wɔsɛ gyina wo nan so biom no ne nyinaa ɛwɔ saa 100 Ghana cedis yi mu bi mesɛ tie ɛnyɛ adeɛ anansesɛm ne yɛto kyerɛ wo wokɔ hospital bi ɛboa yɛbɔɔ wo no ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa but Zianfoɔ sɛ take advantage na bra na bɛpiem ɛwɔ saa yɛ screening ase ɛfiri sɛ ɛntɛ nsi saa ɛwɔ man Ghana mu obiara nni hɔ a anaasɛ ayaresabea biara nni hɔ a obɛtumi asi ne bo na waka sɛ deɛ yɛyɛ obɛtumi ayɛ bi daabi wei ɛyɛ screening a wotua 100 Ghana cedis pɛ na nyarewa ahodoɔ sɛ ɛyɛ BP na ɛkɔ so obi wɔ hɔ se BP yɛni ano aduro ɔma Zian ntia ɛna ɔka deɛ ɔka no mesrɛ wo yɛn na Ghanafoɔ ato yɛ din Dr. 3 days no yɛ no ɛfiri sɛ ɔba within 3 days pɛpɛɛpɛ no yadeɛ ne sɛdeɛ tie biara yɛtu aseɛ ɛde firi hɔ anaasɛ wonya solution animanimu na w'ani atumi agye biom ɛwɔ abrabɔ mu ɛfiri sɛ yadeɛ ɛhyɛ nipa ho a ɛnigyeɛ bia ni hɔ na mmom sɛ wohyia Zian na kyerɛ sɛ wadansedie berɛ ɛna adu a ɛne sa mesrɛ wo take advantage of saa opportunity wei ɛma obiara nnaada wo wanante a woanya solution ɛmmerɛ du sɛ Zian Naturalist Clinic woba bɛpiem ɛwɔ yɛaso yɛyɛ na yɛtumi boa wo na sɛ gyina wo nan so bio maka nkyerɛ wo dada sɛ all yɛn branches deɛ wɔ Shaman Tulaku Christian Village yɛne ICGC asafo no ɛna ɛdi animhwɛ saa nso na ɛyɛ Nkraha Old Ashoman Alowe Junction ɛna afei Kasua Tuba Mama Africa Junction saa nama wei na wobɛfrɛ na yɛagye wo so ɛwɔ all our branches 0246 59 4117 0246 59 4117 0246 59 4117 Shano so say yɛkan yɛndro no wɔ dwa so ɛyɛ good morning herbal mixture Ghana Giatum a boost immune system no Food and Drugs Authority Agiatum sɛ ɔbampo wɔ mfikyirikɔ mu haw na ɔnonum bi anaa bɛrima mpa so agro enko yie na ɔnum bi a ɛbɛboa no yadeɛ bi a tete wɔ no deɛ hia ne sɛ wobɛ boost immune system no wabra onom good morning herbal mixture na ɛbɛboa papa no asɛ gyina ɔna so biom hyɛ no nso sɛ nyame yɛ adoma yɛwada wei a 11th April ɛna yɛn screening no ɛba so bra bɛpiem na take advantage of saa opportunity wei na sɛ gyina ɔna so biom ɛwɔ apɔmuden mu yɛbɛyɛ stroke screening asthma ulcer ɛyɛ awoɔ mu nsɛnsɛm bra na fɛ bɛdan yɛn afei diabetes high blood pressure bɛrima a wontumi mmɔ adwumaden wɔ mpa so mesrɛ tie bra bɛpiem ɛna afei wowɔ ani problem a ɛno mpo deɛ tatahwe kooko nti kyɛ sɛ ama sɛ bɛrima mpo no ɔmmɛma sɛm akɔ fam yɛwɔ ada wei bra na bɛhyia yɛn wotua 100 Ghana cedis pɛ na hyia yɛn ɛwɔ any of our branches Ashaman Tulaku Christian Village Old Ashoman Alowe Junction ɛna afei Kaswa Tuba Mama Africa Junction wa ene yewo. Frey on 0246 594117. 0246 594117. 0246 594117. Na oni entwetwe komo. Zian Naturalist Clinic. Yesi 3 days pe enompa ewu besenya nkwa bium. Commander, nyame nhyira to asoma me.
FM 100.5.
Oh, Nana, baby, answer on Citizen Show. Stay with Nana, baby, answer all the politics you can know. On Accra FM 100.5. Tune to the Citizen Show. Nana, baby, answer. Yeah, yeah.
Nana kwabena bobi ansa berema be meti gara furu kube punti mpuna si sokode no wakachira katabin say you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko
Waba tele Accra FM yeah mami Waba tele Accra FM yeah mami
Nana kwabena bobi ansa berema be meti gara furu kube punti mpuna si sokode no wakachira katabin say you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko
By Tuesday afternoon, my name is I want to say, my name is Onyami Adam. Oh, baby, I'm here. My father said, "Ma, Zain and Elder Sampa Zain for your damwasepa." Yaminsta Munina say, Mwabekaya home, Nya Juma. Walk by Jack. Let's do this. Mamunina ha baby akwa baby I want to make be a dominant pempe mama temenka across the country mamunina kwaba. Anunyi fu nyina edi birthday. Eya vete o. anonwifoɔ nyinaa wɔ Ghana anonwifoɔ nyinaa wɔ Ghana ɔmo di birthday birthday. Dr. Nyawo is the president of anonwifoɔ nyinaa. No, Dr. Nyawo tamakɔ wɔ anonwi oni anonwi o ana Bismarck meboa Nyawo tamakɔ wɔ anonwi anonwi David oni anonwi te sɛ listo ɛdeɛ no ɔsɛ listo ɛdeɛ no ayɛ sɛ ɛyi Gorgesburg nom deɛ ɔyɛ sɛ oni ɔno na yi ni bi oni ne nanonwi ni bi oni nanonwi ni bi oni nanonwi ni bi oni Nyawo tamakɔ ni nanonwi ni bi ana Bismarck go here yana hwe yana me gaso o hwe na no nwi no fa we ni chemam fa sebi na afa sebi ya o sa na obeyon why Nyawo ayi no e o bebre sa o de to so Mesi wayi Nyawo bra asa ene me study you ono dia nya aboje se eya anonwi ye wa anonwi sa Nyawo tete British die ni bi kaje fato so na se Nyawo die ne nya anonwi on dia da nim wo nwi fa listo anonwi no eto so da bro hu listo anonwi no Dr. Parker syndrome ye friend anonwi indium de ni bi ne friend anonwi Nyawo de ne nya anonwi se Nyawo de amfa se nanim duare nyina e wo nwi ba we no anonwi yes etwa ho sei I say listo de na say oba na ya no hwe udi ya no hu ansa na nani ahu na no na enwi no okay so obviously listo de na super nwi and if listo na pa kwasi ndiom to so na obi ahu enwi nkanwi so listo there no I don't know a choir obefa so di agro you see what I mean gabi so say you got it you don't get it if you don't get it forget about it odi atoso Parker syndrome listo enwifo no enwi wa hu listo enwi no na bra so hu anonwi ye ka anonwi a sa afedo hu anonwi we ni anonwi proper obisi listo de na yese amuoti anonwi no yey mowo owei anonwi anonwi happy birthday to you banana 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 panam pana ode keso do mo mienu to but that's okay it's okay why are there it's okay mienu nyina beba okay so and the mule say list of the no et say Accra British Accra anu nwi ni e wanu nwi ye ka so wanu nwi wanu nwi that's right But Pakwasi deɛ no akufo adugu ni bank no sɛ da Pakwasi deɛ no na sika wɔ hɔ no na deda hɔ ɔn sɛ ɔmo ɔmo sika no ɔmo ano nwi no ɛdeda hɔ ɔsɛ list wɔ deɛ haslama tietuatua ayɛ sɛ ɛdɛ tuatua ɔn sɛ Pakwasi sɛ Eugene wohwɛ a Pakwasi time when na ne bank no wɔ hɔ no ɔn sɛ enwi no yɛ flexible ɛda na no so kama ɔnum bia ɛntetare mu ɔho ɔnum bia ɛntetare mu so ɔho but ɔmo gye ne bank no ukɔ yi Pakwasi ndio na sɛ wesa ayɛ sɛ wesa etuatua sɛ kasi kapɔ wonim kasi kapɔ India movie bi yesu so ade yɛ India movie bi sɛ etuatua ayɛ sɛ ɔsɛ Pakwasi ndiom no ɔde obi ahwɛ bi obi ahwɛ Pakwasi ndiom sesia ɛne listo listo anu nwi no atimi sɛ yɛ anibrɛfoɔ anu nwi kyɛ sɛ wɛrɛ de abra kasa odi akon wɔ lɔre kwam ɔhwɛ Pakwasi ndiom deɛ no a wadidi amen saa time na wafiri kofo aban mu ana ɛhyɛ no picture wei to wan sɛ enwi no ɛda hɔ bɔkɔɔ ba sɛ Pakwasi dio hwɛ ne tiri nwi nyinaa sɔre aso otwa bɛ ne tiri nwi nyinaa gyinagyina so kyɛnkyɛn na no nwi no ɔyɛ sɛ ɔn Pakwasi dio ɔn na ho fɛ ɔn ne sika brem na akufo ado ɛmaayɛ no wo de hwɛ na no nwi no never compare so adie no who ne say ye how difference na upa pe ya je ne bank ni wie no dabi o when ye je ne bank ni wie no enye we no de ye flag bearer no dabi o we krampo de say that say wo ni true na ye soro ha wo ba ku bi na say na no nwi ni Pakwasi ndo all right, thank you. That's okay. Live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show, Tuesday afternoon. We are here. But, Mame, me pacho, say, oh, Oparibia, a picture, no? Hey, Kwame, Canadian, Canadian, Enka, ayi, peasant farmers, you cry, Kanenka, what's Oparibia, Betty, oh, fia, hey. Me anka sampeso or arrest him. Na make sure Bismarck adibi. Na me busa Bismarck adwen kyerahwe. Say anyambia nipa we police ni we wachiwa yekasa. You talk, no talk. Oh. Awesome. Oh boy. Ma Maxim. Onya sam kakra ba o. Onye omoyon Kwame. Ade emsa o go you. Emsa di man fam na wo. Go you. Bon sa ho di o. Ade Kwame is me ja dem eh Kwame na ko hu ye uko yi wo me wo okay, so Bismarck, where are your police inspector? I mean, no about few so bechewa Omeka bibi o say e your Facebook page to wait me. Okay, Brandon say be police inspector no so bechewa Omeka sa
ana di na bone awa ni so
David onya bone kra wa bone
David police for me how omo kama so mutiri modern no
so
tu ko di ahofo na ti bia no
you hear we bia
me dem ntumi ndire
but I'm the Obonia with him.
All right, so Inspector Paribia, wherever you find yourself, happy birthday to you. From your Facebook fans and members, street members, this for you. You didn't half. Okay, so thank you. Obi our to make carry be made that was last week na me no be dim common America chere ni pan say look. Baby a Ghana say sia ye gina no. Kwame enema miensa. Aduane, electricity bills, water bill, and a rent. Said ye young girls ne young guys ne brew we ase no. Enye easy. Obi awie university, onya adwuma. Sa nipa we epia. Won't be in electricity man in 4 days. Let's say we to 50 cedis. End the 4 days. And I'm 4 days. No, end the 4 days. A brand here person use fridge. Or person use a system kakra. But bon you amenity AC kakra. Now AC no and you say a luxury say you. A by necessity. Because the kind of heat air boy you chromano. What there almost so fun. Quadano. Woman can what they go through. And a fan noir a bohit. Fan noir was on a bohit. Inipa way sorry. Water bill. Now almost increase a year points. No, I think 6 or 7. So now people are paying higher. Almost use so a year a household near the adeno. Who we are, then you come to food. Adriane. And over to me, send a message. We have just 20 cities to go and buy food. 20 cities. Ghana for first by and Tessa. No, we don't do that. And Obio best sales cut 20 cities, 50 cities. And you're genuine because 50 cities not the confine Yama Coton and ye no akasu bebu. Mebu. A come deno. All right, so now me catch up. Be say, look, Sagana yan shasia mini food security one day, ye money and nana numbechi carry. One berry. First man, Kwame say, say yes, Monfan Chame. Because those delicacies no so ye obi aduane. But right now Ghana we don't care say obi could eat dinner aduane ye wo wonam kramanam whatever. Nobody cares. Say so obi asasala ni na so onwa kranti a won fa ho. Me man proceed for a try. You know man proceeds they don't eat snails. Yeah, they don't eat snails. But right now they don't care. What's your man proceeding? I call her on far me be that every weekend I was in Asante Mampon. You know, I'm not training. They are there. They eat everything. Onya dianini, that's all the why I bank wire. Onibi. Kotema. Why is it baga? They say, I'm going to be cramino. Want to be taught, or I want to be taught. I punch on us, I punch cocoa 150, 200 never farm and one. Boys say super so mubuchenku. Over so many days. But why in dear won't come more? GMOs in Ghana would destroy the agricultural sector. As Ghanaian farmers will not depend on multinationals for seeds. But there are other issues. Bismarck, Mami Musa, you beban come away. But me person me know the social come keke. Among for fee. But kuyayo says ya baby a Ghana just says ya kuyayo. At the same.
Obisa sir. I am mixed. Because mixed on say there are areas be where
yeah.
Obeka say ya boy humodi. and there are a lot of areas so because I also know ye
yeah
but we share the net effect of it now. Do no, we have a long way to go.
Like there
na mintation.
Yeah.
We share over the past few years about no be say
a bro
are you doing on my anymore? We share numbers now. You could argue.
Okay.
Say it's an about productivity. Say you be now. Yeah. Which might argue. Even though
which areas?
It's no funny say I can a bruna I can. What I say be a family be dua a bone on an acre.
And if progress is a techima.
A bro is one of the crops that you do almost all part of the country.
But your baby or
oh yes. Call we northern Ghana. Northern region areas in upper west, Sisala areas, no, over upper east, we Kasana and Kana areas, no, over northeast, Nalerugu areas, no, over northern Ghana, the whole enclave, Savannah, over middle belt, the campus, the entire is spread over the country. We call water, materials, the campus,
okay.
It's about no because it's a brono acquire more of it's more like a cash crop. Even though a staple food, no, acquire more of a castle because so would be a Utumina Fasca also. It is the propensity to grow a bruno very high. It's all share Ghana for campo, be or none backyard.
Is it because of the consumption and answer the boy thing? Into Omuniam Faso free?
A combination of factors. One, Tisiano, we share your diets, I do mine more. Do na ye brune die.
Okay.
Ye banku, ye kinky, or momo share portrait. Ebro.
Okay.
It's a common ebro cultivation because demand was
okay.
And I say they can also. He's here no industry force use ebro. And the poultry farmers no use ebro. Omo years or some use ebro. It's a demand for ebro no akoso. Tell you say no, likely for us no. You to me dua ebro na. Ye nya eye omo mu fi Burkina. Omo mu fi Mali. Omo mu fi Togo. Eba Ghana ebo to ebro.
Okay.
It's a farmers no in him say, Omutumi dua, anya crano, obena good price, so mudia. It is no the appetite say be dear Bruno, I was so.
But it's any boy.
And to no sooner the other leg of the discussion I make say, a baby so and so young boy humodi. Because what should be to say bra, say who do a bra, and what cadia no dorso, and what a cano a dorso.
How did you say, Bassa?
Yeah, analysis be from 2017.
Yeah,
the friend crop budget.
Yeah,
say we do brew 1 acre. A can hin obebo. Now we do say broom.
My analysis.
Now, yes, analysis. No, as of 2017, number 2020, we are averaging by 1,700 Ghana cedis.
Say a brew 1 bag.
No, we do a brew 1 acre.
1 acre. 1 acre.
1 acre.
Okay.
Until who a brew 3 sobeto, and who fertilizer, and who labor, and who machines, and who harvesting, and who bagging. As at those times, no, we crack 2,000, but you know,
2,000 Ghana.
As at 2017, about 2020. In them, the same piece of land, no, won't crack by 5,000. I want to mean
2017 to 2020.
Yes, net price average 1,700 to 2,000.
1,700.
They call 2,000.
And right now, no, you need
one crab bear 5,000 now. To me, a brew 1 acre.
Crab 50 million.
To me, a brew 1 acre. They say why do you say? Upe say would do the right variety. Upe so apply the right fertilizer. Upe so your land preparation. Upe so harvest ye. Ubagi ye. Crab 5,001. To me, nebu. And to the cost of production, no, across winter, no, a bar marketer, no bonus Friday, across. Because farmer no a boka. In Odi Ebru. And it's all ton Ebru bags now. And so all ton.
So which means you are talking about materials to say a honsekai.
I never say campo because it's here no everyone so wasasi. Wasasi always start here. Farmers do more prefer say on me clear assassin. They so called high tractor services. No be ejuma assassin so.
Nebu cost.
First tractor no cra 120 Ghana. Ubenya. And then Romo dey 400 cities.
How much is it?
400 cities. And they can put depends on location now one.
Because of the fuel.
Apply 10 bags out the calculation. Ube apply 5 bags with the calculation. Yeah, no, labor na be juma no and buy you. who harvest here.
And this over apply 5 bags, so you need 2,500.
Exactly. And the fertilizer no. If I were doing so, we apply 5 bags fertilizer. That's the cost you are going to incur. Labor, baby, more person me doing say weeks, so to 2 weeks.
But to 2 as here.
One penny no more apply chemicals. You advise some money. But if you labor, you want to know, or apply chemicals. But so for labor camp, it's a labor, never back or just first was who cry, those that who cry 50 Ghana, so be labor. And the almost 151 to 200 cities. Labor. Oh yes.
Yeah. You cross near Libra for Libra.
And there be a quick say. And by the time I be you na a bono a war bag no boka. Even in fact, who have a stable ni who baggy. Who we are, and that's all we know the co market specope.
There
without the co warehouse. Who be movie a bono a few farm on alcohol and who transport cost. Fuel price cost. And that cost. By the time now a bono out travel from farm no able do market no. Na bono cost. It's even the American say about no a bro ya no. The other like me say a bono no we've not been able to do a lot of work on that. Because cost of production are costly.
But only the higher me one. A buying a buying co. They pretend doing something to support farmers. Meaning the previous government is saying not to spite them. Yeah. I'm not saying
now I buy no fertilizer no or fat a boni bi. Never farmers so suffer a boni bi.
Oh,
until after the time now Joe Mufi no. Now I think say I buy no fat a boni by 30%.
I see.
And now farmers no offer 60%. Na na do ba so no. I'm the program be buy. I'm offering no plant of food and jobs. Now, first year of that program, no, almost you say instead of that percentage now, farmers for do no, almost chemu mienu. Now just say I buy no ebefa half of the cost. Now farmers also offer half of the cost.
50-50.
Okay. And to be very honest with you, around 2017, no, Emma fertilizer ebo ebafu. Emma farmers soon do now almost me ekonya toy. But along the line, no. Every year, biano na subsidy components na buying them farmers no almost teteso. In the first year, no only 50%. The following year, no only 75%. There's a farmer no able to 75%. A 25%. The following year, no na asati. Until as 2021, no now buying here just about 50% pay.
What pushy bed they know the call na Accra100 so
Accra100. Now the amboy around that time they say around 2020 COVID didn't who be dimu Russia UK didn't be dimu fertilizer production no ecofom exactly ebi mo so no omo protect omo your friend food nationalism na just omo protect aduane ana akade efi omo ko other countries so omo release fertilizer no into my fertilizer no be short in supply into bono is shooting up astronomically in a case it over 200%. A bono cost we pa into at that time no now we expecting say na PFG no ebe cushion farmers no but unfortunately to me I say juma no to the point say there were even times now fertilizer na PFG no en cover no new bono kra e wo fom e send the PFG ne cover
how
Into no
how
and no
but you are a researcher
no
so no at least I think I would multimidi to know exactly
you come na time nyama you see sometimes Ghana won yeah tena se na your draw program say be ya e bia wo share concept na naka it makes sense to do it but yes that is you implement here. Now yeah the politics afra program.
Yeah, say no.
Sana Ghana iti. Inti PFJ isi anka concept there fantastic. Na ke tumi konesa na ke be boy. Madam see. Before PFJ beba no, fertilizer companies say wo Ghana na almost supply fertilizer aye na eni omo no.
Yeah.
No mo do 20. And farmers were buying. PFJ buy a precope companies should to over 100. Just like that. And 500 companies no ebi mo kra omo ni experience no omo nya contract. Now amount for a smuggle fertilizer no aquamanone. Now you the tax.
No, but companies in Baby Brain, which means they pick the fertilizers from the PFJ.
And they have PFJ the arrangement they say. Who company no ube craft fertilizer naba. If you are buying them ukuta.
Yeah.
Say be a no for this season no, you amount 10,000 tons.
Yeah.
So ube provide them a farmers no. Who ton we are for evidence in the chest what time farmers no. Who ton 10,000 tons now. Farmers no it you are half. Other half no buy which you are. And see, who company who we new contract now, we on your own to go and import the fertilizer and supply.
No, they are
companies who do now no, money experience, money link beyond more importing. You don't know the contract now. We know no cotton. I'm a companies now. More system no dada. And before I never connect kind of price no, you shoot no because no contract no cannot.
Or the be a got so.
Obiso or the contract now also what. No, the invoice Abra buying say me supply farmers 5,000. We to many data NHS was about 5,000.
And so no, now I'm buying this kind of man.
And that's what's happening.
So which means so when your party bar wouldn't mean grass system. You don't count research.
It was pervasive across almost all the districts. Yeah, research be 2020, 2021. It was pervasive almost all the districts. Juma na man food. And to the extent say, on say normally no say farmers no omoto fertilizer na e some register.
So maybe me put it together over the period as I did course and how much I free a buy or ya or my name yam fast will be.
Oh yeah, what man fast I win. Yeah, yes, I will not present him my buy. Yeah, present him. In fact, it's now before I PFJ 2.0 ni buy no. Na ye kase. Na ka PFJ 1 no, ye audit. Na create to me your forensic
forensic audit. Aye, your friend say branch up be take you over you. I go tell you there no. Omonye forensic.
So my yes.
Omo
far is what in banner here.
La.
Inti a can we na wo huni na no. Ashi.
Omonye.
And now we are starting another process all over again.
Ti ya di ba ko na wi. Emu ani nko.
Now even the one of the saddest parts me how many say Osha even PFJ bakuna ye na.
Yeah.
Just last year I said na Miki. Omo compare company bi. Say omo take data of farmers now ebe benefit from a year PFJ no. Company starts of Northern Ghana. Omo the data from farmers from Northern, Northeast, Upper West, Upper East, Savannah. The plan is say this year no do descend to the middle belt, no, but southern belt no. Data no over 2 million farmers. This year, PFJ 2.0 no. It's data no PBU. Until you are 2 and not 13, they are starting a new process again. Yes.
After using the taxpayers' money to collect that data, Ghana buying so on PBU. Omon say the content no mun yi ni na say what?
No,
tell me, I'm interested. Tell me.
But
no, tell me. Omon yi mun sam ni na say and try no omu.
What's the call uncharted waters?
Wait a second. You don't got for you and they didn't come. No, but you see, sometimes we need to have these casual conversations.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
and
just to
sad.
Yeah, being crowdfunding.
Sad say. Or mine no like.
Blah 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 blah. Oh, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but this debate is say.
Come.
About baby to say. About BT say.
If you read it, head of
about BB to say value for money. We don't pay attention to it. Now, And I think say for me, no, we need all people to be on board. Media, because so why
no, but I won't say the other side of the issue. Yeah, media and also your problem with the institutions to say mumudi. But most so no yent me blame we got to a point and you are like no, I don't want to go here. And yes, what said that?
Yeah.
And yes, will be a bribe. But the aftermath reaction, even how they will antagonize you.
Also, no, they are famous, you know.
So, and make a channel. And baby, I would see. It's as one come once a month to me because you don't want to go into that waters. No, Miss Majai. Your power will be a cop. It's as you will be a coffee in a bush and to yin a refi. Now, I didn't case a piano, as ya quack chassis. Now, omom to son beneficiaries. Because the more they are hiding, the more they are safer. You get it. Tiana media no blame me a baby.
Oh, Metiasia.
Because Obu Okrano, for you to beg him, say, get me this document. On person de bema na me de command na say you coach me oh your society no yes radio me bobi answer there say me abaya adwuma na me hwe na nkwase say na mudia me ye pie ni magya adwuma but don't say yeah society no the way we are brought up no
yeah actually no yeah some work on it. Instead me person me release we
okay
we are now ready
munye because it's very important. Me war challenge and my challenge, you know, a comma both administrations. Because now we have only two alternatives. I keep on telling people that look, don't tell me you don't care about politics. Because you wake up every day and politics they control everything you do, the water you drink, the light, the food, your clothes, everything, the fuel you buy. So be interested. Come up with your opinions, your thoughts. Now build your mind. When we put on microphone like this, say I'm probably I may not be sitting on Accra100.5FM. But when you put on microphone, I want to be a partner. I want to be part. So when I hear a media practitioner say me a neutral, I feel like you are a thief. Like you are for because when and this in the end this year the Bonia Unim, and this year the MPP are the Bonia Unim, where are the Papa Unim, where are the you don't know. You should be able to tell that this one is wrong, this one is right. I mean, we should be able to decide. So my point is say Sanya ye bobo anu nyina no. Aduane asem de me ko ba bia I keep on talking about food.
Very important.
Say aduane.
Very important.
Many am musa we answer ne akoya asem so. Wo ji say Ghana e betumi aduru ba bia aduane be cheaper.
Say a person ye betumi aye.
How?
A person ye ya.
How? Tell me how.
Let me tell you. One. On my no e say you problems being na you face every sector. How do you address them? Yayana, aye. Offer your document na every year policies and your program. We have done a very comprehensive assessment of our problems. We know the solution. Yenim say ebano irrigation a major factor. Yenim so on my way no ye ensasia.
Obo irrigation so jana mem no nantesa enso num kakra. Say Ghana, are we still practicing seasonal cropping?
Yes.
Or
most of the time, because we share.
No, this government told us that.
What I mean, we share your irrigable lands. Let us say, in Sasia, a potential. Say to me, I hear irrigation was so. On my no share potential now, and no share the so far now. We have done less than 10%. Yes, and this according to Ghana Irrigation Authority for Makasomo data.
Things are saying that
in Sasia your potential. Say able to me develop a dams no. Yeah, just
now. Yeah, they are supporting farming.
Farming no. Yeah, less than 10%.
If we come and Kroma pencil payment.
Yeah, our pa just to MSM highlight. One village, one dam. One program now are binded by you know. We share idea now. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because we share Northern Ghana. Ne evian ebusia untumi enya hwe this is started it's the idea ni san ko be mo dam nanka the whole year do be cropping no it was great but then you see one almost the contract am conform mu experience say almost to me 82 dams Oh, because for the contract no ono okobe bia ebi obe engage community ni say me mamu dam si won no o engage no no akope on any site at all dam so a ya anye ni ye dry season okowa inso na asa na for each dam no you see you spending 250,000 Ghana cedis a year dam back now what's now dreams on money in year and I say yes and
the basement say sa dams ne ebi wo ho ohun bi
okwa won say dam no ye tu efom nti ebi wo ho okwa bon say tu efom like they've dug the place what you say ensuonim ebi so ho they tu no so dangerous ensuo to a na overflow na come amafu
fa
because yeah oma move from the dugout you tu from kekene ja to but dam ne dam sa
even but no defense
defense you see 250,000 to millions are defense now open until we boka on mine o check record some year almost 146 dams into come multiply 146 by 250,000 a car your boy for dams I don't know in there area
but even the budget no crowd mo try for Saudi and it's more than
in there area boy with the northern Ghana get dam ben na supported that is in family. The second part area real Palugu multi-purpose dam.
Aha. Me te said, me bow, educate me, any TFO. Me, I said last week,
yes.
And I mean, so be at the to Facebook say, Omo the contract them man, Crofobia,
Chinese will be.
Yes. What happened?
It's Obakaya in 2019.
Yeah.
His Excellency Nanadu, and a buy machinery no, Omo call Palugu. Omo call Katsi sort. For a Palugu Dam. Now Palugu Dam now, it is a multi-hydro dam. Now just say apart from Serema Insio for agric no, and so for also for electricity. It's a multi-purpose. Now, almost to me say dam we are able to cover over 26,000 hectares of land. For agric, yes. That's how huge.
Ononko bet me a feed.
You to me yeah.
Bet me a feed 26,000 hectares
of land. We share design of the dam now. That's the plan. Inti ye no nana do call Palugo Hokate so in fact it needs ye papa in so we there a year transformational 2 years down the line ye nteshi inti ye call site o menia ye do site o no contractors na that the normal short cutting no o metisi some structures no some si dan ya o mo si o mo structure structures na no o ma pack nyama matoto they say in bobo ni ahia nkonu eduma no oma ton ama community for no meaning they are not coming back and we're like how come and just in Drana meeting say apparently no the state spent over $1 million or so on that facility.
$1 million.
Ebro, this is me checking. We know in Drana. I'm say public account from the figure nearby.
And no, I'm gonna tell you.
Public accounts from the figure nearby. Amount na mouse spend no. Who call site wa? Unko hushi or site.
No, but Ghana government Ecopesica funds to do that project. Yes, sir. And the funds no running more than the $1 million.
The total budget for the dam no over $900 million.
And the abinanza and Kesicano and so almost discano and say no, which is which is
one. The NCS say on what we near ready. On what basis do you go and cut a short? I want to scan ready. Almost a COVID Russia in the sea. Yes, but what cut here dam in 2019? That the time of cut here now COVID Russia and buy so that one next can war. It's how all of a sudden this is coming here. To me and to dam also.
COVID that is cano.
On top of that, you know, His Excellency that the Baumia.
Yeah.
He had
to use your microphone.
He had to him say this is the issue about the dam, and he acknowledged say a idea be boa. Na Abano had plans for me, but you been too much money. And Abano air plan say or be going to arrangement with either private entities. A be in PPP. Normal almost facility.
Ah boy.
Yes, okay. With the new campaign, your pennies at least. They hear say
BBO
this facility no. Since that time, the following that year na budget no almost is cut to 200 million cedis. So on for
the
Palugu no 2022 budget no.
I want to man no kind
200 million now budget no so do allocate to Palugu. Ukoha, she knew.
Any Sas can away?
Ghana, they know us. It's the enemy can say. Problems when I say anymore. We know what you are supposed to do. But we are dancing around the issues. We are dancing around. Now Obi Ethnic Council. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Right. When we anchor GMOs, you know, so issues about GMOs. Yeah. Besides, we make I say, one can want so much. I could tell free in the ladies are there, and he signed, right? So it has come to stay.
Well, we also share GMOs now.
Okay, so educate me on it.
We share GMOs now. Emra, and now the guide GMO processes.
Okay.
Now Ghana has in 2015, and now on my penny I sent to sign for the establishment of a National Biosafety Authority. Now, so authority and regulate the commercialization of GMOs on mining. So that was way back in 2015. Now, since that time, it was difficult to say GMO from on mining because not only protection be a message. Say, omo mining, no more seeds no eba, no omo beton seeds no. Now we a farmer. Now we just seed maybe. Now seed now we just we try so we be man wa down food. So no soon could be a. And now be anywhere ebe protect omo. Until they were not interested in coming to Ghana, even do ya pass some round. Until then the omo Chinese say Ghana be pass mra ebe protect omo rights.
Okay.
As breeders.
Okay.
Until na abai no Air Force say yen pass mra na ye friend no. Those times your friend no plant breeders bill. But no
plant
breeders
bill.
But it's no pass your friend Plant Variety Protection Act. It is some run na air protection. When they say no money say, "What the GM we need bar? Omo copyrights, omo rights to the patent of the crops." No, it is a way now in French they can sue you. Into with that protection, woman say now it is now easier and conducive to come to enter the Ghanaian market because on pass GMO Biosafety Act 2015. The question is say, since 2015, how come someone for GMO be about mining? Until say you pass PVP Act no 2020, you now pass Act no penal. Now they are releasing their varieties to the system because they know. Now GMO no, yeah fear, yeah fear, and they say, one, no you say as on my piano, hey, obetuma ton o bear fright amobia. But one thing I should keep, and that's the point I also emphasize here, anyway, Adriani Awubedi as for mine, you should have control of Adriani Awudi.
Because Adriani Awudi determines who you are.
You should have control.
Yeah.
We share Yankasa as a miner, you ban Adriani seeds, you want different varieties. You call Northern Ghana, near Mount, a bro varieties, you'll be surprised. And now beans varieties, you'll be surprised. You'll be brave, a bit more hard. Resistant to a drought, a busy with short term, be a long term. You'll be brown anymore. Now, say, with that issue never come. Now, say, upon all your varieties, say, oh, mine, and no, enough.
Yeah.
Now, GM will never solve a problem as on mine. And I see, how is that possible? We shall be to say, last year, no, if you had to year, see a banner production, we say a money brewer. We did very well. Farmers produce a lot. To the extent you see how call Northern Ghana, and we did all this so that energy and crops. We're able to produce a lot for the country. Now, problems now you see, more solving my and produce more than that. No. More no. But you are rather interested in technology. The saddest part is that technology in a bar, it will take the control if you ain't safe and I shall brofunsa. Into the next 5 or 10 years, say when na GMO sister won't to India.
So young fan say, and no by a base and menu ya no, and who bet me aka says where yan is seedlina, GMO seedlina, India.
It is a Siano, who share varieties on my passing. On my passing 3 crops. On my passing varieties. First one, a cowpea. It's a cowpea, normal
cowpea, no, yeah,
cowpea beans.
Beans, okay.
Almost passing 2022. Normal
beans, which is any form of beans.
Beans, you are different varieties.
And
normally, no, almost say GM, no, a biomo to resist against some pests. And then yaribi. Into almost engineer crops and says, I are in a bar into me attack crops.
But says I are in a bar near him quite the faso.
That's the point. But almost say, but that's the point. Almost said I be almost the technology a yamai. Into cowpea no my bako. A bro. On my varieties, bears 8 a bronqua. Enough soya bean. On my varieties 6.
But is there any other way? You bet me a preserve ye no.
You see, there is issue of
preservation. You need any way.
The issue of preservation is very important. You see, our Ghana has here. You will different forms of seed preservation. You have a traditional system. Oko amount for farmers ni fifi but more we on preserve seeds in a Ghana kasa your friend National Seed Bank it's all cover your various seed varieties are preserving what I say until we have that system in place. Now the problem with GMOs they say that system now you want but that system no you need a lot of money to push and invest in it. I just saw this car would invest too much. Those can take
a pen a young person a be ya na say.
Made them only say interest. Interest there may no ventiasi. What I can say because we share the bit say soya bean. Me that example. We share soya bean market now. Last time called soya bean we value chain is a committee. Now presentation be omo here no. We share soya bean export market now. The value of non-GM soya beans no premium price no it was through GM then. Until your mind now person will penetrate a soya bean market now. Where do you focus on? Is that their price that was through?
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you LD GM soya bean buy no price no. So you should not say there's an interest somewhere. They are local collaborators are omo kunaive. So there obina agent no mu pushing as against the national interest. So that's what the problem is.
In the basement,
but say the Suban way we are looking at for ourselves as against the nation.
We be paying $50,000 be. You create a dollar account, amobi. You create a pounds account, amobi. Na abrofidi tumumano. No
koyidi or best sacrifice. That's how the country is. Because seriously, it doesn't mean no. And who akribia bisano. Say who or mine, who are mine. Who need problems well documented. I didn't know who found effort to know and address issues.
And the Bismarck may bow, may be swasem. Would you have Momonia Mokasor, maybe Mquasor? And the Bismarck. A young motor say a catch a gun and penny for so what Jimmy Pa a atom did you? No, what they catch, what they Nadia, and Nadia boomy for Nadia, my bow and him.
You mean to me. You will share those to be some radio.
No, but David would
me represent a group, yeah.
Mengaza will come, say, so what to say? Bobby, no say, Ghana Perivoya Jimmy for Pa. Ayana, you say. You said that you did deep and we didn't have the cast. But what cast already so your bonnet?
Oh, certain correct.
No, because
no, but I get your point.
I didn't be frustrated. Say, what co school? What board degree? What co school approach? Also, old dog mind to Abenya a year civil service you may. Oh, every right to protect or maya will free mu any generations are eba. We say ya create account ama bosumi bia no broni bi ti baby chow $50,000. We the VS fie wo krom wato Land Cruiser. Wo de ne hiawo. Wo nya Jimmy for bodam for na ya den. Wo ye nipa see hu a na say akola hwe anim because you see Bible no say enkola muni muaja ne munani. Yes sir. Na monkwa na aware. Owie ye no verse 7 no eno se ejanom ene nanom mamo nhihye nkola no ahoroba na omo anyam kaseti ankasa mu agimi nekre enti se wo ye panin ne de oman hye wonsa na wo ye oman ne basabasa hye nkrofo ahoroba. We should tell you that you are a very stupid man.
Ayasemu ayasem into the no there
because now we have every bia wa betimi they are protected ye seedlings near there. But trust me, sometimes na nye awa bi before you nya ba ko aban beba and this beba on beba be jimi sa the same jimi no because enya say NDC as NDC for but aban ne beba no instead so betu na ni ahwe so okay I say you be inject money Eddie Akwase to protect yen mano.
That's not the interest.
Obi also obi by kwa jenika krabi na where did he? I mean
that's not the interest.
And me who say mu issue statements here ya na me busa me who say tiya munya mfa so.
We be say but yeah no luckily for us no e ku of farmers. It's no sometimes no say system no person will operate here. You also find a way to resist the system. It's here no for the meantime you can't remember business say once on my yes assets available momo ento chairman 100% minimum
beyond that no abrafo no omo to we atum
oh minimum
omo share the next 15 years keke
minimum
you give up
oh minimum
would the year say where do you 65 now?
No, why am I?
You are right. Mama Contrambe, be that was just one. No.
You are right.
Because I'm not there beyond baby. No, almost say see on benya a year resource. They look at us the next 30, 40 years. Okay, by this 30, 40 years, no. Now, sa group we are almost no. They are out of the system. Now, no. Yeah, they are so
no, you are very right.
That's all.
You are very
that's
right.
All.
I think so.
Unfortunately, we can't plan. Say, oh, my baby, 8 years. Mamenya dia best sustain your money for the next 40 years, 50 years. We don't have that plan.
It's true.
Yeah, we don't have that plan. Oh yeah, you never told Rolls Royce, cantonments in Sasi, Wajijibi. You say we share guy watch that ko aye. Also aye. Wajijibi they are carrying their focus. They don't care about what happens. I mean, and so what?
You are very right.
Not just in Chaso.
And I try to say Chaso.
This Mark, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right.
Yes, we are available anytime.
Pacho, but I'm interested in agri matters. Some more researcher, more framing what time me am driving my car a do much in a minimum. I once me for Santiman never pay for offense.
Okay.
So yeah, we acquire him.
Okay.
So I enjoy going to the bush. Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you so much. All right, so that's it. Live on Accra100.5 Citizen Show. Become man for sir. Metro Edia Mama. Start for 13 hash. And betches kakakra. Nyami admire what a holiday. Unya bibi kakra. You get it? And Colano so of you. Then Colana Maquai of you. Trouble of you. You know, got it. Charlie, senya se ayi for be ha ya ayi Facebook for ya come but chase those crazy boys out of the yard. They're running and they're running and they're running away. Oh, they're running and they're running. You can't run away from yourself. Then do this.
better foforo ko Edu Motors ono be yen hyehyɛ ama ɔka foforo Edu Motors inti truck ni taxi drivers bebre wo kroma omo ye car owners for driver's license 2 passport pictures and 2 guarantors omo ni wachi enko Edu Motors netu ya 10% of car na open bo why ye car owner wie ni aka no obetua no small Edu Motors dia